Eudora. Alex was stunned. Zora nodded wryly. Eudora is a ward of one of father's associates as Merlin, she began. She's quite docile and lovely. She and I became like sisters very quickly. However, she has an issue. She doesn't open up easily to strangers. Yet when she does trust someone, she trusts too deeply, so much that anyone could take advantage of her. Zora sighed softly before continuing. She got herself tested by chance when father had people from the Enclave examined for their number of rune slots on your behalf. As you probably know by now, she has the highest number recorded among everyone tested. I know you are trustworthy, and, since I was already in discussion with your father at the time, I brought up the matter to Eudora. Zora suddenly palmed her face. The naive lass agreed almost immediately, because she trusted me. She let out an exasperated yet fond sigh. Alex thought back to his interactions with Eudora. He could always persuade her with ease, but he had never considered her gullible or naive, at least not to the degree Zora was suggesting. How did she end up at the Ashen Castle? He asked, frowning. She spoke to your father on the phone, Zora explained. I don't know what he told her, but she insisted on going. The Earl made the arrangements, and before I knew it, she was undergoing warrior training under his direct tutelage. I found out she'd been masquerading as your shadow guard when you returned today. Let me guess, it was father's idea? Alex raised an eyebrow. Seems like it, Zora sighed. According to her, she told your father she wanted a role that would let her get to know you, the real you, while doing something that could actually be of use to you. So father told her that, since she had one of the best warrior talents he'd ever seen, she should become my shadow guard? Alex deduced. Zora nodded in confirmation. Alex's lips twitched. He rubbed the spot between his eyebrows, nursing the beginnings of a headache. For a long moment, he didn't say anything. What's done is done. There's no point digging into the matter any further, he thought, choosing the avoidance option with a weary sigh. Eudora seems to have a story. Do you know what it is? Alex asked instead. Everyone has a story, Alex, Zora replied calmly. You know what I mean, Alex said flatly. I do know, Zora admitted. Just as I know it isn't my place to tell. She'll share it when the time comes. She stood her ground, even under Alex's sharp, searching gaze. Fine, Alex finally conceded, throwing his hands up in surrender. But from your understanding, should I be worried? Is it something that would work to my detriment, or something I'd rather know now? Obviously not, Zora replied without hesitation. If it were, she would have told you already. I would have made sure of it. She looked at him for a moment, then reached across the table to hold his hand. Trust me, she means you no harm. It's not a secret she's hiding. It's just a difficult story to tell. Give her time to find the right moment to open up. It'll be better for both of you that way, especially since it's always wiser to hear it from her directly, rather than from outsiders like me. All right, Alex nodded, his tone softening. I'll speak to her later. There are some things we need to clear up. As you should, Zora agreed with a faint smile. Who's the next candidate? Alex asked. She's the only one I picked from the list your father sent me, Zora replied. And as it happens, she's also a student of the Enclave. Lady Eleanor Ledevicus. Ledevicus. Alex repeated. As in the royal clan, Ledevicus? The very same one, Zora said with a laugh. Alex groaned. How? And why? Did father manage to get me entangled with someone from the royal clan? And why, out of everyone on that list, was she the one you chose? Don't worry, Zora reassured. Eleanor's branch is far down the royal hierarchy. They're royalty in name only now. In fact, her situation's rather grim. Her father fell out of favor with the emperor and lost nearly all his former supporters. The only person willing to step up for the prince is my father, the Mad Earl. Alex cut in, gritting his teeth. And in exchange for receiving his daughter's hand in marriage, what exactly did father promise? You're wrong about one thing, Zora corrected. The deal wasn't with the prince, it was with Eleanor herself. In exchange for protection for her younger brother, who was about to come of age, and would soon become a target for those lusting after imperial blood for all sorts of reasons, she agreed to marry into the Fury family. As for her father, the prince, a sizable dowry is to be paid to him. One that, hopefully, he wouldn't gamble away at the imperial capital's casinos. I see, Alex mused. She's using the Mad Earl's legendary status, and his infamy, as a shield to protect her little brother. Her father's unreliable, and she knows he'd only drag them both into danger. Essentially, Zora nodded in confirmation. She continued, as for why I chose her out of all the other options. She stood up and walked toward Alex's side of the table, her tone turning mischievous. Because she's similar to Eudora and me. How so? Alex asked, brows knitting in confusion. The three of us have the sizes to catch your gaze, Zora said with a sly smirk. Leaning forward across the table, she let her generous curves hang dangerously close to his line of sight. Alex's eyes betrayed him, instinctively drawn to the motion, and he swallowed hard. See? Zora teased with a triumphant smile as his reaction confirmed her point. Alex's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. He reached out to swat her again, but she was too quick, darting back with a laugh that echoed through the room. He sighed between amusement and exasperation. So, you chose her because you think she matches my physical preferences? He asked dryly. Part of it, yes, Zora admitted without shame. And what is my taste in women then? Alex challenged, crossing his arms. It's not that hard to guess, Zora said, lifting her chin proudly. You prefer older women, and you like them big. It's simple enough to see. She continued smugly, using myself as the baseline. Eudora has a bigger rear but a smaller bust than me. As for Eleanor, she has a smaller rear but a bigger bust. A complete set. Alex blinked, momentarily lost for words. After opening and closing his mouth a few times, all he managed was, "Thank you for your generosity, milady queen." "You're most welcome, sir consort," Zora replied with mock regal grace. Alex could only shake his head with a wry smile. "Jokes aside," he said after a pause, "why did you really pick her?" Zora sat back down, her teasing demeanor fading into something more thoughtful. "Because she will be really useful to you," she replied softly. "In more ways than one." Alex waited with his arms folded, giving Zora a patient but expectant look. "I wasn't joking when I said she's similar to Eudora and me," Zora began. "Just like our sizes, we each have our specialties, and thus, our uses to you. Interestingly, they don't overlap, but rather complement one another, forming a sort of complete set. First," she continued, raising a finger, "is our profession branch. Each of us is a talent in our respective branch, top of our crop, really. Nothing more needs to be said about my talent as a mage, does it?" She ended with a smirk. Alex wanted to roll his eyes. Her humble bragging was nothing new, something she picked up from Merlin, but there was truth behind it. Zora had one of the best mage talents the Enclave had ever seen. Under Merlin's direct tutelage, her mastery over practical magecraft and spellcasting was second to none. According to Merlin himself, if not for his insistence on slowing her growth, forcing her to polish every stage before advancing, Zora would already be a grand mage by now, not the elite mage she had remained for 5 years. And that was while managing her duties as the Enclave's majordomo. "Like me," Zora went on, "Eudora has one of the best warrior talents either of our fathers has ever seen. Since you fought alongside her, you should already know, she's also one of the best in her rank." Alex nodded solemnly. He couldn't deny it. Eudora's skill in combat was nothing short of monstrous. Even without his Rune-Tech advantage, she could wipe the floor with almost anyone if rank and energy levels were ignored. And even with them, she could comfortably face opponents a full rank above her, those nearing veteran ran. That was insane. "So, let me guess," Alex said, "Lady Eleanor has one of the best warlock talents around?" "Exactly," Zora nodded, smiling proudly. "I don't know what kind of providence you have, Alex, but somehow, you've managed to attract the most talented and skilled women across the 3 professional branches. As brilliant as you are in the 3 branches, each of us still surpasses you in our respective branch. Meaning, like Eudora and me, Eleanor can train you, or train with you, in her profession branch whenever the need arises." Alex rubbed his already stubbled chin. "That does sound like a fine card to bring to the table," he admitted. "But I don't necessarily need it. Sure, it would be a waste not to explore the warlock path, especially with my fused bloodline, but my plate's already full. I won't have much time to train it anyway. It's not a strong enough reason to base a decision on." "I'm not done," Zora replied, her lips curving into a knowing smile. "I said she's useful in more ways than one, didn't I?" "All right," Alex said, leaning forward slightly. "I'm listening." Zora raised a second finger. "Craftsmanship. Lady Eleanor is a Tier 3 expert alchemist, she explained, meaning she can help you with the final major craftsmanship branch for your Rune-Tech, alchemy. Beyond that, she'll also be immensely useful for your interplanar conquests. Most forces focused on bringing as many combatants as possible into planar wars. However, that was only one of several viable strategies. With the presence and aid of a competent craftsman, by Pangea's standards, one could approach conquest in a much subtler way. Technological superiority was one of the most understated yet devastatingly effective methods to subdue a plane with minimal bloodshed. When executed properly, the denizens of a conquered realm could end up surrendering their sovereignty without even realizing it. Alchemy, being the broadest and possibly the most complex of the three major craftsmanship professions, offered the greatest potential for such soft conquest. And Alex, truth be told, was in desperate need of an in-house alchemist. Among the three major crafting disciplines, he had no issue with runesmithing or array mastery. He was also fairly competent as a forge smith, not quite on par with his rune craftsmanship, but Ether Kindle easily compensated for much of that gap. Alchemy, however, remained his blind spot. As his rune constructs increased in grade and complexity, he would inevitably need the aid of a proper alchemist to help process the materials. Rune ink, beast skins, medium reagents, the list of applications was endless. In fact, Alex had already been planning to recruit an alchemist into his main party. But if one of his wives was a capable alchemist, that would give him far more flexibility when assembling his inner circle. By noble etiquette, once he became a fief lord, that group would serve as his closest confidants and direct retainers. Much like Earl Drake's hounds, Alex would have settled for a Tier 2 journeyman alchemist, but a Tier 3 expert? An alchemist capable of handling all his alchemy needs below sainthood? That was a utility he couldn't ignore. Okay, that's a pretty good reason to consider her, Alex said, keeping his tone calm. I'm not done, Zora continued, raising a third finger. Another skill she brings to the table is finance management. In many noble households, especially fledgling ones like yours, wives play an important role in territorial management. It's always best if they can contribute something beyond just being the lord's spouse. Wives are often more trustworthy than employed help, Alex agreed. They're more likely to have their husbands' and family's best interests at heart, more so than retainers, and definitely more than hired hands. Exactly, Zora nodded. Just like Eudora and I, she can handle a specific aspect of your territory's management. As your queen, I can act as your proxy in the day-to-day administration of your lands. I already have vast experience serving as father's proxy in the Enclave's affairs. Eudora, on the other hand, trained under your cousin, Countess Megan Fury, mastering the art of maintaining a military outfit in both war and peace. She's well-versed in military management. As for Lady Eleanor, she's a businesswoman in her own right. She built and manages one of the most successful shops in the Enclave. She can bring that experience to your side as your partner in overseeing your and your territory's finances. And considering how much you earn, it would be wise to have someone you trust managing your coffers. Okay, fine. I can see why you chose her. Alex smiled wryly before his expression hardened. But even with all that, what I'm most concerned about is her nature and character. He sighed. As much as I don't want to judge her by background, I can't help it. She carries royal blood, after all. The last thing I want is to let a wolf into my home. Zora nodded, her tone understanding. I know what you're worried about, she said softly. I was concerned about the same thing. So, I had someone investigate her while we were still in the Enclave. You can do that? Isn't that an abuse of authority? Alex smirked. Do you want to know what I found or not? Zora glared at him. Yes, please, milady queen, Alex replied quickly. Zora gave him a look of mild annoyance, one that promised future retaliation, before proceeding to reveal the results of the investigation she'd ordered into Eleanor. For the most part, she has a good reputation and maintains strong relationships with those she interacts with. The general consensus is that she's a soft-natured, kind-hearted woman, a competent and determined businesswoman with a powerful drive for success. Her biggest blind spot is her brother. She's pragmatic enough to stay cordial with people who insult her and her father to her face, but her brother is off-limits. She made enemies with a few professors in the alchemy department after they said something just remotely offensive about him. A severe brocon, huh? Alex mused inwardly. I can appreciate going to bat for family, he said aloud. That's true, Zora agreed. But keep in mind, hers might be a bit extreme. Extreme is just perfect. Alex smirked. He wondered briefly if she could possibly be more extreme than a fury driven by calm madness. Still, he took Zora's caution to heart. She's an elite-ranked warlock, I presume? Alex asked. Yes, a healer warlock to be exact. Zora confirmed. Although she spends most of her time crafting alchemical products, mostly potions, and managing her shop, her bloodline ensures she continues to grow even if she doesn't try to. The royal griffin bloodline? Alex asked. No, Zora shook her head. The Fey monarch bloodline. The Fey monarch bloodline? Isn't that the bloodline of the High Elves, the Illyrian royal family? Alex was stunned. The very same one, Zora confirmed. The royal griffin bloodline belonged to House Ledevicus, the imperial clan of the Varelian Empire. It was the mark of their sovereignty, and the reason no other noble house dared to bear a griffin in their crest. Doing so was tantamount to challenging the imperial clan's dominion. The royal griffin bloodline was one of the most powerful in the entire Varelian Empire. However, it was also among the most overbearing, and certainly the most xenophobic. The royal griffin bloodline did not mix with others. A child born of that lineage would either inherit the bloodline's power, or none at all. If the royal griffin bloodline wasn't passed down, no other bloodline could take its place. It was common belief that anyone within the imperial clan who possessed bloodline power carried only the royal griffins. Hence Alex's shock upon learning that Eleanor Ledevicus did not carry the royal griffin bloodline, but the Fey monarch bloodline, the counterpart of the Illyrian Empire's royal family. The Fey monarch bloodline was the bloodline of the High Elves, rulers of the most diverse and magically advanced empire on the Arune continent. Like its griffin counterpart, the Fey monarch bloodline was immensely overbearing, though just a touch less so. It was almost unheard of for a half-high elf to survive. The newborn would typically die in the womb or perish shortly after birth, their body unable to withstand the backlash of the Fey monarch's bloodline power. Yet Zora claimed that Lady Eleanor of House Ledevicus carried the Fey monarch bloodline? That didn't make sense. Not only was it implausible, there hadn't been any recorded marriage between House Ledevicus and House Alinder in the past 5 decades, at least, not that Alex knew of. And that said a lot, considering he was a walking archive of both common and obscure knowledge. How is that possible? Alex asked, frowning. I'm only telling you this because it was in the dossier Earl Drake passed to me, along with his recommended shortlist, Zora said evenly. Alex nodded, bracing himself. About 3 decades ago, during a state visit from the Illyrian Empire, Prince Maximus Ledevicus, Eleanor's father, drunk, reportedly poisoned and kidnapped one of the visiting Illyrian princesses, allegedly bewitched by her beauty. He held her captive for 3 days and forced himself on her, even after he regained his senses. Alex's expression darkened. And he wasn't executed to appease the Yelanders. No, Zora shook her head. Neither side wanted the war that would have surely followed, so they buried the incident. In exchange, the Ledevicus clan made massive concessions to House Alinder, rumored to include the coordinates of a grade 6 plane the Emperor himself had been preparing to raid. Afterwards, as you might expect, Prince Maximus fell out of favor with the Emperor and lost his remaining supporters. His life fell into ruin, until he became the destitute wretch he is today. Alex frowned deeply as he listened. What is it? Zora asked, tilting her head. It's 2. He trailed off mid-thought. Suspicious. Zora guessed, smiling faintly. Alex nodded. Exactly. How would a collateral prince dare to kidnap, then go on to assault, the princess of a rival empire? On a state visit no less? Even if he were piss-drunk, those 2 acts don't align. Kidnapping someone, especially a royal, requires planning. Poisoning a target isn't something that happens on a drunken impulse. And even if it were possible, a drunk fool wouldn't be able to pull off such a thing, not when the victim is a princess, likely under constant guard. It doesn't add up. Zora nodded silently, showing she shared his line of thought. But Alex wasn't done. Let's assume, for argument's sake, that the prince somehow managed to pull all of that off while intoxicated. Once he sobered up, he proceeded to rape the princess he'd kidnapped? What was his rationale? I'm doomed anyway. Might as well drag the whole empire down with me. No matter how foolish a prince he is, he wouldn't do something that damning. Surely, he'd realize the empire would find a political way out of it. And if that's the case, there would have been no need to act out of desperation in the first place. Zora's expression grew grim as he spoke. Meaning there's more to this, Alex concluded quietly. I thought so too, Zora admitted. And so did your father. Alex's eyes narrowed. Really? Did he uncover something? He believes it was an experiment, Zora said slowly. An experiment? Alex asked, his brows knitting in confusion. An experiment? Alex repeated, frowning in confusion. Zora nodded. Did you know that the royal griffin bloodline wasn't always as powerful, overbearing, or xenophobic as it is today? No, I didn't. Alex shook his head. He realized just how little public information existed about the imperial clan. Even the few available records had been thoroughly filtered, clearly to keep certain imperial secrets buried. I didn't know either, Zora admitted, smiling faintly. Her tone shifted, taking on a gossipy edge. Father told me the Ledevicus clan once possessed a rare, though not especially powerful, light, fire hybrid-natured bloodline. To strengthen it, they began experimenting with a theory that existed long before the interplanar era. According to that theory, selective breeding, through carefully arranged marriages, could yield offspring with stronger or weaker hybrid bloodlines. Alex's brow arched slightly as Zora continued. So, she went on, the Ledevicus clan, and many others, began arranging unions with families whose bloodlines carried desirable traits. The imperial clan in particular sought partners with fire or light-aligned bloodlines. Over time, this led to the imperial bloodline reaching what Father called a saturation point, a threshold beyond which further fusion with ordinary elemental bloodlines became impossible. Their bloodline mutated from a simple fire, light hybrid into a true, sun-natured bloodline. Zora leaned forward slightly, eyes glinting. That's also why the imperial bloodline is so overbearing and xenophobic. The sun stands alone, untouchable, unapproachable by any lesser entity. Likewise, the sun-natured royal griffin bloodline rejects all other bloodlines that try to merge with it. I see, Alex mused, his tone thoughtful. So the imperial bloodline either burns away the other parent's bloodline and remains dominant, or both are destroyed in the clash, leaving the child with no bloodline at all. Which explains why so many imperial offspring are born without bloodline traits today. Exactly, Zora smiled approvingly. Then Alex's eyes widened slightly as another thought struck him. The imperial clan tried to apply that same method of improvement, but this time using the Fey monarch bloodline of the Elender clan, he said slowly. It could have been a calculated move by the imperial higher-ups, or perhaps a desperate gambit by Prince Maximus and his allies. If they succeeded in producing a stronger hybrid bloodline, it would have erased the emperor's disfavor and restored Maximus's standing. He paused suddenly, his gaze unfocused as the pieces fell into place. Oh, I see. His tone deepened, and a spark of revelation lit his eyes. That's why the emperor paid such an exorbitant price. The Class 6 plane wasn't compensation for the crime. It was the price of a child with a potentially superior imperial bloodline that both imperial clans could claim. That's right. Zora clapped her hands, clearly impressed as Alex pieced everything together. For a brief moment, she found his brilliance so alluring she had to forcibly restrain herself from showing it. Earl Drake suspected as much, and he even found fragments of evidence that hinted toward it, she admitted. Alex frowned. In that case, wouldn't marrying Eleanor be no different from stepping into a powder keg? Come on, don't be so paranoid. Do you think Earl Drake wouldn't have seen that coming? Zora rolled her eyes. Alex knew she was right, but he couldn't help the instinctive wariness. His father was called the Mad Earl for a reason. There was no predicting what he would or wouldn't do. Don't worry, Zora assured him. House Ledevicus Gambit failed. The Fey monarch bloodline won over the royal griffin bloodline in the end, and Eleanor was born with only the Fey monarch bloodline. Does that mean the Fey monarch bloodline is stronger than the royal griffin bloodline? Alex asked, visibly surprised. Not exactly. It seems the Fey monarch bloodline won out due to its nature, Zora explained. The Fey monarch bloodline is also a hybrid of light and fire, the solar nature. And as you should already know, The solar nature is less directly combative than the sun bloodline. Instead, it's inclined toward nurturing, healing, and resilience. Those with solar affinity make natural healers and alchemists, you yourself included. Alex nodded. Even without proper training as a healer, his solar affinity, granted by the Oromir half of his bloodline, allowed him to cast healing spells with ease. The solar nature likely simply withstood the storm, Zora continued. The sun nature of the Ledevicus bloodline burned itself out, resulting in the same outcome that occurs whenever the imperial bloodline clashes with another. The imperial clan's gamble failed, and Prince Maximus fell completely out of favor, relegated to the lowest standing among the royals. Alex exhaled softly and shook his head. A true gambler indeed. An all-or-nothing play that ended badly. Too bad the victims of his ambition were the Elender princess and Eleanor. By the way, he asked, who is Eleanor's mother? And what happened to her? I don't know, Zora admitted. Earl Drake's documents didn't include that information, and father refuses to speak of it. All I know is that whoever she was, she left the Varelian Empire after giving birth to Eleanor, likely with no intention of ever acknowledging her as her child. I can't exactly blame her, Alex sighed inwardly. She must have felt powerless from every side, and leaving the child behind was the only power move she had left, a way to reclaim a shred of control by walking away from everything, including the child. Then again, he mused, the Ledevicus clan had paid for the child. Even if she wanted to, taking Eleanor away wouldn't have been possible. So, it's fair to say Eleanor has little love within the Ledevicus clan, and even less in the Elender clan? He asked. That's the general belief, yes. Zora nodded. Alex tapped a finger on his armrest, silently retracing the chain of thought. Eventually, he concluded, while there are risks, the benefits are far too tempting. The Fey Monarch bloodline is the best-known healer and alchemy bloodline. And if Eleanor is as diligent as you claim, I doubt I could find a better alchemist or healer of equal rank without paying an absurd price. They're rare enough as it is. Besides, he added with a knowing smirk, if all else fails, there's an obvious method to keep her under control. Isn't that so? My thoughts exactly. Zora nodded approvingly. All right then, I'm sold. Can I schedule a private meeting with her? He asked. Yes, Zora replied, then raised a finger. But there are two things you should know about her first. The first, she's very beautiful. So much so that she's ranked on the Imperial Flower list. Huh? What's that? Alex asked, confused. What? How can you not know what the Imperial Flower list is? Are you really a man? Zora looked at him in mock disbelief. How about we step into the other room, and I show you whether I'm a man or not? You up for it? Alex said, staring straight at her. Zora burst into laughter, waving it off before explaining. The Imperial Flower List is supposedly a ranking of the most beautiful women in the Empire. Among the younger generation, those under 30, Eleanor is ranked first. Hence the title Flower of the Empire. Are you on the list? Alex asked, feigning innocence. No. Father made sure of that, Zora answered. Ah, I see. So that's why? I was beginning to think the judges of that list had eyes purely for decoration. Alex teased without missing a beat. Zora smiled like a blooming flower, trying and failing to hide her amusement. Anyway, she said, regaining composure, whatever you do, don't call Eleanor by that title, or even compare her beauty to a flower. She absolutely hates it. She might end the conversation before it even begins. Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully before nodding. Noted. The second thing to note, Zora continued, is that within the Enclave, she doesn't go by Eleanor Ledevicus, for obvious reasons. So be careful not to call her that in public. What name does she use? Nevia, Zora answered. Nevia Amian. Zora helped Alex draft a letter addressed to Lady Eleanor Ledevicus, politely requesting a private meeting. To Alex's surprise, Eleanor replied almost immediately through the same courier, and accepted the invitation without delay. The meeting was scheduled for 3 days later, allowing both sides ample time to prepare. In the meantime, Alex found himself relatively free. Yudara was out training under Sir Alan Holder somewhere, leaving little room for the conversation he believed they needed to have. Considering how close the interspatial travel date was, Sir Holder wanted to pass on as much knowledge as possible before their departure. Alex fully supported this and was grateful for it. Though he felt the growing need to speak with her, he wasn't disturbed by her absence. For the next 3 days, Alex spent his time meeting and greeting a few old acquaintances at the Enclave, though, admittedly, there weren't many. The most important of these meetings was with Grand Mage Agrut and his Orc faction. Agrut was the Orcish Grand Mage who had intervened on Alex's behalf when Grand Mage Roderick Eber, a human, tried to prematurely end Alex's dragon duel against Marcus Hertarian, even though Alex had been clearly winning. Thanks to the Orc Warlock Professor, who had also prevented Marcus's gang from attacking Alex after class, Alex had built a cordial rapport with the Enclave's Orc community, a relationship that seemed destined to continue. "I'm surprised you still came to visit us, young Master Alex," Grand Mage Agrut said with a rumbling laugh as they sat in his study. "Why would you say that, Sir Agrut?" Alex asked, genuinely puzzled. "I've heard that orcs from the Ironmourn Desert attacked your family's lands, even ravaged the territories neighboring yours," the Grand Mage said. "It would be understandable if you held some distrust, or perhaps even a little hatred towards Orcind." "I don't see how that follows, Sir Agrut." Alex leaned back calmly. "The orcs of the Ironmourn Desert are one tribe, a small subset of Orcind. To hate an entire race because of the actions of a few is illogical. By that same logic, you should have more reason not to meet with me. And yet, here we are." Agrut blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Then a wide grin spread across his tusked face. "Indeed. Here we are," the orc laughed heartily, slapping his thigh with delight. Agrut and his orc tribe had been persecuted by many human factions before finally finding sanctuary within the Dragonhold Enclave, a place where interracial balance was maintained largely thanks to the deterrence and authority of the Dragonslayer himself, Merlin Pendragon. Despite their many ill-fated encounters with mankind, Agrut's tribe had not developed a blanket hatred for humans. They remained discerning, mindful of who their true enemies were and who they were not. They ensured their children were not raised in a vicious cycle of racial hatred and discrimination. Of course, they often clashed with human factions like Roderick Eber's group, but those were political confrontations, not conflicts born of prejudice. Their rivalries were driven by the struggle for limited resources, as dictated by the laws of nature itself, survival of the fittest. In essence, to Agrut's tribe, their conflicts with humans were not personal, merely business. Unfortunately, many human groups didn't share that same clarity. Alex, however, felt perfectly at ease among them. Their conversations ranged from magical theory to philosophical discourse, and the orc's unique worldview offered a refreshing breadth of perspective that Alex found invigorating. By the end of the day, Alex left the tribe's landholding in the Enclave city with the orcs utterly drunk. It wasn't that Alex could outdrink them, far from it. Rather, the orcs had respected his wish to abstain from alcohol, offering him simple fruit meat instead, while they downed barrels of strong liquor. That said, Alex matched their enthusiasm cup for cup, chugging his fruit juice in equal measure, and ensured the festive mood went uninterrupted. Such mutual displays of respect were rare among humans, who too often let pride and notions of face poison their interactions. Later, Alex also spent some time with Pinchcoin and the finance department. He deliberately lowered his own stance before the gnome, always taking care to praise him and subtly boost his reputation in front of his subordinates, a move that earned him wide, toothy smiles from the gnome's round face. Not only Pinchcoin, but Alex also flattered each of the finance department staff in turn, ensuring he maintained good relations with all of them. His efforts paid off almost immediately. The department began involving him in nearly every project they worked on, bouncing ideas back and forth. Both sides treated one another as peers, and everyone involved came away richer, in insight and in opportunity. On Alex's part, he had completed facilitating the city development plan between the Enclave and the Golden Palace. All that remained were the stamps and signatures of both legal heads, Zora and Haggleworth, each of who were just a phone call away. His only regret over the past 3 days was not being able to meet with Asta, who, much like Yudara, had gone on a training excursion with her teacher. Apparently, Asta's efforts in spatial mage training had paid off. She had caught the attention of a great mage who took her in as a mentee. According to Asta, even within the short time since they'd met, her teacher had already begun to feel like a second mother to her. That eased Alex's worries for his first retainer. He trusted that the great mage truly had Asta's best interests at heart. To be honest, he also hoped that through Asta, he could eventually bring a proper Dragonhold Enclave, certified great mage under his banner. Such a connection would be a priceless addition to his growing network. With his assets secured, agents cultivated, and contacts established, Alex's focus shifted to his upcoming meeting with Lady Eleanor Ledevicus, or, as she was known within the Enclave, Nevia Amian. Alex stood before a mirror, adjusting the cuffs of his stylized, formal rogue-inspired noble suit. Zora approached him from behind and helped straighten his necktie. "Do you remember everything I told you about her?" she asked, her voice calm but sharp. "You know I do, Milady Queen," Alex replied with a wry smile. "I'm asking again, so you'll keep it in mind. Don't do anything reckless," Zora cautioned. "I can't promise that, Zora," he said, his tone steady. "I don't intend to walk on eggshells around her. I'm not going to hide who I am, especially from someone who'll have to accept me as I am sooner or later. Better we clash now than fail later." "Fine, never mind then," Zora sighed. "Sorry you have to deal with my stubbornness," Alex said quickly, leaning forward to kiss her before smiling apologetically. "It's fine. I'm used to it, and your recklessness, at this point," she said, a hint of amusement softening her tone. "Go on and do whatever you feel is right. I'll handle the aftermath. Just don't cause too much trouble." She patted his chest once she finished fixing his tie. "When have I ever caused trouble?" Alex grinned, hugging her quickly before she could respond. Then he turned and strode toward the door, where Dread was already waiting. As usual, Fun and Senu had slipped away somewhere, likely to the beast sanctuary run by the Beast Tamer Department. The two had been causing quite a ruckus there over the past few days. Alex had already left a standing tab at the department to cover any damages they caused. Money was power within the Enclave, where magical resources cost a pretty penny. Between the steady stream of payments and the rare opportunity to observe two unique mutated beasts, the beast taming department was more than willing to tolerate them. In fact, they'd even granted Fun and Senu Nyan restricted access to the sanctuary. If not for that place, Alex wasn't sure how he would have kept the two inquisitive and hyperactive beasts occupied. "I'm really a bad beast master," he thought wryly. Setting the thought aside, Alex smoothly mounted his trusty nightmare steed. "I'm off, my queen," he said with his usual suave smile. "Make sure you bring home a princess," Zora replied, her tone teasing. "I'll do my best," he chuckled, then spurred Dread forward. The nightmare horse's hooves thundered softly as it galloped through the misty streets of the Enclave. About half an hour later, Alex arrived at a high-end lounge nestled in the heart of the city. The building exuded the elegance of a Victorian-era clubhouse, like one of those old-money societies from his previous life. The ambience within was equally refined, dignified, and subtly intimidating. "Young Master Alex, we've been expecting you," a butler greeted at the door, bowing slightly before leading him through a velvet-draped corridor to a private suite. The room opened into a luxurious lounge with a balcony overlooking the glittering cityscape. A small table and two chairs were arranged elegantly at the balcony's edge. "The lady has arrived and is preparing in the inner chamber. She will be with you shortly," the butler said before taking his leave. "Thank you," Alex nodded, settling into his seat. He turned his gaze to the glowing skyline of Dragonhold below, waiting patiently. Moments later, a soft, graceful presence entered the room. Alex turned, and despite his mental preparation, found himself momentarily stunned. Approaching him was a woman of breathtaking beauty, clad in a flowing white gown lined with gold accents and adorned with fine jewelry that shimmered with understated brilliance. This was none other than the flower of the empire, Lady Eleanor Ledevicus, or as the Enclave knew her, Nevia Amian. A woman who could be described as a voluptuous, golden-haired elven beauty. When Zora told Alex about Lady Eleanor Ledevicus, he had grossly underestimated what she was like. Not only did her beauty place her among the most stunning women he had ever seen in both his lives, easily putting Zora and Diana Lynchfield, the illusionist hound, in close competition, she also, without a doubt, possessed the most impressive figure of any woman he had ever encountered. While there were no bras in this world, Alex was fairly certain her cup size had to be at least an H cup, almost as large as his head. Gross exaggeration? Maybe. And yet, Despite their monumental proportions, those twin peaks defied gravity with effortless poise, standing perky and proud, as if blessed by mythical craftsmanship itself. Must be the nourishing support of the Fey monarch bloodline, Alex thought dryly. Still, as arresting as her beauty and assets were, what truly caught Alex's attention were her ears. Elf, he nearly blurted aloud. Lady Eleanor didn't just inherit her maternal bloodline. She had taken on her maternal race. Judging by the length and elegance of her ears, she was a proper elf, not merely human. Unfortunately, Alex hadn't yet met a high elf in person, so he couldn't say for certain if she was one. But given that she carried the Fey monarch bloodline, a trait exclusive to the high elves, it was safe to assume she was indeed one of them. By the time Eleanor closed the distance between them to just a few feet, Alex had already regained his composure. He rose smoothly from his seat. "Greetings, Lady Eleanor." Then he froze. So did she. For a moment, the air between them rippled with an unseen force. Both of them felt it. A pull, a strange sense of familiarity, a resonance. Bloodline nature and affinity resonance. Alex realized. Bloodline nature resonance. A phenomenon so rare that most people went their entire lives without experiencing it. It occurred only when two individuals possessed bloodlines of equal strength, high purity, and similar elemental nature or affinity. Theoretically, it sounded simple. In practice, it was almost impossible. The conditions had to align with near-perfect precision, something that bordered on cosmic coincidence. For Alex and Eleanor, the phenomenon quickly escalated. Their bloodlines began to flow in perfect synchrony, their powers rising together in a state that felt both stressful and intoxicating. Within moments, the resonance deepened to the point that even their heartbeats seemed to align. The rhythm of their blood flow synchronized, pulsing as one. Not good, Alex thought grimly. He instinctively knew he couldn't let this continue. His blood was far from ordinary. Unlike Eleanor, whose Fey monarch bloodline pulsed with solar-natured energy, Alex's contained far more. His solar Oromir bloodline was fused with the primal Führer bloodline, both empowered by dragon essence. That fusion made his bloodline the dominant one in the resonance. His power was pulling Eleanor's Fey monarch blood toward his state of being. The problem? Alex's body had been refined under dragon essence. His blood essence and bone marrow were forged through that fusion, making his blood far denser and more metaphysically viscous than any normal human's. His heart and vessels had long adapted to pump such blood effortlessly, but if that same pressure suddenly forced itself upon an unprepared heart like Eleanor's, a stroke might be the least of her problems. This meeting is going off to such a great start, Alex thought dryly. Calm madness. Without hesitation, he roused the Führer half of his bloodline, which had been quietly watching from within, and forced it into fusion with the Oromir side. Pop! A sharp psychic sound echoed in both their minds. The resonance shattered the instant Alex's fused bloodline shifted state, severing the connection. His combined Führer, Oromir nature now stood completely dissonant with Eleanor's Fey monarch essence. Both of them exhaled in relief. Is the world trying to get me or something? How does a simple meeting turn into a near-death experience? Alex rubbed his temple, feeling a headache coming on. Suppressing the urge to sigh again, he calmly circled to the other side of the table and pulled out a chair for her, like a proper gentleman. Choosing to ignore what had just happened. There was no point in bringing it up. If this meeting went poorly, discussing it would only make things worse. And if it went well, and they did end up joining houses, it would sort itself out naturally. Either Eleanor was too startled to mention it, or had reached the same conclusion, because she didn't say a word about the resonance either. "Thank you," she said softly as she took her seat. Alex nodded and returned to his seat. Just then, the lounge staff entered, pushing in a cart laden with cakes, herbal tea, milk, and sweeteners. Neither Alex nor Eleanor spoke. Instead, they quietly used the time the staff took to set up the table to observe one another. To Alex, Eleanor embodied the very ideal of elven beauty as often described in the tales of his previous life. The first thing that captivated any audience was, without doubt, her beauty, and rightly so. Unlike Zora's cold, mature allure or Eudara's wild, seductive charm, Eleanor's beauty was softer, tinged with an almost divine grace. She looked like a saintess, one whose mere existence made lust itself feel sacrilegious. Yet, paradoxically, she also evoked a darker, more dangerous temptation, the forbidden desire to see that holiness tainted and fall from grace. Whoa, easy there, Alex. Those are some seriously dark thoughts you're having. He scolded himself silently. Looking past her divine appearance and into her eyes, however, Alex saw something far more grounded. Calculating eyes that weighed everything with scales of pragmatism, measuring benefit against cost. The staff left hurriedly once the table was set. As if on cue, both Alex and Eleanor moved simultaneously. Eleanor gracefully cut and served the cake, while Alex poured her a cup of herbal tea. For himself, he went with milk and honey. They exchanged the snacks and drinks with smooth, unspoken coordination. Their movements were so fluid, so natural, that anyone watching might doubt this was their first meeting. Yet, while to an outsider they might seem like a harmonious couple, to the two seated at that table, it felt more like a high-stakes negotiation, one that could shape the fate of their respective worlds. Well, that wouldn't be entirely wrong. After all, the outcome of this conversation would determine both their futures. Alex's lips curved into his familiar faint smile. "Lady Eleanor, you are as beautiful and graceful as they say," he began, his tone polite but perfunctory. Before she could respond, he continued, "The reason I called for this meeting is to annul the agreement reached between your family and myself." Eleanor's composure faltered for the first time. "You wish to break the marriage pact?" she asked, needing to be sure. "Indeed, I do," Alex replied with a calm nod. "Indeed, I do," Alex said with a nod. "I want to dissolve the agreement made between your family and my father, in order to form a new contract, one between just the two of us." The first half of his statement caught Eleanor completely off guard. For a moment, her mind froze. It almost sounded like he was rejecting her. But before she could decide whether to feel insulted, offended, or simply shocked, the second half of his words landed, and she found herself thoroughly thrown off balance. Alex went on, his tone steady and deliberate. "Since we are the two primary parties involved, I'm of the opinion that we alone should decide the terms of our marriage contract. It should not be based or predicated on external influences beyond ourselves. Therefore, I wish to annul the previous contract agreed upon between your family and my father." From his suit's inner breast pocket, Alex withdrew an envelope and slid it across the table toward her. "In that envelope is a letter of recommendation to a new academy being established by a patron of the Golden Palace," he explained. "That letter guarantees your brother's admission into the school." He paused, watching her reaction before adding, "While the academy may seem insignificant for now, the Golden Palace is anything but. In a few weeks, its influence will reach heights where even royalty would offer it face. You can imagine the prestige an academy under its protection will gain." He leaned back slightly, his voice calm but firm. "That letter is one of only a handful that guarantees full scholarship and patron protection. In our empire, only the imperial son himself could issue something of similar weight." Alex's smile softened just a little. "As long as your brother attends the academy, he'll be beyond the reach of the jackals circling him. You won't have to worry about his safety anymore. And with that assurance, your deal with my father is no longer necessary." Alex spoke quickly, giving Eleanor no chance to interrupt until he was finished. Eleanor stared at the man across the table, confusion flashing through her eyes. If the letter and the academy were truly as he described, then he had just thrown away the greatest bargaining chip that secured this union in the first place. Even without arrogance, she knew her worth. If she so wished, the number of men who would line up to ask for her hand could fill the road from the enclave to the imperial capital, and many among them possessed far greater status and power than the young man now sitting opposite her. If not for his father, one of the few living legends with both the deterrence and the will to protect her brother, she would never have agreed to such an arrangement. Not to someone she had never met, and certainly not to an earl's son who, at the time, was weaker than herself. Now, that same person was willingly discarding the very leverage that tied her to him. She couldn't understand. "What are you after?" Eleanor finally asked, her tone sharp. "If possible, marriage," Alex said plainly. "But at the very least, friendship. A true friendship, not one born from having leverage over the other." but one forged through intertwined benefits and mutual respect. Intertwined benefits and mutual respect. Eleanor repeated, disbelief coloring her tone. You expect me to believe that you, a noble scion, would give up the guaranteed privilege of taking the hand of a daughter of the imperial clan? The so-called flower of the empire? Alex chuckled. I was told you hated that title. I do. Eleanor snapped, her teeth lightly gnashing before she caught herself. It's nothing but a shallow, demeaning label. She straightened in her chair, her composure swiftly returning. Don't evade my question. I didn't intend to, Alex replied calmly. Daughter of the imperial clan, flower of the empire. What does that have to do with me? He shrugged. I'm already set to marry Lady Zora. If not for my family's shenanigans, we wouldn't even be here. He met her gaze evenly. You might be a daughter of the imperial clan, but you don't hold much weight within it. In truth, your prestige is lower than even Zora's. She's the daughter of the Dragonhold Enclave's Tower Master, a peak legend or beyond. Not to mention, she's the Enclave's major domo in her own right. If prestige from marriage was what I wanted, marrying Zora, a woman I already share mutual affection with, would more than suffice. His tone remained calm, almost detached as he continued. And if I were here for your beauty, ask yourself honestly, can you truly claim to be more beautiful than Zora? Isn't that one of the reasons you reject that superficial title, the flower of the empire? Though Alex's words sounded antagonistic, the way he spoke made it clear he wasn't trying to belittle her. He was merely stating facts. Still, it wasn't pleasant to hear. Then why are you here? Eleanor's voice sharpened, her composure finally cracking. I am here for you, Eleanor Ledevicus, Alex said simply, pointing to her. Huh? Eleanor blinked, stunned. I am here for you, Eleanor Ledevicus. Not for one of many imperial princesses. Not for a title-bearer adored by the masses. But for you, the woman who studied and worked relentlessly to become a Tier 3 healer. The woman who poured through compendium after compendium, brewed potion after potion, to also reach Tier 3 as an alchemist. The one who, starting with a new name and little support, built one of the finest mid-level alchemy shops in the entire enclave. Alex's tone softened. That is the woman I'm here for. The one I would consider it a privilege to take the hand of in marriage, or at the very least, to build a relationship of mutual respect with. He leaned back slightly, his expression calm but sincere. That is why I'm here, Eleanor. That's why we are here. Eleanor was left speechless. For most of her life, every conversation she'd ever had followed a predictable script, praise for her beauty and or reverence for her lineage. Neither were things she was proud of. In truth, she loathed them both. No one ever spoke of the things she had actually earned. It was the first time someone who knew her true background, had looked beyond the surface and praised her for her effort, her achievements, and her strength. And it shook her far more than she cared to admit. Eleanor had long given up on such a possibility of being recognized for her own merits. That yearning had driven her to take on a disguise and assume a new name when she came to the Dragonhold Enclave. Why else would she go to such lengths, if not to be judged by her skills and abilities alone? Finally being validated for her hard work hit her so deeply, so unexpectedly, that she was momentarily lost for words. However, before the feeling could fully take hold, Alex suddenly smiled and said, seemingly out of nowhere, "You really do deserve the title of Flower of the Empire." She instinctively glared at him. "You don't have to look at me like that," Alex laughed lightly. "You know what I think? I think the reason you dislike that title so much is because it's far too general. My cousin, Countess Megan Fury, is known as the Iron Rose of the Fury family, or sometimes the Iron Rose of the Empire. Whichever version people use, it fits her perfectly. She owns that title because it encapsulates her identity." He leaned forward slightly. "Maybe you just need a specific flower that encapsulates yours." Eleanor studied the man across from her for a moment. She realized she'd been letting him steer the entire conversation. Perhaps that was why she found herself unable to respond quickly. He dictated the flow, and she kept falling into rhythm with him. She exhaled softly, feeling a strange sense of defeat, though she told herself there was no competition to begin with. "And what flower do you think encapsulates my identity and efforts, as you put it?" she asked. "I don't know," Alex admitted easily. "Wouldn't that be for you to decide?" Eleanor shook her head gently. "Titles are vain if they're self-given. The best titles are those bestowed by others, she said. Take your cousin, for instance. Her title wasn't one she gave herself, was it? You're right. It wasn't, Alex nodded. Then, since you've asked for a relationship of mutual respect, that implies you have some understanding of me. Eleanor continued, her tone measured. After all, mutual respect stems from mutual understanding and recognition. That sounds perfectly logical. Alex agreed with a faint smile. In that case, Eleanor said in a measured tone, use that understanding and recognition you claim to have of me to come up with a fitting flower. Are you sure you want me to do that? I'm not exactly known for my naming sense, Alex replied with an amused grin. Take it as a sign of the beginning of our mutual respect, Eleanor countered. I'm giving you that privilege, and you'll be doing me the honor of the name. Respect on both sides. Win-win, then. Alex chuckled. Very well, I'll gladly accept the privilege granted to me. He added after a brief pause. However, I'll need some time. It would be disrespectful to you if I simply threw out a random name, wouldn't it? Eleanor felt he was intentionally playing a subtle back-and-forth game, and to her surprise, she didn't mind it in the slightest. That's a reasonable request, she said, smiling faintly. The two of them turned their attention to the cakes before them. Is it to your liking? Eleanor asked. It's a little too sweet, Alex admitted, but still good. Are you always this honest? She asked, raising a brow. Maybe. Alex tilted his head as though genuinely thinking it over. Most of the time, I guess. I've been told I'm too honest for my own good. He took another bite. And that hasn't changed you? I don't see why it should, Alex replied easily. I've rarely had reason, or incentive, to lie. Especially not today, when we're trying to build a relationship. If I lied, you'd find out eventually anyway. Might as well put everything on the table now, so we can stay ahead of it. Eleanor let out a small laugh. I can see why people say that about you. You really are too honest for your own good. Really? Alex asked, smiling playfully. Really? She affirmed, smiling back. They finished the slices of cake before them, the quiet moment between them oddly comfortable. Then, as if remembering why they were there in the first place, Eleanor spoke again. So, what exactly do you want from me? A partner, Alex replied without hesitation. Romantic, business, or otherwise. I just need your skills, primarily. He leaned back in his seat. There are two halves to it. For the first, I need your assistance to help advance my class. And what class is that? A unique class one call Rune Master, Alex replied. As the name suggests, my class involves all manner of rune mastery. I'm reaching a point where I can no longer process the materials I need on my own, with my limited knowledge of alchemy. I've mostly been getting by with forgesmithing, but you're reaching a stage where you need alchemical materials to progress further, so forgesmithing alone won't cut it. Eleanor cut in. Let me guess, you're already occupied with runes and forgesmithing, so you don't have the extra time needed to take up alchemy as well. Alex smiled. See, our partnership's already off to a great start. You're finishing my thoughts for me. Don't get ahead of yourself. I haven't agreed to anything yet, Eleanor said, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. Alex's smile didn't waver. You're correct, he confirmed calmly. What kind of materials exactly are you looking to work with? Eleanor asked. I can't go into specifics until we're in agreement. All I can say for now is that it will involve upper Tier 3 materials. Tier 3 covered all applicable to Class 3 and Class 4 utility. Class 3, elite grade, being lower tier, while Class 4, veteran grade, was the upper tier. That's not good enough. I need to know exactly what I'm getting involved in, Eleanor said firmly. Alex shook his head. No can do. This concerns my unique class, so I hope you understand my caution. Even if we do reach an agreement, how much I can disclose will still depend on how intimate we decide our partnership to be. That's how important this is to me. How do you expect me to commit to something I'm not aware of? Eleanor asked. Another aspect of a mutual relationship is trust, Alex said evenly. Trust cuts both ways. I'm asking you to trust me now, just as I've trusted you. What are you? She began, then stopped. Her eyes widened as realization dawned. Alex had displayed a form of trust by giving her the letter of recommendation before even saying a word. He could have used that letter to pressure her into compliance, but he didn't. Instead, he placed it openly on the table, giving her the freedom to choose, stay or walk away. Considering how important the letter was, this was no small gesture. She could have taken it and left, and he would have handed over something priceless for nothing in return. Likewise, information about one's class was usually a closely guarded secret. Yet Alex had revealed so much, trusting her not to speak of it. Once again, he had offered trust without receiving any assurance in return. Now, it was up to Eleanor to decide whether that trust was misplaced or deserved. Eleanor quietly mused over these unspoken thoughts as she regarded the man sitting opposite her. "So, let me get this straight," she began. "You're in need of an alchemist. And here I am, the alchemist you need, conveniently already betrothed to you. Yet instead of capitalizing on that, you choose to break the betrothal so you can forge a new relationship with me. One of my choosing, that will then determine how much access you have to my skills." She leaned slightly forward. "Did I leave anything out?" "That's the gist of it, yes," Alex nodded. "I thought you were strange for a noble, but I was wrong. You're just strange in general. I prefer enigmatic, but thanks," Alex replied lightly. "I don't think I meant that as a compliment," Eleanor said. Then, after a short pause, she frowned. "Actually, I'm not even sure anymore." Alex chuckled. "I know it's a lot to think about," he said as he stood. "So I'll take my leave and give you time to ponder it. Personally, I think we'd get along quite well, and I still hope you'll choose the marriage option. But if not, I'm perfectly willing to settle for a business partnership." "Then you shouldn't have spoken about voiding the betrothal in the first place," she quipped. "Yeah, I'm starting to regret that a little now," Alex admitted with a sheepish smile. "So," Eleanor asked, eyes narrowing with curiosity, "why did you do it?" "My principles," Alex replied simply. "I always trust the people I use, and I never use those I don't trust. If we'd gone ahead with the betrothal as it was, I would have felt like I used your brother to force you into it. And if you were forced, you wouldn't give your all to my cause. And if you didn't give your all, then I couldn't trust you. And if I can't trust you, you won't use me, thus defeating the purpose of marrying in the first place," Eleanor cut in smoothly. Alex smiled faintly. "Exactly. So I decided to nip the problem in the bud. If you choose to partner with me of your own free will, neither of us will harbor doubts. And without doubts, trust can grow. And with trust comes understanding and progress for both of us," Eleanor said, finishing his thought again. "Precisely." Alex grinned. "See? It's already working. We're building a healthy understanding of each other to the point we're finishing each other's sentences. Imagine what we could accomplish once we bring that rapport into our crafts." Eleanor gave him a sidelong glance, but a small, reluctant smile touched her lips. "All right," she said at last. "I'll take you up on your offer and think about it." "Excellent." Alex rose from his seat. "Then I'll be expecting a favorable response." "It'll be your fault if you don't get one," Eleanor teased lightly. "Maybe," Alex said with a smile, turning to leave. He had almost reached the door when he suddenly stopped. "Ah," he exclaimed, spinning back around. "I've got it." "Got what?" Eleanor asked, raising a brow. "The flower that encapsulates your identity," Alex declared. "A heart of sun blossom, the Salanthera." "A sunheart blossom?" Eleanor echoed softly. She fell silent for a moment, her mind flipping through half-remembered pages of botanical compendiums she'd studied. The Salanthera, also known as the heart of sun blossom, was an exceedingly rare flower. Its silken outer petals faded from creamy ivory to blush pink and lavender near the base, while faint violet-blue veins traced the undersides in intricate patterns. At its heart bloomed 5 luminous white, star-shaped florets with golden centers that glowed faintly at dusk. Its slender stem bore powdery blue, lance-shaped leaves that curled gracefully outward in quiet elegance. The Salanthera flower symbolized quiet royalty, grace, subtle elegance, and natural poise. It represented hidden opulence, layers of refinement, deep emotional richness, and intellect. It also embodied understated kindness, modesty, loyalty, and humility, and a radiant spirit filled with healing, purity, and gentle light. It was said to be a metaphysical bloom that only revealed itself under the light of the providence of kindness. Just as origin flames were coveted by alchemists, forge smiths, and craftsmen alike, the Salanthera was a mythical flora sought by healers. Once bound to a healer, mage, or warlock, it was said to amplify their healing prowess to unprecedented levels. The Salanthera was a flower one could easily overlook at first glance. It didn't flaunt its beauty or demand attention. Yet, upon closer inspection, Its soft, refined radiance and quiet elegance revealed a beauty far more enduring than any loud splendor. It was a flower that didn't try to shine, and yet did, with a subtle regality that made its superiority self-evident. Alex had chosen this flower because, to him, it reflected exactly what Eleanor was, and what she strove to be. With that, Alex left the collateral princess to her thoughts and walked out of the suite, making his way out of the clubhouse. He didn't say another word. He didn't need to. His goals had already been achieved. Every step of his approach, from surrendering the letter to their exchange of ideals, had been carefully orchestrated. He had made sure to distinguish himself from any other suitor she might have met, elevating his worth by showcasing both his principles and his potential, all while subtly capturing her curiosity. Eleanor might have assumed his actions were scattered, but in truth, they were deliberate. Each move crafted to guide her into making the decision he wanted, all while making her believe it was her own choice. "I'd make one scary villain," Alex mused with a faint smirk. By the time he reached the entrance, a stable steward was already waiting for him, holding Dread's reins. The man's stiff posture and careful grip said it all. The act of handling that beast was no small feat, only sheer professionalism kept him from showing more than a flicker of unease. Alex smiled, accepting the reins while slipping a few coins into the steward's hand. With a smooth vault, he mounted his trusty steed. The air stirred beneath Dread's hooves as Alex rode off towards the Enclave Tower, a quiet smile tugging at his lips. He was confident he'd be receiving that favorable answer soon enough. Alex wore a puzzled look on his face. Ha ha ha. Across the table, Zora was doubled over, laughing so hard her sides hurt. It had been 2 days since Alex's meeting with Eleanor. He'd been so confident after that discussion, certain she would reach out within hours to confirm their deal. Yet now, 2 whole days later, there was still nothing. Not so much as a peep from her. Alex's lips twitched as Zora continued laughing at his expense. If it weren't for the rather jiggly view that came with it, he might have actually spanked her rear already for mocking him. Of course, only to get her to stop laughing, and definitely not because of how pleasantly supple it would have felt. Of course not. At least, that's what he told himself. Cough, he faked a cough. Unfortunately, his attempt at pretending to stay composed only made things worse. The more he tried to look dignified, the harder Zora laughed. "Stop, my ribs," she gasped between laughs, clutching her side. "Oh, would you stop that already?" Alex glared. "I'm trying, but you're not helping," she wheezed through her laughter. With a long-suffering sigh, Alex stood and gently pulled her into a hug. "All right, breathe in, breathe out," he murmured, patting her back in slow, calming strokes. Gradually, Zora's laughter started to fade. "Feeling better?" he asked. "Just a little," she replied, pushing herself away from his chest. But the moment her eyes landed on his sulking face, her lips twitched again. She almost broke into another fit of laughter. "Here, drink." Alex handed her a cup of water from the table. "Keep your throat occupied." Uffed. That did it. Those words plus the sour expression on his face broke the final straw. But just before she completely lost it, Zora snatched the cup from his hand. "Small sips." Alex warned quickly when he saw her about to down it all at once. Thankfully, she caught herself in time and took a few measured sips, focusing on her breathing. While she composed herself, Alex turned to a nearby shelf and browsed through the books on it. Less to find a book, and more to keep his face out of Zora's view until she regained her composure. A few minutes passed before Zora finally managed to get her laughter under control. "Done laughing at my face?" Alex asked without looking back. "Yes," she said sweetly, a teasing smile tugging at her lips. "Thanks. It was more fun than laughing behind your back." His lips twitched again. "So," she continued, "what are you going to do now?" "About?" Alex feigned ignorance. "Stop behaving like a child." Zora rolled her eyes. "Eleanor. What are you going to do about Eleanor?" "Nothing." Alex shrugged. "I'll leave her be if she doesn't want the partnership. If father complains, I'll tell him she broke it off." "Are you sure?" Zora warned. "That might make your father pick someone else. And if his short list is anything to go by, you won't like his choice." Alex frowned, then shook his head. "I'll cross that bridge later. Right now I need to focus on the Kellerman negotiation. They're asking to expedite the date. Most likely they want it over and done with so they can focus on their upcoming interplanar expedition." He closed the book he'd been idly flipping and faced her. Earl Kellerman will either want Josiah to lead the expedition or have him hold down the fort in the fief while he personally goes on the expedition, Zora observed. Knowing what they have to pay your family, we'll let them know and plan the resources they can commit to the expedition. She glanced at the book of beast hides in Alex's hand as she asked, "How do you want to approach this? Depending on what you demand, you could choke off their resource pool for the expedition and hamper any recovery plan based on the exploitation of their plane." Alex put the book back and shook his head. "I don't intend to ask for coin or material resources," he answered. "I won't really damage their recovery as much as you'd think. Even without their layman mine, with the interspatial orb in hand, they still have leverage with which they could get loans to finance the endeavor after paying us off, amongst other measures they can take." He shrugged. Even if they are forced to leave for the plane with the bare minimum, they might still strike something valuable in the plane. So, worrying about every variable is a waste. We should focus on our needs. If we get stronger, we'll beat them regardless of what the Kellermans bring back. Zora tilted her head. "So it isn't coin, and it isn't materials. The reparation you could want, and can get, is land. You're eyeing Kellerman territory." "Aye." Alex nodded. "Once my family's negotiation team arrives, I'll get them working on a plan to convince Earl George Kellerman to cede land." "That won't be easy," Zora pointed out. "It's a great shame for a noble to lose his lands. And from what you've told me, Earl Kellerman sounds like a prideful man." "Perhaps." Alex nodded, his tone solemn, but then his eyes gleamed. "In that case, we'll just use his pride against him." Seeing that confident glint return, Zora said no more. She trusted he would handle it somehow. "I'll leave you to it," she said, rising to her feet. "I still have a lot of work to do, thanks to you." Before she could leave, Alex caught her arm and pulled her gently into his embrace. His hand rested on her waist while her arms naturally found their way around his neck. "I mean this sincerely, Zora." "Thank you," he said quietly. "You don't need to thank me so often, Alex." Zora smiled faintly. "I'm doing this because I want to. Just make sure I don't regret it." "You won't. I promise," he replied instantly. "Then that's all." Her lips brushed his in a quick kiss before she stepped back. "I really need to go. We'll pick this up later." Zora hurried out. She had more on her plate than ever. Countless approvals pending for the entertainment city to be jointly built and managed by the Golden Palace and the Enclave. More importantly, she was preparing to hand over her position as the Enclave's majordomo. With Alex's interspatial expedition drawing near, Zora would be leaving alongside his team. That meant she had to ensure the Enclave continued running smoothly in her absence, especially since Uthvasgal had fallen into a deeper slumber and Merlin would not be as active as before. She was giving up everything, her authority, her comfort, and her safety, to follow him into an uncertain, dangerous journey through an unknown plane. Word alone could not describe how grateful he was to her. After she left, Alex sat in his dorm room, absently flipping through the books lining his shelves. He'd already read every one of them, and was simply passing time as he waited for a message. Finally, after half an hour, it arrived. It wasn't from Eleanor. It was from the Enclave gate. "Young Master Alex," the messenger reported, "there's a group asking for you. They claim to be from your family." "Thanks. I'll meet them myself," Alex replied, immediately rising to his feet. The people waiting for him were none other than the negotiation delegation from Ashen Castle. Alex, and by extension, the Fury family, had agreed to the Kellerman family's request to expedite the reparation talks. As a result, the delegation had to make haste to the Dragonhold Enclave. Although Alex and his retinue left Ashen Castle after the delegation, they still arrived first. The reason was simple. The delegation's members included several non-professionals, forcing them to travel the long route by carriage and horseback. The bodies of baseline humans were far too fragile to risk a journey through the skies on a Wyvern airline. Thus, they arrived a full week after Alex and his group had already reached the Enclave and settled in. Dread galloped behind the messenger's horse, kicking up dust as they approached the Enclave gates. "Young Master Alex, you didn't have to come all the way out here," said the guard captain, stepping forward as Alex dismounted. "We only needed your confirmation." "It's nothing, Captain. They're family," Alex replied with a smile. "It's only proper that I welcome them personally." He gave the man a reassuring pat on the shoulder before heading toward the arriving delegation as they climbed down from their carriages and horses. "Uncle Esmond," Alex greeted warmly. "I trust your journey was smooth." "As smooth as can be, young lord," the older man replied with a dry grin. "Nothing a day's rest, and a warm bed to soothe our bruised butts, can't fix." Alex chuckled wryly. Esmond Fury, one of the many true-blooded members of House Fury who, unfortunately, did not awaken his Fuhrer bloodline. Worse still, he lacked the potential to become a professional. But rather than resign himself to obscurity, Esmond had chosen a most unexpected path for a Fury, that of a scribe. In a family renowned for hot-headed and muscle-headed macho warriors, a calm intellectual was both rare and invaluable. This rare quality had eventually earned Esmond a position as a head clerk, ranking just beneath the Fury family's Magister Notarii. Still, even as a master of the pen rather than the sword, Esmond Fury remained a Fury through and through. Unlike the refined, silver-tongued scribes of other houses, he was as blunt and crude in his words, only just a bit more restrained than the Fury warriors. Crude or not, his skill and experience made him the perfect choice to lead the delegation, and to provide Alex with the capable support he needed for the upcoming talks. Alex guided the group to their prepared accommodations within the enclave, and thus, the countdown to the reparation talks with the Kellermans began. The next day, after the negotiation delegation had settled in, Alex met with them to discuss their strategy for the upcoming talks. "As per the Earl's instructions, young Lord Alex, you'll be responsible for handling the negotiations with the Kellerman family," said head scribe Esmond Fury as soon as the meeting began. "Our role will be purely supportive. You can discuss your ideas with me beforehand, and I'll give my suggestions. Once the talks conclude, my team and I will draft and finalize the necessary documents with our counterparts from the Kellerman side, so that you and Earl Kellerman can sign and make the agreement binding." Earl Drake had made it clear that he wanted Alex to handle this himself. Other than offering advice beforehand, Esmond and his team were ordered to stand down and only observe. The document work afterward was the primary reason the scribes had been included at all. Alex didn't object. His father had already impressed the same instructions upon him before departing the enclave. "So then, young Master Alex," Esmond asked, leaning back slightly, "what's your goal for these talks?" "At the bare minimum," Alex began calmly, "our goal is to secure the cession of the Conradi barony to us, as well as a 20-year mining right to all mines within their greater northwestern county. The first is reparations for the war. The second is the ransom for their heir, Josiah Kellerman." As expected, his declaration drew sharp looks of shock from the scribes. Everyone except Esmond, whose seniority and composure kept his face unreadable. But Alex wasn't done. "It would be best if we could get them to cede the entire county," he added casually. "Another option would be to lease the county to us for 20 years. The scribes stared at him, varying shades of disbelief flickering in their eyes. The genial-looking young master, so different from the usual Fury hotheads, might actually have the most voracious appetite of them all. He truly intended to swallow an entire county through a negotiation table, something many nobles spent their entire lives fighting for. There was no way Earl Kellerman would agree to that, right? All eyes turned to Esmond, who still hadn't spoken. The middle-aged man with the sharp goatee was deep in thought, his fingers stroking his beard as he considered Alex's words. Finally, Esmond spoke. "It won't be easy," he said slowly. "If the family head were the one negotiating, it might be possible. His legendary presence alone could intimidate anyone into compliance. But with you leading the talks, they won't hold you in high enough regard to take such a proposal seriously." The scribes' faces twitched at their leader's blunt words to the family's most popular young master. They immediately turned to Alex, anxious that he might take offense. However, Alex didn't mind in the slightest. Esmond was right, after all. Instead of anger, Alex smiled, to the scribe's collective surprise and relief. "Uncle Esmond," he said calmly, "have you ever heard the story of the tiger and the fox?" Esmond blinked, caught off guard. The tiger and the fox. Alex nodded. One day, a tiger caught a fox and was about to eat it. To save himself, the clever fox said, "Don't you dare. I've been ordained by the heavens as the king of all beasts. If you eat me, you'll be defying heaven's will." The tiger scoffed and demanded proof. So the fox proposed a test. "Follow me, and you'll see how the other animals fear me." The tiger agreed. The fox then walked proudly through the forest, the tiger trailing close behind. And sure enough, every animal that saw them fled in terror. Most never even noticed the tiger behind the fox. They simply ran the moment they saw the fox itself. Finishing the abridged folktale from his previous life, Alex turned to the scribes. Do you know why the animals fled at the sight of the fox, without ever seeing the tiger? One of the younger scribes hesitated before answering, because they didn't realize the fox was just a fox. It was the tiger's presence that scared them. The fox knew that, and took advantage of it. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flicker of realization passed between the scribes. Young Master Alex is the fox, the family head is the tiger, and the Kellermans are the forest animals. They understood. Alex intended to borrow the Earl's formidable reputation, to wield his father's presence even in his absence. What had seemed impossible moments ago now felt achievable. Morale surged throughout the room. Esmond, observing the shift, turned to Alex. His eyes glimmered as he caught sight of that crafty, almost playful smile. For a brief moment, he could have sworn he saw a fox's tail flick behind the boy. You really are a clever fox, young master, he mused with quiet amusement. Alex didn't know what Esmond was thinking, but he could tell from the scribes' faces that his little story had worked. Their confidence had returned. Esmond and 4 of the scribes would accompany him into the negotiation hall. If any of them showed even the faintest doubt, the Kellermans would sense weakness, and the entire negotiation would collapse before it even began. Rather than simply explaining his plan, Alex decided to perform it, in true scribe fashion. He spun a seemingly simple tale, the sort of story that carried a hidden message that the scribes loved to spend their time deciphering. As expected, the scribes instantly grasped the meaning behind the fox and tiger story. They filled in the blanks on their own, each mentally constructing what they believed to be Alex's grand strategy. And just like that, they convinced themselves that success was inevitable. Not a single flicker of doubt remained on their faces. In their minds, regardless of what form the talks took, the Kellermans were walking away from that negotiation table missing at least a kilogram of flesh. Sigh, being a sagely leader isn't easy, Alex mused inwardly, wiping imaginary sweat from his brow. Young Master Alex, one of the scribes asked curiously, what's the name of that story? Where did you find it? I came up with it, Alex replied shamelessly, without even blinking. Let's call it a fox and tiger skin. That'll be our code name for this negotiation. A fox and tiger skin. The scribes echoed in unison, as though reciting a sacred phrase. Their eyes glimmered with fervent admiration. Brilliant, one of them exclaimed. Esmond cleared his throat pointedly, drawing Alex's attention back to him. Relying on the family head's prestige to pressure the Kellermans is a clever strategy, he admitted, stroking his goatee. But negotiation and leverage are all about balance. Push too softly, and you gain little. Push too hard, and you might lose everything. Balance, young Master Alex, he finished gravely. Balance is key. I'm aware, Uncle Esmond, Alex said with a faint smile. Knock, knock. A sudden knock interrupted the meeting. One of the scribes stood and went to open the door, revealing an enclave guard standing smartly at attention. I bring an urgent message for young Master Alex, the guard announced. The scribe turned to Alex, who sat calmly at the center of the room. Alex gave a simple nod, granting permission. The guard stepped inside, bowed, and said, Young Master Alex, I have a message from Captain Guinness. He hesitated, glancing briefly at the other men in the room, silently asking if he should speak in private. It's fine, Alex said evenly, resting his chin on his hand. Let's hear it. Yes, young master, the guard reported briskly. Captain Guinness instructed me to inform you that a convoy from the Kellerman earldom has arrived. On board the carriages is Earl George Kellerman himself. A ripple ran through the Fury family members and agents in the room. Thank you for your hard work, Alex said with an easy smile. I'll take my leave now. The guard bowed again before quickly exiting to return to his post. As the door closed, a heavy silence settled over the room, a silence thick with thought and disbelief. Earl George Kellerman came himself. That stubborn, prideful old goat actually made the trip? The scribes exchanged uneasy glances while Esmond's brow furrowed deeply. By all logic, Earl Kellerman should have stayed far away from this meeting. After his family's humiliating defeat, and after having provoked the mad Earl himself, No one expected the man to show his face. Not before the Fury family. It was widely assumed he'd send a proxy with clear bottom lines, leaving both sides to feel each other out. But the news shattered that assumption entirely. Earl Kellerman's personal attendance changed everything. At least, for everyone except Alex. Alex had already suspected this outcome. He knew Kellerman had faced the Mad Earl once, and survived only because of the intervention of a royal. The experience would have burned itself into the man's pride, and that same pride wouldn't let him cower behind invoice. He had to come himself, not to negotiate from strength, but to preserve the last fragments of his vain dignity. He wants to prove that even after being crushed, he still has the courage to stand, Alex thought. Typical of an old lion on his last legs. In truth, Alex had been hoping for exactly this. After all, his fox-wearing tiger skin plan would work best against someone who had already looked into the eyes of the tiger and lived to remember the terror. For a brief moment, Alex's hands trembled. In his past life, negotiations weren't his arena. He was the technical expert, the one explaining systems and logic to the company's shot callers and her clients, never the one closing deals or playing political chess. But now, this was his table, his test, a true frontier in this new world. He exhaled slowly, a grin spreading across his face. Well then, let the dance begin. The Kellermans wasted no time. Or rather, they had no time to waste. Both parties of the reparation talks entered a private chamber within the Dragonhold Enclave the very next morning. Earl George Kellerman strode at the front of his delegation, his steps firm and deliberate, making it clear who led his side. His eyes swept across the Fury group opposite them, who were gathered in quiet formation without an obvious leader. Yet the man he expected to see was nowhere to be found. Already waiting in the room was an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s, though his voice carried the vigor of one still in his prime. "Welcome, gentlemen. My name is Tomon Lancaster," the old man introduced himself. "By request of both families, I have been sanctioned by the Empire to mediate these talks in the capacity of High Arbiter." His tone was calm, steady, and commanding, so much so that it diffused some of the tension that had already begun to thicken in the room, especially from Earl George Kellerman, whose expression darkened upon realizing Earl Drake Fury was absent. Were this meeting anywhere but a stronghold like the Dragonhold Enclave, and were the mediator anyone lesser than a grand magus like Tomon Lancaster, the Earl would likely have flipped the table already. Prestige, reputation, and, most importantly, strength. Grand Magus Tomon possessed all three. His very presence ensured that the talks would remain civil, especially here, in the colossal fortress of arcane might that was the Dragonhold Enclave's main tower. The Grand Magus took his seat at the midpoint of the long obsidian table and gestured toward both ends. "The representatives of each family will take these seats," he instructed. "The rest of your delegations may sit behind your representative. Only the representatives are permitted to speak." He paused, his gaze sweeping across both sides, the air thick with his quiet authority. "Maintain decorum. Anyone who disrupts these proceedings will be escorted out, and their family fined heavily by the Imperial Treasury. You have been warned." With that, he folded his hands and waited for the representatives to sit. Earl George Kellerman moved first, taking the seat to Tomon's right with barely restrained irritation. His delegation filled the row of seats behind him in practiced order. Across the table, the Fury delegation moved to the Grand Magus's left. Murmurs passed quietly between the Kellermans as tension began to mount. Who would represent the Fury side in the absence of the Mad Earl? Esmond Fury and his team of scribes settled into their places behind the representative's chair. Then, to the surprise of the Kellermans, Alex stepped forward and took the seat himself. "What is the meaning of this?" Earl Kellerman roared, slamming his palm on the table. "Since when did these negotiations become a stage for a child still wet behind the ears?" His face turned red as his voice echoed across the chamber. "Are you mocking me? Are you mocking the Empire itself?" he accused, his words thick with indignation. Alex said nothing. He merely met the man's furious gaze with a calm, unreadable stare. Then again, even if he had wanted to respond, he wouldn't have gotten the chance. Bang! Grand Mage Tomon struck his gavel against the table, the sharp sound cutting through the heated atmosphere. "Earl Kellerman, please take your seat," he said evenly. Who the Fury family sends as their representative is their prerogative. It has no bearing on you, and certainly not on the Empire. Earl Jor glared, but reluctantly returned to his seat. Turning to Alex, Grand Mage Tamon continued. That said, since this negotiation is being observed closely by the Imperial Son himself, I trust there is a valid reason for sending someone so inexperienced to such an important matter. Alex gave a short nod. Very well, the Grand Mage said after a brief pause. Let us begin. Please introduce yourselves for the record. 3 groups of scribes from Empire, Kellerman, and Fury sat ready to record every word. I am Earl Jord Kellerman, head of the Kellerman fiefdom to the northwest of the Empire. The older man declared first. I am Alex Fury, heir to Earl Drake Fury. Alex followed calmly. I am here on my father's behalf for this negotiation. Grand Mage Tamon's eyes narrowed slightly. Young Master Alex, are you and your father aware that whatever agreements are reached in this chamber are binding, and that your performance reflects directly on your family's standing? The Fury household may not later claim misrepresentation. We are aware, Alex replied. This was my father's decision. He reached back to Esmond, who handed him a sealed letter. Alex then passed it to the Grand Mage. Let the record show that young Master Alex Fury has submitted a letter of attorney from Earl Drake Fury, authorizing him to act on his behalf in these negotiations, the Grand Mage announced after reading it. He then passed the document to Earl Kellerman for verification. Rage immediately flooded the middle-aged man's face as his eyes darted across the contents. Even without having seen the letter, Alex could imagine his father's words and tone. I am too busy to attend this trivial matter. The boy is sufficient to represent me. Actually, Alex mused inwardly, suppressing the twitch of a smile. Father probably wouldn't even bother to be that polite. Earl Kellerman crushed the letter into a ball and hurled it to the floor before shooting to his feet. I will not stand for this insult, he roared. Regardless of this war, our houses are equal in standing. I made it clear that I would attend these talks personally. If he could not come himself, the least he could have done was send a proper representative, a subordinate count maybe, but not a brat. He turned sharply to his entourage. You know what? We're pulling out of these talks. Let the nobility decide whether this mockery of etiquette is acceptable behavior for a so-called earl. Mad or not. Grand Mage Tamon was about to speak when Alex calmly raised a hand to stop him. Before you walk through that door, you should know something, Earl Kellerman. Alex's voice rang out just as the Earl reached for the handle. If you leave this negotiation room after crumpling our family head's letter, we will consider the talks broken down and the ceasefire imposed by the rules of war void. For desecrating our family head's honor just now, we will resume hostilities. However, this time, it won't be just one branch of our family. It will be the entire Fury house. You'll get your wish, Earl Kellerman. You will not only get to see my family's counts, and maybe even my father himself, you will also receive the Fury army legions themselves. And when that happens, your son will no longer be treated as a peerage prisoner of war. He will be regarded as nothing more than an enemy combatant, and dispatched as such. Earl Kellerman froze mid-step. Slowly, he turned around, his face twisting with rage. Are you mad, boy? You dare threaten me? A violent pressure burst forth as his saintly aura flared to life. Grand Mage Tamon instantly raised his own power to block the pressure, his magic spreading like a protective barrier that shielded both his mediation team and the Fury delegation. Alex, however, remained seated, calm, cold, and unmoved. The turbulent wind from the clash of powers swept through his hair and clothes, yet he didn't even flinch. He realized in that moment that so long as no direct attack was involved, his body could withstand the pressure. After all, Jared's saintly aura had been far heavier than this. That sadist of a drill instructor had often made him train under that suffocating, heavy gravity-like pressure of his saintly aura. Compared to that, Earl Kellerman's aura was little more than a strong breeze. What are you doing, Earl Kellerman? Grand Mage Tamon's voice boomed. Are you showing contempt for an Imperial High Arbiter? Withdraw your saintly aura at once. Alex's spirit sight flared instinctively, and what he saw nearly made him whistle. The old man had already conjured a delayed Grade 8 spell in his hand. If Earl Kellerman didn't pull back his aura immediately, the spell would be unleashed. Moreover, judging by the massive flow of ambient mana rushing toward him, Alex could tell the Grand Mage had several more spells prepared in sequence, ready to fire in rapid succession. The precision, the efficiency, the utter control, it was art in motion. Now this is a mage. Alex thought inwardly, his lips curling ever so slightly. Earl Kellerman stared at Alex for a long, heavy moment, then shifted his gaze to Grand Mage Tamon. Eventually, he exhaled and withdrew his saintly aura. I apologize. I lost control of myself for a moment, the Earl said, bowing his head ever so slightly. Humph. Grand Mage Tamon snorted coldly before turning to Alex. Young Master Alex, as the offended party, you may decide whether the Earl should be punished for his misconduct. Alex, who hadn't moved a muscle since the beginning, waved his hand dismissively. No matter, he said with a faint smile. I can understand the Earl's position. Then his tone subtly shifted, still calm, but colder. However, that said, I should still address your earlier outburst. He tilted his head slightly. You asked if I was mad. The soft smile he always wore slowly turned unsettling. His eyes deepened in darker shade of crimson, gleaming faintly even under the hall's lighting. Calm madness. What do you think? A visible shiver ran down Earl Kellerman's spine. That face, that look, those eyes. They were the same as his. The man he loathed. The man he feared. Earl Drake Fury. Alex continued, his voice steady yet sharp enough to cut through steel. You asked if I was threatening you. He leaned forward ever so slightly, locking eyes with the Earl. His expression was eerily composed, but behind that calm gleamed a predatory hunger, quiet, deadly, and unblinking. I am Fury, he said slowly, every word deliberate. We do not threaten. We don't warn. We make promises. He paused, long enough for silence to grow heavy. And we always keep our promises. There was no magic in his voice, no concepts or compulsion, just words. Yet, the calmness in his tone made the blood run cold in everyone's veins. For those familiar with Earl Drake Fury, the resemblance was too close, too terrifying. For a fleeting moment, they swore it was the mad Earl himself speaking through the boy. But Alex wasn't finished. While we're on the topic of etiquette, Alex began again, his tone cooling into something almost diplomatic. My father is a legend and the guardian of the North. His responsibilities to the Empire stretch far beyond that of a mere earl. It is both impossible and, frankly, ludicrous to expect him to abandon his duties just because you decided to attend these talks in person. Though polite in delivery, the message was clear enough for everyone present to understand. Who the FXCK do you think you are? Asterisk. Earl Kellerman's expression darkened into a storm of icy rage. If looks could kill, Alex would have been torn to shreds. Yet, to his credit, the man managed to restrain himself, barely. Alex pretended not to notice. Folding his right leg over his left, he maintained his composed demeanor and continued evenly. Besides, I believe there's something you're misunderstanding, Earl Kellerman. The forces your men attacked weren't my father's soldiers. He leaned back, smiling faintly. They were mine. The words dropped like thunder. Both the Kellerman delegation and the mediators blinked in disbelief. Grand Mage Tamon adjusted his spectacles, studying Alex with renewed curiosity. Can you expatiate on that, young Master Alex? He asked. Alex nodded. I was originally tasked with leading the task force to clear the Kellerman fief of its wildkin problem, an assignment entrusted to my family by the Imperial Sun. But when we confirmed a sub-legendary power was involved, I stepped back. My father, Earl Drake, took direct command while I retreated to the northern Dankrot fort to coordinate the supply lines. He met the Earl's eyes. At the time your forces attacked, that fort was flying my flag. In short, you attacked my command, not my father's. There is a rule. No, an ironclad law in my family. You keep what you killed. Alex's tone was light, yet sharp. Because I controlled the fort during your house forces invasion, and because the invasion was driven back under my command, whatever follows belongs to me, including the honor of victory and this negotiation. He let the statement hang for a heartbeat. My father's letter, the one you just crushed, was meant to save your face. Since you've rejected it, let us deal with facts. Alex leaned forward, both forearms on the table, speaking like a man offering practical counsel. You have two options. First, you walk out and the negotiation collapses. If that happens, Word will reach my family that during what was supposed to be a mediated discussion, you tore up the letter, inadvertently insulting our family patriarch. That gives House Fury every legitimate reason to invade your land. You would get what you sought, my father and our counts at your gates, but they would come with their personal legions and the full force of our house. Grand Mage Tamon interrupted, voice clipped. Young Master Alex, please avoid statements that. He stopped, reconsidered, and softened the rebuke. That could be construed as threats. And since you are the affected party, refrain from invoking external parties. Doing so will influence and impede these talks. Understood, High Arbiter. Alex inclined his head, then turned his attention back to Earl Kellerman, who now wore a complicated mask of rage and unease. Allow me to restate my words. Alex said, if you leave and these talks break down, then note this, not as a threat, but as a promise. I will inform my family that your house is hostile and should be treated as an enemy. Then, Alex continued evenly, I will make a public statement that the Kellerman forces, led by your heir, Josiah Kellerman, invaded our lands after my family answered your plea to the Empire for military aid against a Wildkin incursion. That, after being defeated, and after we adhered to noble etiquette, capturing your heir without retaliating by invading your fief, you refused to negotiate or reach a fair settlement for the assault. I will also reveal that you hired a legendary ranked assassin to kill me during the war, a blatant violation of the rules of war. He gave a small shrug, voice still calm and conversational. All of which my family and I, in good faith, have kept from the public. And it just so happens, Alex added, leaning back slightly, that in the coming days, every major power will gather in the enclave for the auction. A rather perfect stage to make such revelations, don't you agree? Earl Kellerman's composure finally cracked. Oh, and by the way, Alex said offhandedly, as if recalling an afterthought, I'll also personally decapitate your son and send his head back to you for causing the deaths of my men. You wouldn't, duh. The Earl stopped himself mid-outburst as Alex's staring crimson eyes and the memory of his earlier words returned to him. I am Fury. 3 simple words, but they carried the weight of generations. And when paired with the lucid, unnerving calm in Alex's eyes, the mark of the Führer bloodline's calm madness, the threat, no, promise became all too real. Alex saw the flicker of fear in the man's face. He had achieved his goal. Taking Esmond's earlier advice, he eased the pressure in his tone. However, he said smoothly, we can avoid all of this. Option 2. You remain seated, and we continue this discussion. We reach an agreement, and everyone goes home happy, or at least, as happy as they can be. He adjusted his posture, leaning back into a neutral position before continuing. Between losing a little face by negotiating with the heir of a guardian family, who's still wet behind the ears, and having your family's honor dragged through the mud before being crushed beneath an overwhelming military force. Alex let his gaze sweep across the room. I think everyone here knows what the sensible decision is. He gave the Earl a faint, encouraging nod. Then, gesturing toward the empty chair, Alex said softly, so, Earl, if you please. Earl Kellerman's breathing quickened. The message was clear enough. Get your damned ass back in that seat. Only Alex had said it with the polish of diplomacy. All eyes turned toward the Earl, the room holding its collective breath. After a long, tense silence, Earl Kellerman did the unexpected. He swallowed his pride and sat back down. With Earl Kellerman and his delegation receded, the talks resumed. Grand Mage Tamon continued the proceedings. For these talks, our priority is to determine a clear cost for reparations stemming from the recent conflict between your two houses and to arrange for the release of all peerage prisoners of war in custody, he said, turning to the 2 representatives. Then, directing his attention to Alex, he asked, Young Master Alex, as the victor and the captor of the POW, what are your demands for reparations and the release of the captives? Thank you, High Arbiter. Alex inclined his head. A lot of good men and women in my service were lost during that needless conflict. Each had families left devastated by their deaths. It's impossible to put a true price on those lives, but by the wisdom of the Imperial Sun we must try, if only to resolve the matter quickly and prevent further escalation. Alex didn't claim to be a negotiation expert, far from it, but he understood a principle from his previous life. Start large, exaggerate the stakes, make the event sound more complicated, and only then reveal the high demand. It was a tried and tested tactic for a reason. Our family's experts and I deliberated for days before settling on our demand. He looked directly at Earl Kellerman. Please take them seriously. This is not a joke. Earl Kellerman's frown deepened, less at the audacity of a youth addressing him and more at the implication behind Alex's words. He had come expecting to be squeezed, but he might be in for more than he bargained for. Just speak already, Earl Kellerman barked. Very well. Alex nodded. For both reparations and the release of the peerage prisoner of war, specifically your heir, Josiah Kellerman, we have one request. The Kellerman house's northwestern county will be ceded to me. What? Earl Kellerman shot to his feet. Even in his worst nightmares, he had not imagined such a demand. There is no way I will pay such a price. Alex shrugged nonchalantly. That's not my problem, is it? There's a saying, if you can't afford the punishment, don't commit the crime. Wasn't your goal to swallow a piece of my father's fief? You were quite ready to seize another's land, but now you can't fathom someone targeting yours. His eyes flashed, his tone turning icy. If you're unwilling to pay, then it's not my problem. We'll settle this on the battlefield. Bang! Grand Mage Tamon slammed his gavel onto the table. Young Master Alex, please refrain from making statements like that. Such words dampen the spirit of these talks. He scolded before turning to Earl Kellerman. Earl, please, take your seat. This is a negotiation. Young Master Alex has merely presented his terms. You may now raise your counteroffer, and we shall work towards a price acceptable to both sides. Earl Kellerman sat down again, fuming. There's nothing to negotiate if the other party starts with something so absurd. We might as well settle this on the battlefield as he suggested. He huffed. Bang! Bang! Grand Mage Tamon's eyes flared with restrained annoyance as he glared daggers at the Earl. I do not wish to repeat myself, he said coldly. Both of you are learned men of standing. Please refrain from making statements that could jeopardize these proceedings, or else expect a summons from the imperial courts and treasury. His gaze alternated between both sides of the table until they each nodded in acknowledgement. Then he turned to Alex. Young Master Alex, your demand is indeed steep. So steep, in fact, that its reasonability is questionable. While the law grants the victor the right to request reparations, such demands must be within reason, or these talks will be meaningless. But I believe my demand is reasonable, Alex replied calmly. I see. Then, would you care to explain why you believe so? Grand Mage Tamon asked, leaning slightly forward. I can, Alex said, nodding. As I mentioned earlier, we deliberated at length before deciding what would be a fair price. As you can understand, reasonable is a relative term. For us, this reasonability depended on three things. First, our territorial security and development. We wanted a reparation that would serve as both a deterrent to House Kellerman and to other like-minded houses tempted to repeat such an invasion, while also supporting the economic, political, and social rebuilding within our lands. These were severely hindered by House Kellerman's unprovoked assault, which came even as our men and women were dying in their territory, providing what we believed was a genuine request for military aid, which we now clearly see was nothing more than a ruse to weaken our defenses. Second, the Kellerman House's ability to pay. We conducted a comprehensive assessment of their fief's economy. Contrary to what House Kellerman may claim, we have found, supported by evidence, that they cannot afford to pay monetary reparations. We are unwilling to be bogged down by empty promises or prolonged delays in payment. Hence, we concluded that gold would not be an acceptable medium. Simply put, House Kellerman cannot afford to pay in coin. Earl Kellerman's mouth twitched as he prepared to interrupt, but one sharp look from Grand Mage Tamon, gavel poised, silenced him immediately. It wasn't the mage's glare alone that quelled him, but the unmistakable weight of imperial authority behind it. Alex watched the exchange with quiet amusement, though none of it reached his face. As ever since the talks began, his expression remained calm, composed, and unreadable. With the Earl effectively muted, Alex continued. Third, the well-being of imperial citizens. We needed to ensure the safety and stability of the people. As history has shown, it is always the citizens along the borders between warring territories who suffer most, both during the fighting and after it ends. In this case, that region is the northwestern county of the Kellerman fief. He looked toward the Earl as he spoke. We cannot allow House Kellerman to vent its failure upon the people, especially since our own soldiers bled and died defending that very same land during the Wildkin invasion. Their sacrifice must not be made meaningless. Alex leaned forward, clasping his hands together calmly atop the table. Taking all these factors into account, we concluded that a cession of control of the northwestern county is the most reasonable and beneficial path forward for both our fief and the people. Earl Kellerman's glare was intense as Grand Mage Tamon voiced his confusion. While I understand your determinants, I still fail to see how they combine to necessitate such a demand. The unprovoked and unreasonable attack on our lands, which went as far as allowing a Wildkin invasion on imperial soil for the sake of their ambition, was predicated on the fact that the Kellerman fief was a viscounty away from reaching the minimum threshold for a marquisate. By taking away a county from them, we remove the temptation of another such attack. That satisfies determinant 1, Alex revealed. Grand Mage Tamon's eyes flashed with surprise for a brief moment. While he had surmised the reason for House Kellerman's attack on Fury Lands, he never expected Alex to speak so bluntly, and to Earl Kellerman's face, no less. Alex continued, as I mentioned earlier, due to the war, House Kellerman has depleted nearly all its resources. Not just gold, even ore, which the fief is famed for, along with textiles, salt, and other commodities valuable enough to serve as reparations, have all been exhausted. The only asset they have left that holds any worth to us is their land. Hence, once again, our demand. And finally, Alex went on, after having been in the area myself, after seeing the devastation left behind by the Wildkin whom House Kellerman intentionally allowed to attack their own territory. Let me stop you there, young Master Alex, Grand Mage Tamon interrupted. It would be best if you refrained from making such statements, which at this point remain mere accusations. Very well, Alex conceded, not pushing further. He didn't need to. He continued calmly, after seeing the devastation the Wildkin brought upon the people and the land, due to the negligence of House Kellerman, who were too focused on raising an army to stab my family in the back, an army they could have used to defend their own people. We realized that if we wanted the sacrifices of our soldiers not to go to waste, we would have to take over the affected land ourselves and rebuild it. As I mentioned before, House Kellerman's finances are stretched thin. They also lack the manpower to secure the affected lands, something I'm sure everyone in this room is well aware of by now. In that case, we have decided to do it for them. By doing so, we will protect and safeguard imperial citizens who expect at least this level of dignity and security for their fealty, while also honoring the soldiers who lost their lives defending the land of the very noble who turned around and attacked their home. That said, we are still a noble family with limited resources. We cannot do all this for free. Hence, our demand for the cession of the land to us. Only then can we justify the resources we must invest. Alex paused for a brief moment before concluding. As you can see, this is a very reasonable price. It serves as reparation, removes a burden from House Kellerman, and ensures the stability of the region. Let's not forget, each noble house holds an obligation to the imperial sun to protect the citizens who live under their dominion. Failure to do so is a crime in the eyes of the empire. In essence, despite their transgression against us, we are still willing to put that aside for the greater good. I just hope Earl Kellerman will be able to see reason and do the same. Grand Mage Tamon was about to speak, but he hesitated. He could feel the tension thickening in the air, far more than ideal. Alex had seized control of the negotiation far too easily. If things continued as they were, the talks would either break down completely or end in a result far too favorable to House Fury. After weighing his options, Tamon finally said, "Since young Master Alex has presented his demands, let us take a short recess to allow Earl Kellerman time to consider the proposal and prepare an agreement or counteroffer." Bang! Alex frowned slightly at the sound of the gavel. The recess would undoubtedly stall his momentum and give Earl Kellerman precious time to recover from the shock and awe rhythm of his negotiation. Alas, there was nothing he could do. The High Arbiter was fully within his rights to decide such matters. It was the first visible change in Alex's expression since the beginning of the talks, and Earl Kellerman, who had been watching him closely, noticed it immediately. A small glee crept into the Earl's heart. He had thought Grand Mage Tamon was out to get him, But now it seemed the old man was, in truth, impartial. Earl Kellerman was the first to rise. Reinvigorated by Alex's frown, he waved his hand with suave confidence, motioning for his delegation to follow him into the adjoining private chamber to discuss their options. However, in his glee, and with his back turned to the youth, Earl Kellerman failed to notice Alex's expression shift back into his usual calm, smiling composure. More importantly, he missed the subtle exchange of looks between Alex and one member of the Kellerman delegation. Why was Alex so confident of victory? Was it his charm, his sharp tongue, or his ability to win hearts regardless of age or gender? Yeah, right. Of course not. It was because of meticulous planning, the kind where every contingency was prepared and every outcome accounted for, leaving little to chance. One particular contingency was inspired by something he'd once heard from an immigrant worker in his previous life. The enemy is at your door, but a traitor is already within your house. Surely, a traitor is more dangerous than an enemy. And so, one of Alex's key contingencies lay in a traitor standing right beside Earl Kellerman. The Earl might have believed that the recess had broken Alex's rhythm, but he couldn't have been more mistaken. For every path blocked, another of Alex's plans quietly opened. And this one was already in motion by someone under the Earl's very nose. Alex rose gracefully, offering Grand Mage Tamon a respectful bow before leading his delegation in their adjourning chamber. While Earl Kellerman missed the fleeting return of Alex's soft smile, Grand Mage Tamon did not. The old man realized that even at such a young age, barely a year past coming of age, the youth's mind was already dangerously sharp. Not only had Alex overcome the limits of his age, he had turned them into a weapon. He used the Earl's arrogance and initial disregard against him. Grand Mage Tamon mused silently. Even though I granted the man a reprieve, I fear the damage has already been done. The Grand Mage shook his head slowly, turning toward the window with a faint sigh. His next words were barely a whisper, one meant only for himself. Lass, you've caught the eye of a man who may yet become the most dangerous soul you could have come in contact with, or the safest. It had been a rocky few months for Mr. Family Values, the self-proclaimed paragon of morality and widow caretaker, Lucas Zell. His once steady life had shifted from solid ground to murky waters in a matter of months. It all began with a single mistake involving Lady Anna Venshire, the wife of an old friend and colleague, a woman he'd been looking after since that friend's untimely passing. One thing led to another, and before he realized it, Lucas found himself pressing the grieving widow beneath him, venting primal urges in ways he never imagined possible, at least not with his wife. By the time the deed was done, he had tasted an euphoria too intoxicating to forget. Like many men before him, once he had bitten into the forbidden fruit, there was no going back. And with just a bit of persuasion, Anna caved, turning that fleeting moment of indulgence into a habitual sin, one that both soon began to crave. Unfortunately, that was all it could ever be. He could not marry Anna. His wife would never allow it. For all his dominance in the widow's bedchamber, Lucas was but a henpecked man at home. He couldn't let the affair become public either. It would destroy his reputation as a staunch advocate of family values, the very foundation of his social standing and political platform. It didn't take long for Lucas to realize why he was so drawn to Anna despite the danger. She gave him something his wife had long denied him, the feeling of dominance, of being a man again. And ironically, the risk of being caught made the experience even more intoxicating. But every thrill has its end. Eventually, he was discovered, and not by just anyone, but by a young noble from a rival family to his liege lord. Before Lucas knew it, he was being coerced into fencing items for cash on behalf of the young noble, draining the Kellerman coffers for resources the fief believed it desperately needed. The goods were resold to the fief at inflated prices, allowing both Lucas and the young noble to profit handsomely. He thought it was merely a bit of corruption, a private trade deal between opportunists. He was wrong. It was only the beginning. Thanks to his efficiency in acquiring rare provisions through questionable means, Lucas Zell soon found himself promoted to the position of head of the provisioning department, after his predecessor was personally dismissed by the Earl. Believing his fortunes had turned, Lucas relocated to the fief's capital, Warrington City. Even better, his wife chose to remain in Worlton, managing their family estate. which gave him the perfect excuse to bring Anna along as his private assistant and secretary. Lucas was living the high life, enjoying his mistress and quietly collecting cash from the side sales of goods smuggled to him by the young master's men. That comfortable rhythm lasted only until a great terror arrived in the fief capital in the form of the Mad Earl, Earl Drake Fury himself. No one really knew why the Mad Earl had stormed into the city with such force, but everything changed from that moment. Earl Kellerman grew paranoid. Selling smuggled goods became risky. Worse, the mysterious young master's orders changed. Lucas was moved from petty fencing into the dangerous game of espionage. He was expected to deliver insider information from the Kellerman inner court. His first instinct was to refuse. Before he could, his handlers presented him with damning evidence, proof of his role in selling stolen weapons and goods, and records of his clandestine meetings with Anna. The latter would wreck his reputation. The former would cost him his head. The choice was no longer his. To Lucas's surprise, spying wasn't the nightmare he'd imagined. He was paid handsomely for valuable intelligence. He was also treated like filth by his superiors, Earl Kellerman included, which only deepened his bitterness. His loyalties shifted quietly, almost imperceptibly, until one day he realized he no longer cared for Kellerman at all. Instead, his sympathies lay with young Master Alex Fury. Then came the biggest assignment yet. As an officer in charge of the fief's provisioning, Lucas was to accompany the Earl to the reparation talks and advise him on strategy. On the eve of departure, his contact met him and handed down final orders. Nudge the Earl toward accepting the other side's proposal, if necessary. The threats were redundant now. The thought of sticking a quiet dagger into the back of the man who had publicly humiliated him in the court more than once was too delicious to refuse. When Grand Mage Taman called the recess and Earl Kellerman rose from his seat, Lucas caught the prearranged signal from Alex. He barely stopped himself from grinning. The dagger had been passed, and he intended to drive it quite deep. Earl Kellerman spent a good 10 minutes pacing the room after his delegation entered their assigned quarters. Everyone could see it. The man was seething with rage. Fortunately, the designers of this chamber had been wise enough not to include anything fragile or portable, or the Earl would have smashed it against the ground, reducing it all to shards by now. No one dared speak. Each member of the delegation kept perfectly still, trying to become invisible until the storm passed. Eventually, Earl George Kellerman's fury burned itself out. He exhaled sharply, composed himself, and took his seat at the head of the long conference table. Only then did the others follow. "What do you all think?" he asked at last. "That young master from the Fury family is insufferable," one said. "He doesn't know how to respect his elders." "We can't accept such a deal," another added quickly. "House Kellerman won't bow to the Fury brat or his threats." One after another, they parroted similar words, not because they had ideas, but because they hoped to flatter their fief lord and avoid becoming the target of his anger. Only 3 remained silent. Lucas Sell was one of them. Bang! Earl Kellerman slammed his fist on the table. "If you don't have anything useful to say, then shut up," he barked. "I want solutions, not empty talk about honor or that Fury boy." Silence. None dared to speak again. What solution could they possibly offer against such a disadvantageous deal? "Nothing," the Earl growled. "Then why am I feeding you leeches? Maybe I should throw you all into the Dancroft forest. At least the beasts there would have some use for your worthless hides." As the Earl fumed, Lucas saw his opening. He steadied himself, then raised his hand slightly. "My lord," he said calmly, "I have something to say." "My lord, I have something to say," Lucas spoke. Earl Kellerman's eyes flickered with interest. "Let's hear it," he said. "Thank you, my lord." Lucas stood and gave a brief bow. "My suggestion is to accept the Fury young master's deal." "What? How dare you suggest that? Have you lost your senses?" A barrage of outraged voices erupted from the sycophants in the delegation. "Silence," Earl Kellerman thundered. The room instantly went still. His expression darkened as he fixed Lucas with a long, assessing stare, but he didn't lash out. After all, the one man with a proven record in recent months, the only one who had produced actual results, was Lucas Sell himself. "He solved our procurement crisis. Perhaps he can solve this as well," the Earl thought, grudgingly giving the man a chance. "Do you understand the implication of what you're saying?" he asked slowly. "I do." Lucas nodded, lowering his head respectfully. I beg my lord's forgiveness, but I must speak plainly. The war has cost us dearly. Whether it was the Wildkin raids or the assault on the Fury lands, both left our territories devastated. The truth is, we lack the resources to rebuild those ruined regions. So your suggestion is to throw them away? Someone sneered. Exactly so, Lucas replied, nodding with feigned simplicity. We should cede the lands we can't afford to restore and focus on developing the ones we still can. He paused, letting a small smile curve his lips. For now, a ripple of confusion passed through the room. Then, slowly, a few eyes brightened with understanding. These sharper minds among them stayed quiet, waiting to see if their suspicions matched Lucas's scheme. Lucas clasped his hands behind his back and continued, voice brimming with confidence. Tell me, what do you think Earl Drake Fury's greatest weakness is? He glanced around the room, deliberately avoiding the Earl's gaze before answering his own question. It's people, he said. The Dankrot Plains are infamous for their lack of manpower. Vast stretches of fertile land lie fallow simply because there aren't enough hands to work them. The Fury boy thought himself clever, spinning tales of compassion and mercy, but his proposal betrays his need. He seeks labor, not peace. And in doing so, he's exposed his weakness, one we can exploit for our gain. Lucas clenched a fist, eyes gleaming as though victory were already in his grasp. Earl Kellerman's expression shifted again, interest flashing behind his eyes. He leaned forward on his chair. Sit down, Department Head Lucas, he said, and calmly tell us about your plan. Thank you, my lord. Lucas sat down, then continued. This is my plan. With your lord's approval, we will prepare a counteroffer. Instead of giving the Northwest County outright, we will lease it to him for a period of 10 years, with the agreement that he will do nothing to damage or destroy the land during that time. Since his goal is the people, we will take them from him. In the agreement, we can request a grace period that allows us to remove vital resources belonging to our fiefdom for a smooth transfer of authority. Then, just before the handover, we will relocate the people of the Northwest County inland to our other territories. It just so happens that the war cost us many working and military-aged men, creating a labor shortage we can fill with these relocated people. And by the time the Fury young master takes over the land, all he'll find is empty land with no workforce to develop them. He will be forced to pour in his own money, money that would otherwise strengthen the Fury house. So, in other words, you wish to use the land to tie up his development? Earl Kellerman asked. Yes, Lucas exclaimed with passion. While we'll have consolidated our power base, he'll be sinking funds into barren land. By the time he's meant to reap the fruits of his investment, it will already be time to return the land to us. My lord, the benefits will all be yours to reap. Earl Kellerman leaned back, stroking his chin, clearly weighing the idea. Then someone asked, what if he realizes we've stripped the land of its people and chooses not to develop it? Lucas chuckled softly. That's the beauty of this plan. Once the land falls under his dominion, he has no choice but to develop it. He alluded to it himself, didn't he? By the will of the imperial son, all nobility are bound to develop the empire's lands under their care. By that same law, he must act. Earl Kellerman's eyes gleamed. The thought of wiping that arrogant smile off Alex Fury's face using the boy's own words was simply too tempting to resist. Immediately, the sycophantic retainers realized the Earl had made his decision. They fell silent for a brief moment, then began to loudly praise the plan. Ah, this fief is done for, Lucas thought bitterly as he watched. He wondered how he'd never noticed this rot festering within the fief until now. Truly, perspective changes outlook. If he hadn't chosen to follow Alex, he might never have seen anything wrong with the sycophantic behavior of the Kellerman retainers. Worse still, he might have joined them. Knock. Not long after their decision was made, a knock sounded at the door. The High Arbiter requests all parties to reconvene at the table for the continuation of the discussion, the mediation delegate informed as the door opened. Once again, Earl Kellerman led his delegation out. The group looked even more forlorn than before, while the Earl's face grew even darker. Of course, it was all an act. They didn't want their expressions to betray their scheming before Alex, so they adopted the demeanor they believed the Fury young master expected to see. They thought they held control of the board. Alas, they failed to realize they were just another set of pieces in a game they didn't even know was being played. Earl Kellerman sat opposite an already seated Alex, glaring dangerously at the youth. My fiefdom's Northwest County has been in my family for centuries, he said coldly. I will not give it up entirely to you. If you want war, so be it. You may be strong, but even your family has people it dares not cross. Bang! Earl Kellerman. Grand Mage Tamon slammed his gavel, his expression thunderous. Do you truly intend to be in contempt of these proceedings? Before the Earl could respond, Alex raised a hand. It's fine, High Arbiter. The Earl was merely delivering a message. He turned toward Kellerman, eyes calm but sharp. Message received. So then, what do you propose? As reparation for the war, and ransom for my son's unconditional release, I will lease the county to you without fee for a period of 10 years. No, 10 years is too short, Alex replied immediately, shaking his head. Earl Kellerman's nostrils flared, but he forced himself to stay seated. He had a greater plan in mind. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Then how long do you propose? His tone carried the resignation of a man who'd accepted defeat. A flicker of surprise flashed in Alex's eyes, so brief it nearly went unnoticed. But not to the Earl. He grinned inwardly. Yes, that's it. Take the bait, brat. Alex tapped the table as if thinking. He and Esmond exchanged a brief, silent look. An unspoken confirmation passed between them. He turned back to Earl Kellerman, fingers still tapping against the wood. Then the tapping suddenly stopped as his decision was made. 20 years, Alex said. We will take a 20-year lease as reparations for the war. However, for your son's return, the price is the outright cession of the Conradi barony, nothing less. Don't go too far. Earl Kellerman fumed. The Earl caught the growing frown on Grand Mage Tamon's face and forced himself back into his seat. Don't push me, boy. Do you think I won't break the entire basket? He snapped. Then do it. Alex answered, his voice hard and his eyes flashing crimson with calm madness. Do you think the Fury family fears those people you wish to threaten us with? We step back not out of fear, but to keep the peace. But if anyone reaches out their arm beyond what concerns them, we will not mind lopping the erring arm off. There was no doubt to be seen in Alex's eyes. But what about you? Can you say the same? If you invite those hyenas into your lands, can you guarantee you will not lose more than one barony? You'll be lucky if your house remained at all. The crimson in Alex's gaze softened as he let the calm madness state ease away. I may be young, Earl Kellerman, but I am not a greenhorn you can bully or threaten. You either cede the Conradi barony to me outright and lease the Northwest County to us for 20 years, or invite those hyenas into your home and lose everything. The choice is yours. He folded his arms, leaned back, and closed his eyes, a clear signal that his terms were final. Earl Kellerman ground his teeth audibly. His delegation exchanged nervous glances, unsure if their lord still played a role in the plan or had genuinely snapped. Lucas rose and slipped to the Earl's side, murmuring in his ear, Please, follow through with the plan. You'll have the last laugh. The Earl clutched the armrest so tightly until his fingers were imprinted into the wood. He inhaled deeply, releasing the tension with a slow breath. Then he nodded at Lucas, who stepped back and turned to Alex. Very well. I will accept your demands on 2 conditions. Kellerman said. Name them, Alex replied. First, Earl Kellerman said, we will be granted a period of 2 weeks to remove key memorabilia and resources from the county before the takeover. Second, you will not destroy any of the infrastructure we have built on the land. Many of them are part of our history, and we will want them back intact when we retake the land. Alex displayed a flicker of surprise, then nodded. That's reasonable. We will not hand the land back damaged, provided you do not scorch the earth yourself before the handover. Grand Mage Tamon's eyes flashed. With that, I assume both of you have reached an agreement, he asked. As war reparations and the price for the unconditional release of Josiah Kellerman, House Kellerman will cede the Conradi barony and, for a period of 20 years, lease the rest of the fief's Northwest County to young Master Alex of House Drake Fury. In addition, neither side shall destroy the land nor any constructs of historical or infrastructural significance prior to their handover. The first handover will occur 2 weeks from when this agreement is signed, during which House Kellerman is to remove all memorabilia or items of sentimental significance from the region without harming the land or its infrastructure. Are both sides in agreement with these defining conditions? Agreed, Alex said. For a brief instant his composed mask slipped, revealing a childish glee, an expression that did not go unnoticed by Earl Kellerman. Naive child. You're so pleased about getting the land that you failed to see the trap within. Enjoy the useless land you cannot develop, the Earl thought. Agreed, he said coldly. Grand Mage Tomon nodded. Let the record show that both representatives, Earl Jorg of House Kellerman and young Master Alex of House Drake Fury, agreed to the defining conditions as listed. With that, the talks are deemed successful and binding under Imperial law, and both houses must obey. Bang! Grand Mage Tomon brought his gavel down, concluding the talks. Both parties are to shake hands. As per Imperial etiquette, he instructed. Earl Jorg Kellerman and Alex moved to meet in the center before Grand Mage Tomon. Boy, Kellerman said coldly as their hands neared. Are you sure you dare shake my hand? Are you not afraid I will crush it? His tone carried a sharpened meaning to it. Why would I be afraid? You'll find that I'm sturdier than I look, Alex replied with his usual composure, his words also carrying their own weight of meaning. Both men shook hands before the Grand Mage. Contrary to the High Arbiter's concern, no physical confrontation broke out. Earl Kellerman merely spoke. Don't worry. I'll wipe that smile off your face soon enough and reclaim what is mine. Then I'll be waiting eagerly. Alex replied with a nod, his smile unwavering. Tisk. Earl Kellerman clicked his tongue. He released Alex's hand before his irritation could make him crush it, then turned sharply, cloak flaring as he left the room, his delegation trailing close behind. Alex remained where he was, quietly watching the Earls retreating back. Earl Kellerman thought he had shaken him, but all he had done was confirm to Alex that the man had walked straight into his trap. For a brief moment, Alex's soft smile twisted, become sharp and predatory. The look in his eyes was that of a hunter toying with his prey before the feast. The contrast between that eerie expression and the mild smile he had worn throughout the negotiations sent a chill through the room. Grand Mage Tomon realized then that the moments of apparent naivety Alex had displayed were nothing but calculated lures, each crafted to drive Earl Kellerman toward a predetermined conclusion. Alex bowed respectfully to the old man before leading his delegation out. With the major terms settled, it would now fall to the scribe teams of all three parties to draft the official document detailing the fine points of the agreement for both representatives to sign. Grand Mage Tomon's eyes followed Alex as he departed at the head of his group. So naturally, so authoritatively. It was a striking contrast to how the delegation had entered earlier, convincing the Grand Mage that even that had been part of the youth's larger design. He let out a long breath as a new realization struck him. The land wasn't what he was after. It was something else. And from the looks of it, whatever it is, the Earl has just handed it to him on a silver platter. His gaze drifted toward the window. Indeed, lass, this boy is far from ordinary, he thought. But I still don't know if he's an honorable man or a treacherous one. But one thing is certain, he is not someone to be trifled with. Unexpectedly, 3 days passed before the final draft of the document was ready. According to Esmond Fury, that was unusually fast, and only possible because all parties, especially the Kellermans and the mediator team, wanted the matter concluded as quickly as possible. Alex's lips twitched. It's like they're worried my father or I will suddenly change our minds, so they want this signed fast, he thought. That can't be it, right? It was possible. Earl Drake Fury had a reputation for unpredictability. Who could say what a madman would do? After this negotiation, rumors of Alex being just as mad as his father wouldn't be surprising. It's one of the easiest ways to smear my name. And I'm not exactly making it difficult for them. Alex chuckled inwardly. Once the scribes from the Fury, Kellerman, and Mediator delegations finished their work, 3 identical copies of the draft were presented to each side's representative. Because of the document's importance, everyone read carefully. First, to ensure no clause had been sneaked in by another side. Second, to confirm all 3 copies matched exactly. When that was done, both Earl Kellerman and Alex exhaled. Afterwards, Grand Mage Tomon also signed as the High Arbiter and witness to the negotiations. 1 copy would remain with each family. The third would go to the Imperial Notary for record and safekeeping. With that, the intrigue of the negotiations closed. The remaining details would be handled by those below, one of the benefits of being at the head of an organization. My fiefdom's Northwest County has been in my family for centuries, he said coldly. I will not give it up entirely to you. If you want war, so be it. You may be strong, but even your family has people it dares not cross. Bang! Earl Kellerman. Grand Mage Tamon slammed his gavel, his expression thunderous. Do you truly intend to be in contempt of these proceedings? Before the Earl could respond, Alex raised a hand. It's fine, High Arbiter. The Earl was merely delivering a message. He turned toward Kellerman, eyes calm but sharp. Message received. So then, what do you propose? As reparation for the war, and ransom for my son's unconditional release, I will lease the county to you without fee for a period of 10 years. No, 10 years is too short, Alex replied immediately, shaking his head. Earl Kellerman's nostrils flared, but he forced himself to stay seated. He had a greater plan in mind. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Then how long do you propose? His tone carried the resignation of a man who'd accepted defeat. A flicker of surprise flashed in Alex's eyes, so brief it nearly went unnoticed. But not to the Earl. He grinned inwardly. Yes, that's it. Take the bait, brat. Alex tapped the table as if thinking. He and Esmond exchanged a brief, silent look. An unspoken confirmation passed between them. He turned back to Earl Kellerman, fingers still tapping against the wood. Then the tapping suddenly stopped as his decision was made. 20 years, Alex said. We will take a 20-year lease as reparations for the war. However, for your son's return, the price is the outright cession of the Conradi barony, nothing less. Don't go too far. Earl Kellerman fumed. The Earl caught the growing frown on Grand Mage Tamon's face and forced himself back into his seat. Don't push me, boy. Do you think I won't break the entire basket? He snapped. Then do it. Alex answered, his voice hard and his eyes flashing crimson with calm madness. Do you think the Fury family fears those people you wish to threaten us with? We step back not out of fear, but to keep the peace. But if anyone reaches out their arm beyond what concerns them, we will not mind lopping the erring arm off. There was no doubt to be seen in Alex's eyes. But what about you? Can you say the same? If you invite those hyenas into your lands, can you guarantee you will not lose more than one barony? You'll be lucky if your house remained at all. The crimson in Alex's gaze softened as he let the calm madness state ease away. I may be young, Earl Kellerman, but I am not a greenhorn you can bully or threaten. You either cede the Conradi barony to me outright and lease the Northwest County to us for 20 years, or invite those hyenas into your home and lose everything. The choice is yours. He folded his arms, leaned back, and closed his eyes, a clear signal that his terms were final. Earl Kellerman ground his teeth audibly. His delegation exchanged nervous glances, unsure if their lord still played a role in the plan or had genuinely snapped. Lucas rose and slipped to the Earl's side, murmuring in his ear, Please, follow through with the plan. You'll have the last laugh. The Earl clutched the armrest so tightly until his fingers were imprinted into the wood. He inhaled deeply, releasing the tension with a slow breath. Then he nodded at Lucas, who stepped back and turned to Alex. Very well. I will accept your demands on 2 conditions. Kellerman said. Name them, Alex replied. First, Earl Kellerman said, we will be granted a period of 2 weeks to remove key memorabilia and resources from the county before the takeover. Second, you will not destroy any of the infrastructure we have built on the land. Many of them are part of our history, and we will want them back intact when we retake the land. Alex displayed a flicker of surprise, then nodded. That's reasonable. We will not hand the land back damaged, provided you do not scorch the earth yourself before the handover. Grand Mage Tamon's eyes flashed. With that, I assume both of you have reached an agreement, he asked. As war reparations and the price for the unconditional release of Josiah Kellerman, House Kellerman will cede the Conradi barony and, for a period of 20 years, lease the rest of the fief's Northwest County to young Master Alex of House Drake Fury. In addition, neither side shall destroy the land nor any constructs of historical or infrastructural significance prior to their handover. The first handover will occur 2 weeks from when this agreement is signed, during which House Kellerman is to remove all memorabilia or items of sentimental significance from the region without harming the land or its infrastructure. Are both sides in agreement with these defining conditions? Agreed, Alex said. For a brief instant his composed mask slipped, revealing a childish glee. an expression that did not go unnoticed by Earl Kellerman. Naive child. You're so pleased about getting the land that you failed to see the trap within. Enjoy the useless land you cannot develop, the Earl thought. Agreed, he said coldly. Grand Mage Tamon nodded. Let the record show that both representatives, Earl Jorg of House Kellerman and young Master Alex of House Drake Fury, agreed to the defining conditions as listed. With that, the talks are deemed successful and binding under Imperial law, and both houses must obey. Bang! Grand Mage Tamon brought his gavel down, concluding the talks. Both parties are to shake hands. As per Imperial etiquette, he instructed. Earl Jorg Kellerman and Alex moved to meet in the center before Grand Mage Tamon. Boy, Kellerman said coldly as their hands neared. Are you sure you dare shake my hand? Are you not afraid I will crush it? His tone carried a sharpened meaning to it. Why would I be afraid? You'll find that I'm sturdier than I look, Alex replied with his usual composure, his words also carrying their own weight of meaning. Both men shook hands before the Grand Mage. Contrary to the High Arbiter's concern, no physical confrontation broke out. Earl Kellerman merely spoke. Don't worry. I'll wipe that smile off your face soon enough and reclaim what is mine. Then I'll be waiting eagerly, Alex replied with a nod, his smile unwavering. Tisk. Earl Kellerman clicked his tongue. He released Alex's hand before his irritation could make him crush it, then turned sharply, cloak flaring as he left the room, his delegation trailing close behind. Alex remained where he was, quietly watching the Earls retreating back. Earl Kellerman thought he had shaken him, but all he had done was confirm to Alex that the man had walked straight into his trap. For a brief moment, Alex's soft smile twisted, become sharp and predatory. The look in his eyes was that of a hunter toying with his prey before the feast. The contrast between that eerie expression and the mild smile he had worn throughout the negotiations sent a chill through the room. Grand Mage Tamon realized then that the moments of apparent naivety Alex had displayed were nothing but calculated lures, each crafted to drive Earl Kellerman toward a predetermined conclusion. Alex bowed respectfully to the old man before leading his delegation out. With the major terms settled, it would now fall to the scribe teams of all three parties to draft the official document detailing the fine points of the agreement for both representatives to sign. Grand Mage Tamon's eyes followed Alex as he departed at the head of his group. So naturally, so authoritatively. It was a striking contrast to how the delegation had entered earlier, convincing the Grand Mage that even that had been part of the youth's larger design. He let out a long breath as a new realization struck him. The land wasn't what he was after. It was something else. And from the looks of it, whatever it is, the Earl has just handed it to him on a silver platter. His gaze drifted toward the window. Indeed, lass, this boy is far from ordinary, he thought. But I still don't know if he's an honorable man or a treacherous one. But one thing is certain, he is not someone to be trifled with. Unexpectedly, 3 days passed before the final draft of the document was ready. According to Esmond Fury, that was unusually fast, and only possible because all parties, especially the Kellermans and the mediator team, wanted the matter concluded as quickly as possible. Alex's lips twitched. It's like they're worried my father or I will suddenly change our minds, so they want this signed fast, he thought. That can't be it, right? It was possible. Earl Drake Fury had a reputation for unpredictability. Who could say what a madman would do? After this negotiation, rumors of Alex being just as mad as his father wouldn't be surprising. It's one of the easiest ways to smear my name. And I'm not exactly making it difficult for them, Alex chuckled inwardly. Once the scribes from the Fury, Kellerman, and mediator delegations finished their work, 3 identical copies of the draft were presented to each side's representative. Because of the document's importance, everyone read carefully. First, to ensure no clause had been sneaked in by another side. Second, to confirm all 3 copies matched exactly. When that was done, both Earl Kellerman and Alex exhaled. Afterwards, Grand Mage Tamon also signed as the High Arbiter and witness to the negotiations. 1 copy would remain with each family. The third would go to the Imperial Notary for record and safekeeping. With that, the intrigue of the negotiations closed. The remaining details would be handled by those below, one of the benefits of being at the head of an organization. Josiah Kellerman would be released to his family 2 weeks later at the handover of the Northwest County. Until then, the Fury family agreed to release him into Imperial custody as a precaution. Grand Mage Taman had suggested that precaution in passing. He hadn't expected Alex to accept it. Alex framed the decision as a goodwill gesture toward the Kellermans, but that wasn't the truth. He didn't care about the Kellermans. What worried him was conspiracy. Anyone who wanted the Fury family bogged down in war could simply assassinate Josiah in the 2 weeks before the handover. That would turn things into a diplomatic annoyance the Fury family would rather not have on its plate. On the other hand, even if something were to happen to Josiah within Imperial custody, it would have nothing to do with the Fury family. The Kellermans would still have to follow through with the agreement while sorting things out with the Empire. As for why the Fury family didn't just hand him over to the Kellermans since the agreement had already been reached, well, it was simply how things were done. Until the Kellermans upheld their end of the bargain, the Fury side wasn't obliged to fulfill theirs either. And since they didn't need to, they wouldn't. Alex would have much preferred to release the Kellerman young lord and be done with it, but that apparently would have lowered the Fury family's standing in the matter. He could only shrug. As they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So, Grand Mage Taman's offhand suggestion ended up being the perfect solution to Alex's problem. He smoothly tossed the hot potato to the Imperials and washed his hands of the matter. As for the actual takeover of the county, that too no longer concerned him. The twins, Sophia and Serafina, were set to assume control once the handover was complete. Sophie, in particular, had been meticulously reviewing plans to ensure everything went as smoothly as possible. As Alex figured, the witch really did have a good head on her shoulders. The next day, Esmond and the delegation prepared to bid farewell to Alex and the Enclave. Alex couldn't help but feel as if this world moved at a breakneck pace. The delegation had rushed to arrive for the talks, and now they were rushing to leave. It reminded him of how little free time he'd actually had since awakening in this world. Is it this world, or is it just the Fury family? He wondered. Before leaving, Esmond called Alex over. As the heir of the family patriarch, I'm sure you know the origins of our family, right? Esmond asked. You know it too? Alex replied. Indeed, Esmond chuckled. Perks of being one of the weird ones in the family. His expression then grew solemn. Then tell me, do you know why the entity on our family crest is a lion and not something else? Not something tied to our true origin? Alex shook his head. I initially thought it was meant to veil our origins, but I doubt that now. From what I've read of our forebears, and from what I've seen of our family today, we're far too proud to hide our roots in such a way. We simply don't speak of it to those unworthy of knowing, rather than pretending it's something else. It just isn't in our nature to deny our nature. The world may call us mad, but we're proud of our madness. So the answer must be something else, something I haven't quite figured out yet. You're correct. We're far too proud to deny our nature, Esmond nodded. The Führer bloodline drives its inheritors to the very extremes of emotion, but also with a kind of potent clarity. Put bluntly, it makes us indulgent in our feelings. But viewed another way, it makes us very true to ourselves. Alex listened quietly, deep in thought. Indeed, calm madness is a state that pushes its user toward a kind of irrationality. Yet within that irrationality lies clarity. The two opposites blend together, allowing one to act as needed, rationality or consequences be damned. It truly pushes the user to be faithful to their convictions, to be true to themselves, even when reason, laws, or the social constructs that govern behavior say otherwise. Esmond continued, in every generation, our family has always been led by those who bear the Führer bloodline. And those people would never allow the family emblem to remain what it is if the reason behind it was merely to hide our origin, or our nature. He paused, then gave a small, knowing smile. But you know, Alex, even though that's not the reason, none of us, except our progenitor who first chose it, actually knows the truth behind the lion emblem. Really? Alex blinked, genuinely surprised. We all just assume, Esmond said with a light laugh. Each of us invents our own reason. But thanks to you, I've finally found mine. He turned toward the morning sun cresting over the horizon, a faint glimmer softening his stern face. It came to me when you told the story of the tiger and the fox. Then, meeting Alex's gaze squarely, Esmond said, You've got it wrong. Your father isn't a tiger, and you're no fox. Both of you, and every single member of our bloodline, are lions. The middle-aged man's eyes held Alex's firmly, making sure every word struck deep. You are not a fox who needs to borrow the strength of a tiger. You are a lion, a cub, perhaps, but still a lion nonetheless. Just like your father. Your fury, just as he is fury. And names carry power. Our family name, no matter who bears it, carries that same power. Just as a lion's prestige remains unquestionable, whether it's a cub or a full-grown beast. Every fury, each and every one of us, is a lion. We all seek to carve out a throne for ourselves in this world. That's why we rebel. We rebel against anything that would make us mediocre, even family if we must. Yet despite our infighting, our rivalry, there is one thing we all protect with every fiber of our being, the fury pride. Pride, whether it's our nature or family, will always defend it. Especially when the hyenas beyond our lands begin to circle. Esmond paused, his expression softening into a faint, reminiscent smile. Your father, for all his strength and flaws, could have chosen to grow alone. He might have already reached the rank of Marquis, or even Margrave by now, but he didn't. Instead, he returned to Fury Lands and ushered it into a golden age. Esmond's gaze grew firm. That's because he carries the heart of a fury, the heart of a lion. And that, he placed a hand over his own chest, is his pride. His eyes settled on Alex once more. You must be wondering why I'm telling you this, he said, laying a hand on the boy's shoulder. It's because you're going places, kid. I can see it in your eyes. So listen well. Never forget what matters most. Your pride. You don't have to be like your father, bearing the weight of the entire house upon your shoulders. In truth, I believe you're different from him, and so is the path you'll walk. But no matter how high you climb, never forget to care for and raise those around you. They are your pride. He clenched his fist lightly against Alex's chest. They are the source of your lion's heart, your fury heart. Alex met his uncle's gaze silently, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. I guess you're quite the scribe, huh? He mused. Don't worry, uncle, Alex replied aloud. I've heard that it's cold and lonely at the top of the mountain. So, I'll make sure to bring people along, to share the warmth together. Ha! Esmond burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the courtyard. Well said, young Master Alex. Looks like I didn't need to say so much nonsense after all. Alex chuckled softly and shook his head. No, it's not nonsense. I'm truly grateful for your insight. He gave a respectful bow. Esmond patted Alex's arm warmly, then turned with his usual suave composure toward the waiting carriages. I can't wait to see what heights you'll reach, young Master Alex, he said without looking back, and the sights you'll bring to the world. With that, he climbed into the lead carriage. Within moments, the Fury delegation departed, their convoy vanishing down the road toward Ashen Castle. Alex stood watching for a while, then shook his head with a small smile and made his way back to his dormitory. When he arrived, he noticed an unfamiliar woman standing at the door. He was about to ask who she was when his eyes drifted downward, and recognition struck. He opened the door and stepped aside, gesturing politely. Please, come in. The woman raised an eyebrow. Is this how you invite any woman you meet into your home? Alex smiled faintly. But you're not any woman, are you? His eyes gleamed as he met her gaze. Isn't that right, Lady Eleanor? Alex returned to his accommodation to find an unfamiliar woman standing by his door. The woman was tan-skinned, dressed in a fitted business suit, and carried an enticing yet mature air, one accentuated by the small mole at the corner of her lip. Alex frowned and was about to ask who she was when his eyes were drawn downwards to a rather familiar pair of distinctive mounds. Realization dawned. He nodded at the woman, unlocked the door, and gestured invitingly. Please, come in. Is this how you open your doors to any woman you meet? She asked, raising a brow over the rim of her glasses. But you are not any woman, are you? Alex smiled knowingly. Isn't that right, Lady Eleanor? A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes before she composed herself and stepped inside. Alex closed the door behind them and headed to the kitchen to fetch drinks, while the woman drifted toward the table where several documents were laid out. Though she knew better, she couldn't resist glancing at the top page when she caught the heading, Finance Institution Development Plan. She found herself so engrossed that she didn't notice Alex's return until his voice cut through her thoughts. Do you like what you read? Ah. She jumped, stepping back from the table. I'm sorry, she said quickly, flustered. No problem. If I wanted to keep it hidden, I wouldn't have left it out in the open. Alex smiled and offered her one of the cups, herbal tea for her, milk with honey for himself. So, he asked, settling opposite her, who will I be speaking with today? Lady Eleanor Ledevicus? Or will you be maintaining your guise as Ms. Nevia? She sighed softly, then pressed the bracelet on her right wrist. In an instant, her appearance changed, skin turning fair, features softening, brunette hair fading to blonde, and brown eyes brightening into imperial blue. Lady Eleanor Ledevicus. The brown-skinned brunette from before had been none other than the imperial princess's alter ego within the Dragonhold Enclave, Nevia Amian. How did you know it was me? Eleanor asked, her tone a mix of curiosity and faint irritation. Alex's lips twitched. Although the disguise artifact did an excellent job of altering her face and complexion, there was one thing it couldn't quite conceal. Her bust. Rather, her physique. It merely altered her appearance. Her physique, however, remained the same. Though Eleanor had taken further precautions to veil it, not everything could be hidden. Certainly not from Alex's truth-seeker eyes, which instantly caught the large truth her best efforts couldn't conceal. Of course, he couldn't exactly tell her that. A quick thought crossed his mind. Let's just say, Alex said casually, I can always recognize important people I meet, especially someone like you, who left quite a big impression. The woman blinked, slightly confused, but accepted his words with a small nod. Did you write this? She asked, steering the conversation back to more pressing matters. Alex nodded. How did you come up with it? I was having a discussion with Master Pinchcoin, Alex began, about how much profit his department expects from the Golden Palace's auction and whether it's worth hosting more of them. He quoted a ridiculous figure, and I couldn't quite fathom how such massive funds could even be moved here. After he explained the cumbersome methods they would be used, I thought there had to be a simpler way. The plan you're holding is my preliminary idea. The bank written here? Eleanor asked, holding up the paper. It's essentially an improvement of an existing service provided by large merchant companies, Alex replied. As you know, they accept deposits from major clients, allowing those clients to access their funds at any branch across the empire. It's a convenient way to trade, but there's one glaring issue. The deposit can only be used within that particular merchant company. Eleanor interrupted smoothly. Merchants won't allow the service to be used just for their customers to spend the money elsewhere. It would be bad business. Exactly. Alex smiled, pleased by her quick understanding. That's where my bank comes in. It's a standalone institution, independent of any merchant house, that accepts, holds, and transfers coin or any other legal tender or item of value. It can be used by anyone, not just within the empire, but across the entire continent of Arune. And once the system matures, he continued, eyes glinting with quiet excitement, it won't even need to deal in physical currency. Transactions could be made simply by transferring value between accounts, seamlessly, safely, without the burden of carrying money on one's person, whether large or small. Fascinating. Eleanor's eyes gleamed with interest. How would you guarantee that funds deposited in one branch, let's say the capital, would be available in another, like the Enclave? How would you prevent fraud or falsified transactions? And wouldn't the banks themselves become targets for theft? She fired off a series of sharp questions that struck right at the core of the concept. Unfortunately for her, Alex simply smiled, saying nothing. Realization dawned on her almost immediately. She had overstepped. Alex had no obligation to explain his idea in detail. The fact that he had shared even this much was already more than courtesy. I apologize. I let my curiosity get the better of me, she said quickly. Not a problem. It happens to the best of us. Alex smiled lightly and gestured toward the chairs. Please, have a seat. So, what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? I was under the impression that my offer had already been rejected. Eleanor hesitated, her gaze flickering toward the stack of documents Alex had neatly moved aside. Despite herself, curiosity still lingered in her eyes. Eventually, she turned back to him and shook her head. That wasn't the case. I was investigating you, she admitted. I hadn't taken the time to look into you personally before. You were simply a means to an end back then. But with how things have changed, I needed to understand who I'm dealing with, especially if we're to become partners, as you proposed. And Alex asked calmly, taking a measured sip from his cup. "You're an enigma," she said with a wry smile. "Not much is known about you, aside from what you choose to make public. You're too much of a recluse." "I won't deny that," Alex replied. "Most of my time is consumed by research, so I'm rarely in the public eye. But it's not as though I hide entirely. What makes you so sure the version of me that people see during the times I am out and about isn't the real me?" "Because I've seen it too many times," Eleanor said, leaning back slightly. "Members of the nobility, especially those in power, are often not who they appear to be. Their public persona is just a mask, a means to win hearts and advance their ambitions. And from what I've gathered about you," she continued, her voice steady but probing, "you seem to fit that same mold. You maintain a good reputation so you can use people when it suits you." Alex took another sip from his cup, then placed it down carefully on the saucer resting atop the table. "I can see what you're worried about," he said calmly. "I can even understand it. But still, my question stands. What makes you think that just because I maintain a good reputation with people, and sometimes call upon their help, that I'm not a genuinely reputable person?" "I don't know," Eleanor admitted after a pause. Alex nodded slowly. "I won't claim to be a good person. To be honest, even I'm not sure at times. But I do believe humans are social creatures. As such, we'll always need one another, whether for a small favor or something life-changing. So for that day, for that need, I try, as much as possible, to maintain a good reputation with everyone I meet, regardless of who they are. Does that make me a good person? I wouldn't go that far. Does it stop me from being a bad person? Most likely not. However," he continued, his tone firm but even, "whether good or bad, it's still me. I don't pretend to like people I dislike. I might tolerate them, but I won't lie about my feelings. That's where I draw the line. The person sitting before you right now, this is the real me. I may have many shades to myself, but every one of them is still me." He paused, meeting Eleanor's gaze directly. His expression was open, steady, inviting her to look and find no falsehood in his eyes. "That said," he went on, "though I understand your reservations, I think you're overthinking this. Asking around for opinions about me won't help you resolve your doubts. The only way to know is to take the risk yourself. What you should be asking now isn't whether I'm a good or bad person based on rumors, but whether you're willing to take the risk to find out if I'm the right person for you." Eleanor sighed softly, lowering her gaze. "He was right after all," she muttered. "Sorry." Alex tilted his head. "Who was right?" "Someone once told me you're either going to become a dangerous person or the safest person to be around," Eleanor said quietly. Alex blinked in surprise. Then, after a moment, he chuckled and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "That's actually a very apt way to describe me," he admitted. "That wasn't." Eleanor started, then stopped herself midway. She shook her head wryly. "Never mind. I suppose what you said about being too honest for your own good is true." Alex grinned. "See? You're already starting to get to know me." Eleanor suddenly dropped her princessly demeanor. She rested her left elbow on the table and propped her chin against the back of her hand. The change made her seem less like a saintly princess and more like a roguish merchant weighing a deal. "If I'm overthinking this," she said with a teasing glint, "then tell me, in your sagacious wisdom, how do you think I should approach it?" Alex mirrored her posture, leaning slightly over the table. "Well, you just have to answer a few questions." "Go on." "First," Alex began, "do I pique your interest?" "You do." "Can you stand my personality?" "Tolerable." "Can you see yourself spending long hours in my company?" "In what capacity?" "Any." "I suppose so." "Do you feel any sense of hope, benefit, or security from me?" "I believe so." "Lastly," Alex said with a faint smile, "do you find my appearance tolerable for a partner?" This time, Eleanor hesitated. Her eyes swept over his face and figure, lingering for a heartbeat longer than necessary. "Passable," she said at last, lips curling into a small, amused smile. "Only passable." Alex raised a brow. Then he chuckled. "Well, it's a good thing I don't make a living off my looks." That caught her off guard. Eleanor let out an involuntary laugh before covering her mouth. "With these questions answered," Alex said, still smiling, "I think you already know whether it's worth the risk to find out if I'm the right partner for you or not." Eleanor met his eyes thoughtfully, then nodded. "I think, for a start, we should work together on something. Maybe that'll show you what kind of partner I'd be," Alex suggested. That sounds reasonable. Eleanor agreed easily. So, do you have anything in mind we could work on? He asked. Shouldn't you be the one making the suggestion? She asked with a faint smirk. I don't know yet. Alex shrugged. Eleanor's smirk turned into a glare. Then why did you make it sound like you already had something planned? I don't know. Maybe it's my confidence. Alex grinned. It makes people assume I always have a plan. Or maybe it's your track record of schemes, Eleanor retorted. I take offense to that, Lady Eleanor. I am an upstanding citizen of the Empire. I don't scheme. I simply plan meticulously toward a goal. That's the same thing. No, it's completely different. Calling it a scheme gives it a bad connotation. I'll take your word for it, she said, rolling her eyes. To her surprise, Eleanor realized she was actually enjoying herself. She felt strangely at ease with him, smiling, laughing, and letting her guard slip far more than she'd intended. But then something crossed her mind, something that darkened her expression. Alex, ever observant, caught the change instantly. Lady Eleanor, he asked gently, is something the matter? Eleanor's gaze flicked to him, uncertainty shadowing her eyes. Can I trust you? She asked quietly. Alex was stunned by the solemnness behind her question. He immediately set aside his playful tone and grew equally solemn, if not more so. Yes, he replied simply. But before Eleanor could speak, he added, but don't take my word for it. You can stay guarded around me. It'll be up to me to convince you otherwise. Eleanor blinked, taken slightly aback by his response. Tell me honestly, she said. Is it my bloodline you're after? I can sense that you also carry a light fire hybrid bloodline. However, yours isn't the same as the Imperial bloodline. Yours has a solar attribute, much like my Fey Monarch bloodline. In truth, it might even be a better genetic match for the eugenics program than the Royal Griffin line. She exhaled slowly, her voice tightening. I want to know. No, I need to know if my bloodline is what you're after. And if it is? Alex asked quietly. I'll cooperate with you, she said flatly, and I'll bear your child. But anything beyond that is off the table. I see. I understand now. A brief, sad smile flickered across Alex's face. He met her gaze with a rare, quiet sincerity. What I said at our last meeting still stands, he said. I care little for your lineage or your bloodline. What I want is you, Eleanor the alchemist, the healer, the businesswoman, but most importantly, simply you. Eleanor held his gaze, as though trying to discern whether his words were truth or calculated charm. Eventually, a soft smile curved her lips once more. I'll do as you said. I'll keep my guard up and wait for you to prove that I can trust you. Her tone steadied. But trust goes both ways. I expect you to do the same. She extended her hand across the table. Deal. Alex smiled back. Deal. They shook on it. Afterwards, they talked a little longer before Eleanor finally rose to leave. She pressed her bracelet, and her appearance shimmered back into that of Nevia Amian. I'll be waiting for you to come up with a plan for our first collaboration, she said. Let me know if you have any ideas too, Alex replied. Will do. She nodded before heading out. As soon as the door closed behind her, a wide grin broke across Alex's face. He activated his beta bracer and sent a message to Zora. Milady Queen, as ordered, your humble servant has brought home the princess. A month later, Alex and Eleanor completed their first collaboration, a project that left Zora utterly exasperated and wondering if she'd made a grave mistake pairing the two together. As expected, once Alex became involved, the simple idea they'd started with evolved into something far more complex than either of them had anticipated. The pair had originally intended to auction off their creation. However, after Zora pointed out the potential social and political ramifications, they wisely decided to shelve the product, ensuring it wouldn't see the light of day, at least for now. While Zora despaired at the terrifying synergy she might have unleashed, Alex and Eleanor managed to find common ground. Although Alex kept much of his Rune-Tech prowess concealed, the fact that he'd turned a harmless rune scroll project into something deemed forbidden spoke volumes about the platform's potential. Eleanor began to understand the roots of his paranoia, why he guarded the secrets of Rune-Tech so fiercely. That understanding drew them closer, at least professionally. As for romance, neither of them was in a hurry. They were both too absorbed in their work, and Alex had always been more of a go-with-the-flow kind of man. Quietly, however, Alex had his own plans. Without telling Eleanor or Zora, He incorporated the forbidden product into his interplanar project. His intention was to test its effects and gauge societal acceptance within the new plane he was preparing to visit. It would serve as a live case study, an experiment to determine whether the product could ever be safely introduced into Pangea. He could only hope that the society of the next plane would be similar enough for his results to hold meaning back home. That little interlude aside, the group now turned their attention to the upcoming auction. With a vast number of professionals and resources at their disposal, both magical and metaphysical, the partnership between the Enclave and the Golden Palace had succeeded in constructing an entire small city around the main auction house. This would be the site of what was now officially called the Auction Festival. The festival would last an entire week, drawing visitors, merchants, and nobles from across the continent, all for business, pleasure, and the prestige of being part of it. Alex's plan was executed meticulously by the Enclave's administration, led by its finance department, and the Golden Palace's management. The city was unofficially divided into three main sectors: lower, upper, and core. The lower sector was free entry and mostly comprised of bazaars, kiosk spots, and modest residential areas. The bustling markets were filled with low-tier and a few poorer mid-tier Enclave craftsmen and mages selling their crafts and looted goods. Non-natives and visiting mages from other regions could also set up stalls here, though at a hefty fee, especially if they couldn't provide proof of identity. Moving upward, entry into the upper sector required an entrance fee. Security was much tighter, and both entry and exit were heavily monitored to ensure order and safety. This was where luxury began. The upper tier hosted high-class to downright lavish hotels, rentable private villas, and elegant shops run by mid- to high-level Enclave craftsmen. It also featured a variety of entertainment spots, casinos, combat arenas, racetracks, and more. It was the beating heart of commerce and pleasure, the true image of the entertainment and economic hub the Enclave and Golden Palace envisioned the town to become. Unlike the lower sector, which was a chaotic free-for-all, only Enclave-certified individuals were allowed to operate here. That rule ensured most businesses were owned by Enclave natives, mages, craftsmen, and affiliated professionals. The few outsiders who managed to secure operations in this sector were already distinguished names: large merchant houses, powerful professionals, and at least renowned Tier 3 expert craftsmen known throughout the empire. And then, there was the core sector, where everything went up a notch. The visual style evolved from the luxury of the upper sector into something almost futuristic. Tall buildings rose under shimmering light arrays, surrounded by carefully planned greenery and a seamless fusion of technology and magic, a concept clearly inspired by Alex's design sensibilities. The result was a district unlike anything else on the continent. Accessing the core sector required far more than money. Status mattered. So did patronage, meaning only those who had spent a certain threshold amount in the lower and upper sectors were permitted entry. The threshold wasn't unreasonably high, just a total trade value of 100,000 gold coins, roughly the price of 2 military-grade magic armors or a single luxury-tier rune phone. Most of the organizations Alex was targeting to sell his RuneNet to were the same ones that casually bought multiple luxury-tier rune phones and maintained entire companies, if not entire brigades and corps, equipped with magic armors. To such entities, 100,000 gold coins wasn't even a barrier. It was little more than a tip, a simple gesture to ensure the rabble stayed out of their way when the true elites began bidding for the crowns of the auction. And it wasn't as though the money was wasted. Those funds had been spent purchasing goods which, while considered low-tier to them, were still valuable enough to distribute among their subordinates. Unsurprisingly, anyone permitted entry into the core sector was far from ordinary. Ironically, this made it the most orderly sector of all. There was less visible security here than even in the lower sector, simply because no one would dare disgrace their house or organization by acting out of line in such company. The few guards who were visible were stationed in front of key landmarks: the Golden Palace Auction House, the Dragon Chamber of Commerce Building, and a handful of luxury boutiques owned by either or both the Golden Palace and the Dragonhold Enclave. Even then, those guards were more for show than necessity. The true security forces remained hidden from view. Unlike the other sectors, however, the core sector had an exclusive policy, some might even call it xenophobic. Only businesses affiliated with the Enclave or the Golden Palace were allowed to operate here. Even the most prestigious merchant companies and trading chambers found themselves excluded. This was the realm where both powers flexed their commercial might, displaying the finest goods and services their alliances could offer. Trade agreements for any of the Enclave's products, down to even the lowest tier item, could be negotiated directly through the Dragon Chamber of Commerce, sparing the elite clientele from dealing with dozens of minor craftsmen or individual sellers. Meanwhile, the Palace Auction House served as both a hub for trade negotiations with palace representatives and a logistics center for convenient deliveries anywhere across the continent. And this was before the main auction had even begun. By this point, both the Enclave and the Palace had already earned hundreds of millions of gold coins in direct revenue from pre-auction sales alone. As for indirect earnings, the taxes, tariffs, and levies tied to the event, those figures were still being tallied, but early estimates placed them well into the high tens of millions. Unlike the sales revenue, these were pure profit, passively generated without further effort. To say the festival had already been a success, even before the much-anticipated auction, would be an understatement. Many of the merchants present could only look on in envy. Even though the business model was clear for all to see, it wasn't something just anyone could replicate. At the very least, they would need an item of immense significance, like the rumored final auction piece, one capable of drawing such a diverse crowd of individual powerhouses and influential organizations. The 5 days passed without much trouble, and the much-anticipated day of the auction finally arrived. Just the entry requirement alone, a total trade qualification of 500,000 gold, kept the rabble at bay. Still, the Enclave had been considerate enough to plan a live screening of the event across various venues within the entertainment district. Of course, for a small token fee of 10 gold coins. A hefty sum for a commoner, but a modest price for an average professional. The two partners hosting the event earned another tidy profit from the live broadcast, an innovative concept in this world, where meeting the powerhouses one often heard about was near impossible. Offering such a privilege for merely 10 gold coins was, without question, a fair deal. On the 6th day of the festival proper, many powerhouses and scions of great families who had remained quiet throughout the festivities finally began revealing themselves. From royalty to grand duchies and cross-continental guilds, nearly every organization of repute was represented. Those unaware of the details could only wonder, what exactly was this final auction item, that it could summon such an assembly of giants? Some among these elites were dissatisfied with the hosts for airing the event publicly, while others saw it as an opportunity to flaunt their organization's prestige by securing victory in the bidding wars. Whichever side they stood on, none of them realized they had already stepped into a carefully laid trap. Unbeknownst to all, by choosing to broadcast the event, the Enclave and the Palace had ensured that no organization could afford to appear stingy. Rival factions could no longer withdraw their financial strikes against one another. In other words, through a simple act of media coverage, the very organizations that ruled wind and cloud over the Arun continent were softly manipulated, forced to open their wallets, whether they wished to or not. The 6th day of the auction festival marked the day of the auction proper. As part of the festival's grand celebrations, the event had been styled as a royal ball. Scions of powerful families and organizations stepped out in full splendor, each vying to outshine the other in elegance and grace. Alex, Zora, and Eleanor were no exception. Alex had personally designed the outfits for all three of them. Those designs were later brought to life by a fashion house, surprisingly one owned by Eleanor herself within the Enclave. It turned out the woman was far more enterprising than Alex had initially realized. Her main alchemy shop was merely the centerpiece of her business empire. She had diversified into several other ventures, particularly within the fashion and beauty industries. It certainly made acquiring their attire much easier. Alex had even prepared a design for Eudara, and the dress had been completed as well. However, the woman was still MIA alongside Alan Holder. She checked in occasionally via Rune phone, but she never mentioned where they were or what they were up to, and Alex didn't press for details either. Alex himself was dressed sharply in a purple-black, form-fitting three-piece suit accented with red gold linings and silver accessories, a pocket chain watch, polished cufflinks, and a fine lapel pin. Finally, Resting proudly on his breast pocket was the crest of the Fury family. Zora, on the other hand, wore a modest yet regal gown of royal blue with white accents, which complemented her hair beautifully. Her look was completed with an elegant hairpin set, a subtle crown resting at the front and a phoenix pin at the back, granting her a mature, noble bearing that perfectly matched how Alex saw her. She looked like ruling royalty descended among swans. Eleanor's attire carried an entirely different charm. She wore a sleeveless white dress trimmed with soft golden accents, loose enough around the torso to soften the emphasis of her already generous curves. To balance the sleeveless design, she paired it with a white cream jacket, both stylish and practical for warmth. A sunbloom flower hairpin tucked neatly over her ear completed the look. Like Zora, Eleanor exuded regality, though hers was gentler, less like a queen, and more like a saintly princess. Contrary to their original plan, the three of them arrived at the venue separately. Eleanor had to meet and greet the representatives of the Imperial clan, and thus arrived alongside the Imperial delegation. Meanwhile, Zora led the Enclave's delegation, which included Pinchcoin and several Grand Mages, standing in for Merlin, who, unsurprisingly, wasn't expected to attend. The auction house itself was a masterpiece of design, grand and imposing, roughly the size of a football stadium with 4 floors above ground and 2 below. Its architecture reflected a soft opulence reminiscent of noble castles, seamlessly blending with the core sector's aesthetic. From a distance, one might even think the city's heart had been built as an extension of this magnificent structure. Luxurious carriages arrived one after another, each ferrying representatives of the continent's major powers, royalty, nobles, and magnates alike. Alex, however, used a discreet route to enter, avoiding the main crowd. Not that anyone would have paid him much attention amid such illustrious company, but he preferred not to stand out regardless. He found a quiet corner to settle in, content to observe the spectacle. From his vantage point, he watched as Haggleworth, ever composed, moved through the gathering, greeting one guest after another with the precision of a seasoned diplomat. To the untrained eye, it looked like a casual meet and greet, but Alex knew better. Thanks to the noble etiquette training he had been forced to endure since arriving in this world, he recognized the intricate dance being played out. Every greeting, every bow, every exchanged smile followed a specific order, one designed to reflect status and favor. Whomever Haggleworth greeted first in a group, whether intentionally or not, signified who the Golden Palace CEO respected the most. A single misstep could easily offend another noble or organization whose pride couldn't bear being second. It was a delicate, fickle affair that made Alex shake his head. This is exactly why I hate nobility, he mused. A single wrong nod, and suddenly it's an insult worthy of blood feud. It was also one of the reasons he appreciated being a Fury, a family that cared little for such trivial displays. Still, Alex couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Haggleworth. Technically, as the chairperson of the company, this entire social performance should have fallen on his shoulders. Even so, Haggleworth and his team were doing an excellent job managing the intricate dance of diplomacy. It certainly helped that the true heavyweights, the royals, major nobles, and the most powerful organizations, had yet to arrive. It was customary among the upper circles to arrive fashionably late. Doing so allowed the hosts to properly receive lesser guests first, ensuring the true elites would be greeted with undivided attention when they finally made their entrance. Alex sat quietly, observing the entire performance from his seat without moving a muscle. It was, in its own way, impressive that no one paid him any mind. After all, he wasn't exactly inconspicuous, devilishly handsome, the crest of the infamous Fury family stitched boldly into his breast pocket, and a suit that was nothing short of striking. His attire was different. Where most men wore Victorian-styled tuxedos and layered coats, Alex's sharp, modern three-piece suit cut a silhouette entirely unlike the rest. Sleek lines, minimal frills, and subtle display of elegance and power. It should have made him stand out immediately. Fortunately, with hundreds, if not thousands, of guests crowding the hall, and his position tucked away in a quiet corner, he went largely unnoticed. Unless someone was deliberately searching for him, he was invisible. Alas, that peace didn't last. The Dragonhold Enclave's delegation arrived, fashionably late, of course. Their timing was impeccable, appearing just before the royalty, grand duchies, and other high-tier organizations were due to enter. At their head was Zora, and as always, she carried herself with commanding grace. Considerate as ever, she chose to enter through the west wing, opposite the east wing where Haggleworth was welcoming guests. The decision spared him the trouble of rushing across the hall to greet her and ensured she didn't draw unnecessary attention away from the host, who rightfully deserved the spotlight on this day. Unfortunately, intentions rarely aligned with reality. The Dragonhold delegation was far too conspicuous to slip in quietly. Comprised of grand mages, grandmaster craftsmen, and led by a stunningly beautiful woman in elegant regalia, their very presence turned heads wherever they went. The room stirred like a hive, whispers spreading in their wake. Haggleworth, noticing their arrival, instinctively began to move, but Zora, ever poised, sent a subtle gesture, silently telling him not to bother. Alex chuckled softly from his seat in the southwest wing, amusement dancing in his eyes. From where he sat, he could clearly see that his Lady Queen was enduring the growing buzz around her with barely restrained irritation. Even as the respected majordomo of the Dragonhold Enclave, Zora had always preferred a low profile. Few outside the uppermost echelons of the great organizations even knew her face. My dear, cold ice queen. Being tormented by the attention of mere mortals, Alex thought to himself, lips curving into a faint smirk. You must be utterly annoyed right now. Just as Alex was quietly enjoying the sight of Zora forcing herself to smile and greet the crowd of buzzing nobles, she suddenly stopped mid-motion. Her head turned, snapping sharply in his direction. Their eyes met. Zora caught sight of Alex's amused smile, one that showed clearly he was enjoying her predicament. For a brief moment, she frowned, her expression darkening with irritation. But then, as if struck by a mischievous idea, her frown melted into a slow, deliberate smile. A chill ran down Alex's spine. He literally shivered in his seat. What the? Before he could process it, she murmured something to her entourage, left them to handle the chattering guests, and, to Alex's growing horror, began walking straight toward him. She wouldn't. Oh, but she would. As he feared, Zora glided confidently through the crowd, her every step drawing attention and dragging all the limelight right to his corner. Alex resisted the urge to bolt. Running would only make things worse. It had looked like he was fleeing from her. By the time she reached him, all he could do was offer a resigned, crooked smile. Her teasing smirk made it clear she was enjoying every second of his discomfort. The sudden, uncharacteristic warmth on the Ice Queen's face didn't escape the more observant nobles nearby. Eyes turned and whispers spread. It didn't take long before people began speculating about the nature of their relationship. The only question now was, how close were they? Alex shifted slightly, opening a space for her beside him on the sofa. Did you really have to do that? He asked dryly. You looked lonely sitting here all by yourself, Zora replied, utterly unabashed. So, I thought I'd keep you company. Besides, she tilted her head, smiling sweetly. I needed a bug repellent. And as my humble servant, I'm sure you wouldn't mind helping your queen, right? Alex's lips twitched. Fine, he sighed in mock surrender. Your humble servant. I am happy to be used as Milady Queen's bug repellent. Once Zora sat down, the crowd of men who had been hovering near her quickly dispersed, especially after spotting the Fury family crest embroidered on Alex's jacket. No one wanted to pick a fight with a member of that infamous bloodline. It wasn't fear. Many of these people came from powerful families themselves. It was respectful caution. The Fury family was after all known for their ability to silently humiliate their opponents. Even if you won in a physical confrontation against one, you somehow still lost, usually in a way so humiliating it was better never to engage in the first place. Hence, Alex made the best kind of repellent to keep these overly interested males at bay. However, just because it worked on most of them didn't mean there wouldn't be one or two persistent bugs still buzzing around. A noble Lady Zora seemed familiar with came over, clearly drawn by her attire and curious about who designed it. Since they were now sisters and Alex preferred to stay out of the spotlight, Zora casually credited Eleanor's clothing shop. The nearby noble ladies, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, immediately caught the name and carefully noted it down, a detail that didn't go unnoticed by Zora and Alex. The two unknowingly shared a knowing, scheming look. That small mirrored gesture sparked curiosity in the noble lady. "May I ask," she began hesitantly, "who this gentleman is to you?" Before Alex could even register the question, Zora answered without missing a beat. "He is Alex Fury. He's my fiancé." "Ah, you didn't tell me you were engaged. Congratulations," the lady exclaimed as she clasped Zora's hands excitedly. The nearby hopeful men felt their hearts shatter. Their expressions turned dark, their eyes filled with jealousy as they glared at Alex. Shatter. Suddenly, the sharp sound of glass breaking rang through the air. When the trio turned toward the source, they found shards of a shattered glass at the feet of a gaudily dressed youth. The very image of arrogance wrapped in this world's equivalent of tacky designer wear. "Helmet Wastelander." "Hey, useless trash," Helmet sneered loudly enough for everyone to hear. "If you know what's good for you, you'll break off that engagement right now. That woman belongs to the Wastelander family. She's destined to be married to my brother, Auric Wastelander." "Auric Wastelander? Isn't that the heir of the Wastelander family?" someone in the crowd murmured. "Not only that," another whispered. "I heard after returning from conquering one of their family's planes last year, he became strong enough to be named one of the Empire's dragons." "An Empire dragon? Isn't that the group of prodigies expected to reach legendary within 2 decades?" The murmurs of the crowd reached Alex's ears, but he paid them no heed. In fact, he looked at Helmet with mild amusement. This was after all a rare encounter with the cliché arrogant young master trope since arriving in this world, a world where he'd expected them to be everywhere. "Alex, don't react," Zora murmured under her breath. She quickly dismissed the noble lady, not wanting her or her family caught in the crossfire. The Fury family and the Enclave could handle any retaliation from Duke Wastelander, but a minor count's household certainly couldn't. "Helmet," Zora said, her smile fading into icy coldness. "Who are you to speak about my private affairs? Have you forgotten where you are? Do you think the Wastelander Duchy can shield you from the consequences of this transgression?" "Lady Zora, you disappoint me," Helmet sneered. "I used to think you were a woman of foresight and vision. Now I see you're just an arrogant wench. You actually rejected my brother's advances just to shack up with this intermediate rank trash? I almost pity my brother for falling for a tasteless broad like you." Before Zora could respond, a cold shiver ran down her spine. Killing intent. She turned and froze. Alex's smile was gone. In its place was an utterly impassive stare. There was no anger, no disgust, just a chilling neutrality that scared her more than any outburst could have. Because she knew. Alex was angry. Very, very angry. Looking closer, one could see his eyes flickering between multiple shades of crimson. Calm madness was rising, and Alex was struggling to hold it back. Zora quickly reached for his hand. Don't fall for it," she whispered urgently. Alex smiled faintly, then gently pushed her hand aside and stood up. "What? Did I strike a chord?" Helmet taunted. "What are you going to do about it?" "Alex." Zora stepped in front of him, blocking his path. "Don't worry," Alex said quietly. "Just watch." He stepped past her and stopped before Helmet. Alex raised his hand, and Helmet braced himself, ready to take a punch. Slap. A sharp sound echoed across the hall. But to everyone's shock, Alex hadn't hit Helmet. He'd slapped Helmet's guard. "What are you?" "Calm madness. Killing intent. Beast intimidation." Alex's aura erupted in an instant. Helmet, who was about to speak, had the words stuck in his throat as Alex's eyes locked onto him. For a split second, he felt his soul being torn from his body under the Fury's gaze. With Helmet frozen silent, Alex turned his attention back to the stunned guard beside him. Alex's slap hadn't been an ordinary slap. Depth perception, dragon's commute, wave ripple, slap. He raised his hand once more, delivering another precise strike that sent the peak elite-ranked warrior sprawling to the ground, unconscious. Depth perception had guided his strike to the weakest point in the man's jaw, while Dragon's commute channeled mana in a rippling wave that bypassed the guard's passive energy barrier, striking directly at the vulnerable spot. 2 controlled strikes, one to stun, the next to end it. Once the guard hit the floor, Alex's pupils slowly reverted to their usual ruby-red hue. He calmly adjusted his jacket, brushed away non-existent dust, and straightened his tie as though nothing had happened. What is the meaning of this? A deep, composed voice cut through the tense air, as Alex expected. A suave, sharp-eyed young man approached with two masked guards in tow. His refined features bore a clear resemblance to Helmet, but Alex feigned ignorance. The newcomer's presence alone quieted the murmuring crowd. As the man stopped before him, Alex replied evenly, "Where I come from. When a dog barks at you, you don't bark back. You speak to its owner. But since the dog's owner wasn't present, I had to discipline the caretaker for failing to keep the mutt on a leash." His tone was calm, his voice smooth, as if he had indeed just done something for the greater good of the society. Then, as though remembering his manners, he turned to the newcomer with a faint, polite smile. "Oh, forgive me. From your bearing, you seem a dragon among men. Might I ask who you are?" "I'm Alex Fury, by the way." He extended a hand for a handshake. The surrounding nobles froze. Even Zora could only sigh and shake her head wryly. The young man regarded Alex's hand for a brief, waited moment. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he reached out and took it. "Alric Wastelander," he said smoothly. "Nice to meet you." "Alric Wastelander," Alex repeated, feigning sudden realization. "Of course. No wonder I thought you looked like a dragon among men. You're one of the Empire's dragons of your generation." He shook Alric's hand with exaggerated enthusiasm, eyes gleaming as though meeting a childhood hero. Then he sighed dramatically. "A dragon is a dragon. Even your presence alone makes it obvious." The crowd stood frozen, unsure whether to laugh or gasp. The ferocity Alex had shown moments ago had completely vanished, replaced by polite excitement. But to those who listened carefully, the barbs hidden beneath his flattery were sharp enough to draw blood. Alas, Alex had met his match. Auric's smile didn't falter for a moment. "Don't discount yourself," he replied smoothly. "I can see you're just as vigorous as any dragon. I'm sure you'll pierce through the dragon's gate yourself in a few decades. With enough diligence, you might even stand among us." The words were spoken warmly, yet every word dripped with condescension. To the untrained ear, it was encouragement. To those who understood, it was an elegant insult. Alex's eye twitched, but his smile remained perfectly composed. "I doubt that will happen," he replied evenly. "After all, I've been told my talent is trash. Not to mention, my humble family can't afford interplanar coordinates. Without access to a plane with better time dilation, how could I ever hope to catch up to a dragon seed genius like yourself? Even if I worked tirelessly for a decade and a half, I'd still be far behind." Polite laughter rippled through the nobles nearby, those who understood the real meaning behind his words. Alex's remark was a dagger in silk, subtly implying that Auric's current strength was less about talent and more about the extra time gained through cultivation on a plane with a faster time dilation compared to Pangea, and that was on top of the 15 years with which Auric was older than him. And Auric, for his part, caught the jab instantly. The two men smiled, still clasping hands, the perfect image of courtesy. Yet beneath those smiles, the air was thick with unspoken challenge. If one couldn't hear the venom in their words, they might have mistaken this for a friendly exchange, two fine gentlemen humbly praising each other. Eventually, Auric tired of the back and forth and released Alex's hand. He turned toward Zora, ready to speak. But someone else stepped forward. "You said your name was Alex Fury, correct?" "Earl Drake Fury's heir." The voice was calm, yet carried unmistakable authority. When people turned toward it, the air shifted instantly. "Prince Caesar," someone exclaimed. Alex's eyes flickered with sharp light. "So this is Prince Caesar Ledevicus, the one who stopped father from killing Earl Kellerman," he deduced. "We see the light of Ledevicus." Alex and the other citizens of the Varelian Empire greeted formally. "May our light of civilization shine far across time and the cosmos." The prince returned the greeting with the practiced ease of one born to rule. Then his gaze settled on Alex. It was then Alex noticed a familiar figure standing behind him. Eleanor Ledevicus. The flower of the empire met his gaze and offered a small, reassuring nod. "Yes," Alex said evenly. "I am the Mad Earl's son." The prince blinked, surprised. He hadn't expected Alex to use Earl Drake's infamous nickname so casually, a title original as an insult. Then he laughed softly. "The Earl was right. You are indeed an interesting one." Turning toward Auric, he added, "Auric, I'd like to speak with him for a moment. I trust you don't mind." Though phrased politely, Everyone present knew it wasn't a request. It was an order dressed in courtesy. Of course not, my prince, Alric said smoothly, bowing before retreating. He gave Zora a courteous nod as well, then left with Helmet in tow. His guards dragged along Helmet's unconscious protector. The instant his back was turned, the gentle civility on Auric's face vanished. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Dispose of that useless waste, he ordered flatly. A guard who can't even do his job and instead disgraces the Wastelander name. He doesn't deserve to live. One of his guards bowed silently and led the man away. Moments later, in a distant alley of the entertainment city, a short scream and then the sound of crunching bones echoed briefly, then faded into silence. Back at the auction hall, Alric rejoined the crowd as though nothing had happened. Helmet, however, was nowhere to be seen. He had been taken back to their hotel by Auric's other guard. Meanwhile, Alex walked beside Prince Caesar toward the side of the grand hall. Zora and Eleanor quietly returned to the sofa they had seated earlier. Does the prince wish something of me? Alex asked calmly. No, not really, Caesar replied, his tone light. I was merely curious about you, and decided to see for myself what kind of man you are. Alex raised a brow, faintly amused. You are curious about me? I can't imagine I've done anything remarkable enough to earn the attention of someone of your station. Don't be so sure about that, Prince Caesar said with a knowing smile. You, an intermediate rank mage, led the defense of your territory against a surprise assault, and played such a crucial role that a legendary assassin had to be sent to eliminate you. Then, because of you, the Mad Earl was willing to kill the Unfettered, a legendary figure with friends all across the empire, as well as Earl Kellerman, a noble who swore fealty to the imperial son, all without caring for the political storms that would follow. And if that wasn't enough, I now hear that you've managed to capture the heart of House Ledevicus' most eligible spinster, the flower of the empire herself. He gave a playful smirk. Tell me, Alex Fury, how could I not be curious about you? Alex gave a wry smile. To him, the prince sounded less like a political powerhouse and more like a bored, nosy ant. In truth, we only held the castle because one of my father's hounds, Dark Knight Jared Rivia, defeated the enemy commander, Alex said humbly. As for Lady Eleanor, we're still just talking. Nothing's set in stone. And my father? Well, he was just being a father. Prince Caesar's expression suddenly hardened. Don't do that. Alex blinked. Do what? That fake humility, Caesar replied. Do you know what I like most about your father and your family as a whole? Alex straightened. No, your highness. It's that none of you play the hypocritical games the rest of the nobility do, the prince said bluntly. So stop pretending. Unneeded humility can rub people the wrong way, especially someone like me. Alex stared at him for a moment, then nodded slowly. Understood. I'll speak frankly with you from now on, at least while we're in private. Only in private? Prince Caesar raised a brow. Yes, Alex said firmly. That's as far as I'll go. The members of my family you have met are likely my father and our counts. While they might have the personal strength and standing to speak casually with you in public, I don't. Caesar sighed. Very well. I suppose I'll take what I can get. Alex smirked. You sound like a bored old man. That's because I am bored. The old part, though, that's a bit of a stretch. Alex chuckled. Maybe generally. But to me, you are indeed old. The prince glared at him in mock outrage. You brat. Did you just make fun of your superior? Alex froze for a second, instinctively wanting to step back. But then, he caught the playful glint in Prince Caesar's eyes. Forgive me, your imperial highness, whose glory shines supreme across the empire as one of its brightest stars, Alex said with mock solemnity, bowing slightly. This humble peasant apologizes for overstepping his station. I will. Stop, stop, stop. I yield. Prince Caesar raised both hands in mock surrender, laughing. You're no fun to tease at all. You're just bad at it because you don't have anyone to practice with, Alex replied smoothly. I, on the other hand, have plenty of experience. Did you just brag at my expense? The prince demanded, half amused. What happened to that courteous brat from earlier? Someone said they didn't want him. You get what you paid for, Alex quipped. Prince Caesar chuckled. As expected, you're a fun one. Just then, the prince glanced over his shoulder and saw his chamberlain signaling to him. Looks like our time's up, he sighed. He pulled out a rune phone. Give me your ID, We'll talk later. All right. Alex obliged, sharing his contact details. The prince turned to leave, but paused mid-step. You should be careful with Auric, he said quietly. Don't compare him to that idiot brother of his. Auric is, on a whole different level of insidious. I know. Alex nodded solemnly. Thank you for the warning, Your Highness. Prince Caesar nodded back, then walked off to join his chamberlain, who led him toward another group of guests. Alex remained still for a moment, mulling over the prince's words. He remembered the brief handshake he'd shared with Auric. There was something off about that man. Darkness. A darkness unlike ordinary darkness attribute mana or internal energy. It was something else. No, it isn't darkness, Alex thought, his eyes narrowing. The right words are evil, malicious, insidious, impure. His eyes glinted. Corrupted, he muttered. Yes, corrupted. It was unlike any energy he'd ever encountered or read about. But one thing was clear, Aetherkindle absolutely despised it. The primal flame within him had nearly surged out of control, eager to burn Auric to ashes. Alex had to divert a portion of his spiritual force just to calm it down. And it wasn't only Auric. His two guards reeked of the same impure aura, even stronger, in fact. Their essence felt made of that corruption, while Auric was merely tainted by it. Helmet, however, didn't carry the same energy signature. So, it's not something from the Wastelander house, Alex concluded. More likely something Auric brought back from the plane he's been exploring these past 6 years. Whatever, Alex shrugged inwardly. Just don't try anything against me, Auric. Otherwise, we'll see just how much Aetherkindle hates that filthy energy of yours. A cruel glint flickered in his eyes. Of course, he hadn't missed the fact that Auric was already a veteran-ranked warrior. But Alex pushed the thought aside and returned to where the two ladies sat. The moment they turned toward him, both smiling sweetly, a shiver ran down his spine. Oh no, they're plotting something. Sure enough, they patted the space between them invitingly, wordlessly telling him to sit. Even before he took the seat, he could already feel the waves of envy and murderous intent coming from several men nearby. Fortunately, Alex had grown a thick skin since coming to Pangaea. He ignored the stares and confidently sat between his two women. Thanks, Zora whispered with a subtle grin. He returned her smile. How did it go with Prince Caesar? Eleanor asked. It went well, I think, Alex replied, smirking. Pretty sure he likes me. Did you get his phone ID? Eleanor asked, clearly fighting the urge to roll her eyes. I did. That's good. Eleanor exhaled in relief. You seem to have a knack for getting yourself into trouble, so it's wise to have friends who can bail you out. Having Prince Caesar on your side will make things much easier. He can also introduce you to people who might be useful allies. Just remember, if you expect their help, you'll need to help them in return. That's a given. Alex nodded. Thanks for the introduction. Prince Caesar seems like someone I'd get along with. That's true. He's just as enigmatic as you, Zora added. He is. Eleanor agreed with a soft laugh. You two are quite similar. Only that he's a bit more mature and a lot less annoying. Ding. A soft chime echoed across the grand hall. All three looked up to see the doors of the building closing as the auction staff descended the 6 staircases surrounding the hall, guiding guests upstairs to the main auction chamber. Let's go. The auction's about to begin, Alex said, rising to his feet. With a gorgeous woman on each arm, Alex swaggered up the staircase where a staff member awaited. They were handed a VIP card and escorted to a luxurious private room on the top floor, where they would enjoy a perfect view of the event below. The layout of the auction house was relatively simple, yet grand in execution. The 2 underground floors, each protected by their own independent but powerful defensive array, served as secure storage areas. The deeper one went, the stronger the security became. This was where the auction's treasures were kept out of sight, sealed behind layers of impregnable defenses. As for the 4 floors above ground, the ground floor functioned as the reception area, designed as a fusion between a luxurious lounge and an art gallery. Movable partitions could divide the space into private rooms or temporary offices for discreet negotiations. The second floor, as the guests soon discovered, was a vast display hall. Hundreds, if not thousands, of items were exhibited there. According to the auction house staff, that floor was reserved for continuous mass auctions. Each displayed item would remain open for bidding over a set period, with the highest bidder at the end claiming ownership. Of course, impatient bidders could activate the buyout option, paying anywhere from 10 to 50 times the appraised value, depending on the rarity of the item. The upper floors, to which Alex and the others were being led, housed the main auction hall, the true heart of the establishment. The hall itself was colossal, merging two entire floors into one enormous space. A single chamber large enough that it was measured in units of football stadiums. Its sheer size alone reflected the auction house's ambition to host the grandest events and attract the most influential guests across the Arun continent. Though every group invited to this particular event was a major power, there was still a clear hierarchy among them. Some were regional giants, dominant within their own nations. Others, however, were continental forces, their influence stretching far beyond any border. Foremost among these were the Five Empires, the Craftsmen Associations, the Continental Mage Association, the Order of Valor, and the Merchant Union, to name a few. The third floor, the lower section of the main auction hall, seated the national and regional powers. The fourth floor, known as the Upper Gallery, was reserved exclusively for the continental powers, the true VIPs of the night. This upper floor was designed as a collection of private box galleries, each overlooking the grand auction hall below. It was a symbolic design, a reflection of how these mighty organizations looked down upon the continent itself, overseeing both the stage and the lesser powers seated beneath them. Alex, Zora, and Eleanor walked into one of the VIP boxes. As the chairman of the Golden Palace, Alex naturally had a private VIP box reserved exclusively for himself. Zora and Eleanor, however, were also destined to have their own private seating arrangements even without him. Eleanor would join the rest of the arriving Imperial Ledevicus clan in their reserved VVIP box, while Zora could be expected to take her seat with the Enclave's delegation in their assigned private room. Alex's VIP room had been discreetly reserved under his chairman's status, though only Haggleworth and a few top-ranking palace executives were aware of this fact. The room reflected Alex's personal preference for understated opulence. Rather than lavish artwork or gaudy ornamentation, the space was fitted like a control chamber, packed full of intricate arrays forming what could only be described as a true grand array formation. Alex was captivated by the sight. Though its firepower was inferior to the faux grand array formation he'd deployed back at the northern Dankrot fort, since it wasn't designed for offense. Its sheer complexity and elegance far outclassed his own creation. This was the work of a true creator, a seamless blend of functionality and artistry, whereas Alex's formation had been more akin to a Frankenstein construct, a hodgepodge of working parts cobbled together without much regard for beauty or precision. The interwoven design was so fluid that it was nearly impossible to tell where one array formation component began or ended. In contrast, his faux array clearly revealed its individual formation junctions to any competent array master. My formation was just multiple smaller arrays tied together to mimic a whole, Alex sighed inwardly. But this is a true grand formation. I still have a lot to learn. What Alex didn't know was that Haggleworth had commissioned a Tier 5 Grandmaster Array Master to design the room's formation as part of the greater Grand Array formation of the entire auction house, and a Tier 4 Master Array Master to construct it. Both were well beyond Alex's current level, as he was still hovering somewhere around a half-step Tier 3 expert at best. Once seated, the three of them settled in. Alex took the central seat, a high-back chair that served not only as the room's main seat, but also as its control station, linked directly to the Grand Array formation. Among its many utilities, the Grand Formation allowed Alex to zoom his view in and out, clearly capturing anywhere and anyone within the auction hall. Although a basic layer of decency was maintained, preventing him from peering into the private VIP boxes to see what went on within, the formation did inform him who each box was reserved for, or currently occupied by. Through this, the formation casually presented Alex with a list of the true powers across the continent. I know the Mage Association serves as a governing council for the continent's mage towers, Alex said, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. But what about the Order of Valor, the supposed governing body for warriors? Why all the secrecy surrounding them? The Order of Valor was a name shrouded in mystery, so much so that it only ever appeared in passing within the Enclave's public records. Even those accessible to Alex and Omni-Rune-AI. They were founded by some survivors of the first interplanar raid on the Infernal Realm, Zora explained, her tone turning solemn. Those who refused to join Emperor Commodus and the other powerful factions in founding nations after the war. Instead, they banded together, forming an organization untethered by national borders, dedicated to defending our realm from attacks like the one we carried out on the Infernal Realm, and those our realm still launches against smaller planes. Alex leaned back, thoughtful. Those who live by the sword will eventually face the sword. So, for our realm, they forged a shield, huh? In a sense, Zora nodded. After a moment, Alex turned to Eleanor. Then tell me, how come the Alchemy, Forgesmith, and Runesmith associations each have their own private box? Why aren't they seated together under the Craftsman Association? Eleanor gave him a disapproving look. You really should brush up on your politics and history. Alex only shrugged. I have better things to do with my time. That's why I have you two around to help me out. He winked playfully. Eleanor sighed, shaking his head, while Zora smiled knowingly. You'll get used to it, Zora said to Eleanor. You've spoiled him, Eleanor replied flatly. Zora laughed. Eleanor shook her head as Zora's laughter faded. Still, she answered Alex's earlier question. The Alchemy, Forgesmith, and Runesmith associations existed long before the Craftsman Association, she revealed. The latter was founded by other artisans who felt undervalued by those three. They gained the backing of several empires and organizations that wanted to curb the overwhelming influence the three associations once held. When the Craftsman Association was established, the three older associations were nominally placed under its authority, which is why most people, including you, apparently, believe it governs them. In practice, though, the three are essentially independent. Alex smirked. Let me guess, only the higher-ups know that. To the average citizen, it looks like the three associations are just branches of the Craftsman Association. That image keeps their public influence in check, while the ruling powers get what they want, a balance of control without having to create another rival power to suppress them. Meanwhile, the three associations retain their autonomy by ceding just enough influence to keep everyone satisfied. Pretty much, Eleanor admitted with a nod. Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That's eerily similar to an anti-monopoly strategy, he mused. The ruling powers of this world maintain tighter control than it first appears. I expected something like this, but maybe it's even worse than I thought. Should I ease off on pushing the palace's expansion and instead create another organization, a shadow subsidiary positioned as a rival? Seeing Alex lapse into deep contemplation, the two women exchanged a glance. Zora gave Eleanor a subtle nod, signaling her to leave him be for now. Branding, corporate restructuring, the evolution into a conglomerate, Alex mused silently. I'll have to draw on whatever business and corporate experience I can still recall from my past life, no matter how limited. If I want to keep my edge, I can't stagnate. Good thing I'll be heading to another plane soon. Hopefully, it's suitable for experimentation. Any business venture there will be expendable, but my holdings here are a different story. Alex's eyes refocused as his thoughts settled. He turned his attention back to the formations display, studying the other VIP boxes, scanning for anything he might have missed. The representatives of the Salvatore Grand Duchy are in the Imperial box, while the Mockholt and Lichter Grand Duchies are seated together. Alex frowned. Is there an alliance I'm unaware of? Of course the Salvatore's representative is seated with the Imperial delegation, Eleanor replied matter-of-factly. He's a close retainer of the Emperor and a staunch supporter of the First Prince. The First Prince's mother, the First Empress, is the sister of the current Grand Duke of Salvatores. The Salvatores are essentially the First Prince's people. Everyone in that box is. Why do you think Prince Caesar isn't seated there, but with the Order of Valor instead? How can you not know this? She asked, arching a brow at him. Zora sighed, rubbing Alex's head as though pacifying a child. His only interests until now have always been in rune research. We've got a lot of work to do if we're going to make him a competent lord. Alex gave her a sharp side glare, but that only made her laugh. Still, she withdrew her hand. Can you please open his eyes to the world of politics? Zora said to Eleanor with a faint smile. It's more your domain than mine. The Imperial Princess nodded. The Machholt and Lichter families are working together to increase the empire's, or rather, their, control over the Mage Association, Eleanor explained. Up until now, the major power within the Arun continent's Mage Association Council has largely been the elves and citizens of the Illyrian Empire. The Lictors are the Empire's wands, famed for producing high-ranking mages, just as the Salvatores are its sword, spear, and shield, producing powerful warriors. The Lictors allied with the Machholts to shift that balance in the Empire's favor, or so they claim. Everyone knows it's really for their own ambitions. The Lictors' goal isn't merely to be the strongest mage house in the Empire, but the strongest in the world. Alex nodded slowly, his gaze thoughtful. Without rebelling against House Ludovicus, the clearest path forward for the Lictors was indeed to dominate the global stage through the Mage Association. Still, one thing didn't quite add up. Why would the Lictors partner with the Machholts? Are the Machholts the top warlock family in the Empire or something? What do they gain from this? He asked. Zora chuckled softly. The strongest warlock house in the Empire is officially House Ludovicus, she reminded him. Do you think all those centuries of selective bloodline breeding, their grand eugenics project, were for nothing? Zora glanced cautiously at Eleanor, but to her relief, the princess showed no visible discomfort at the mention of the imperial clan's long-standing eugenics project. Instead, Eleanor calmly continued answering Alex's question. The Machholts are the political heavyweights of the Empire, she began. If there's anyone who can out-scheme even the imperial clan, it's them. They quietly hold the reins of much of the Empire's administrative and political structure, not directly, but through layers of alliances, patronage, and well-placed marriages. While the Lictors are powerful mages, even they acknowledge their weakness in matters of politics and administration. And in a continent-wide organization like the Mage Association, where influence is woven through bureaucracy and negotiation, a strong grasp of those two is indispensable. That's where the Machholts come in. So the Lictors provide magical expertise, and the Machholts supply political cunning? Alex summarized. Eleanor nodded. I see. Alex murmured thoughtfully. As for what the Machholts gain from this, Eleanor's gaze shifted to Zora. Sister, that's your field. Zora inclined her head. What the Machholts want is simple. Resources, she said. It's also why the Empire allows the two duchies to act so freely, even though it's obvious to a 3-year-old that they're serving their own interests first. No matter how much they accumulate, the lion's share will still flow into the Empire, into the dominion of House Ludovicus. To the imperial son, it doesn't matter whether the wealth rests in his right hand or his left. What matters is that it remains in his grasp. The actions of both houses merely help secure that. What kind of resources are we talking about? Alex asked, his tone sharpening. The Continental Mage Association, Zora explained, besides overseeing every mage tower on the continent under agreed parameters, also handles the harvest and distribution of extremely rare magical resources, especially those that don't fall within any one nation's borders, lie between multiple nations, or are too potent and vital to be monopolized by a single power. In short, any magical resource that could trigger international conflict is placed under the association's control to be distributed according to clear, pre-established parameters. In other words, Alex concluded, the association serves as the Empire's buffer, managing volatile resources under the guise of neutrality, too. Exactly, Zora confirmed with a nod. These resources also include secret research conducted by the association's multinational committees and research groups, Zora explained. Since these groups aren't bound by national politics, they can draw expertise from all over the continent. As a result, their findings are often far more valuable, sought after, or all-round more effective than those produced within any single empire, nation, or organization. These are likely the Machholts' target, she continued. By helping the Lictors improve their standing, the Machholts would, through the alliance, gain access to resources they otherwise wouldn't, due to the association's strict restrictions preventing misuse by any single power. Not that the top of the association is clean itself, Eleanor commented dryly. Zora nodded in agreement. It's widely believed within our empire and other major continental superpowers that Illyrians' continued dominance in magical applications is largely due to the Elven Empire's stranglehold on the association's leadership. History has shown that it's difficult, if not impossible, to completely shed the weight of one's nationality, no matter how pan-nationalist one claims to be. The upper echelons of the Mage Association are no different. Having grown up within Alarion, many of its members genuinely believe that the Empire is best suited to handle certain dangerous forms of magical knowledge, while other nations are simply unequipped or too savage to bear such responsibility. This bias, arguably unconscious, has created a situation where the association grants access to specific research and artifacts to members of the Elven Empire, but denies that same access to equally qualified parties from elsewhere. They believe the elves and their vassal races are more mature in handling such technologies, Alex added, his tone flat. While dwarves are too magically inept, and humans are too bloodthirsty or reckless, likely to use that knowledge to start a war. Essentially, Zora affirmed with a small nod. I see. So that's what you meant earlier, Alex said thoughtfully. The Emperor is using the lictors and the matchholds to obtain what he wants from the association, whether for himself or the Empire as a whole. Meanwhile, the two Grand Duchies are using the Emperor's silence as tacit approval, allowing them to gather support from the Empire's other powerhouse factions and organizations. He leaned back slightly, eyes narrowing. A mutually parasitic relationship. The two women exchanged glances but chose not to comment. The struggle for control over the Mage Association wasn't limited to the Varelian Empire. Across the continent, every major empire had its own invisible hand reaching into the same pot, each trying to shape the future of magic to its own advantage. The Mage Association was the successor of the ancient organization founded by humanity's cultivation ancestors, in cooperation with the other major races of Pangaea, to establish the cultivation system that governed the world today. As flawless as that system now appeared, having granted the Pangaeans a clear advantage over the denizens of other planes they'd conquered, many scholars still believed it was not the pinnacle of what the cultivation ancestors had envisioned. For reasons long lost to history, the ancestors had sealed away certain methods. Perhaps they deemed them too dangerous or too corruptive to one's path of power. Yet, despite those warnings, the great empires of today sought them out, believing that, with the modern level of power and knowledge, they might finally be able to control what their forebears could not. Even if they could not wield those methods safely now, they reasoned, they might be able to in the future. And since one empire's restraint would not prevent another from attempting to seize that power, none were willing to remain idle. In the end, every empire was racing toward the same forbidden prize. It's just like the nuclear arms race, Alex mused, his gaze turning distant. Even when most nations had no intention of using them, they still stockpiled nuclear weapons as deterrents. He exhaled softly. As they say, it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Another thought surfaced, and the global race didn't stop at nuclear armaments either. I'm guessing it's not just the Mage Association caught in this competition, right? Alex asked. Eleanor nodded. The craftsmanship associations are also facing similar struggles. A faction from the Iron Hammer Empire leads the Forgesmith Association. Our empire dominates the Runic Association. And a faction from Eve leads the Alchemy Association. Wait, what? Eve? Not Alarion. Alex blinked, surprised. Eleanor simply nodded. Zora smiled faintly. Interesting, isn't it? People, including you, often forget that the Amazons aren't the only major power within the eternal Valkyrie Empire. With the Dryads and the Dark Elves also present, it's not strange that Eve holds such influence in the field of alchemy. Alex's lips twitched in reluctant agreement. When put that way, it made perfect sense. With the Dryads overseeing herbal production and the Dark Elves managing refinement and synthesis, it was inevitable that Eve would rise to dominance in alchemy. The Craftsman Association is led by the Near March Confederacy, Eleanor continued. I don't know what started it, but lately the empires have begun encroaching on each other's traditional power bases. It's as if someone, or something, is deliberately pushing them into confrontation. You're saying someone wants to spark a war between the empires? Alex frowned. No, not quite. Eleanor shook her head. It's more like someone wants to sow chaos, to shake up the established order across the continent. It might result in skirmishes between factions trying to seize the newly opened power gaps, but the true powers behind the thrones will certainly avoid an all-out war. I see. Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There are also lesser intrigues to note, Zora added, gesturing toward the far end of the hall. Look there, that's the Ice Mount Palace. And opposite it, the Fire Plains City. Those two have been fierce rivals since their ancestors' time. Currently there. Zora and Eleanor seized the opportunity to introduce Alex to the major powers present, weaving through the layers of hidden rivalries and backroom competitions, many of which were completely unknown to the public. By the time they were done, Alex felt his eyes had been pried open to a far wider world than before. Until now, he had thought the aristocracy's territorial squabbles were the biggest threats he'd need to worry about once he began participating in interplanar conquests. But now, it seemed the true dangers extended beyond borders, spanning entire regions and international power blocks. Fortunately, Alex mused, his gaze flicking between Zora and Eleanor. I'm not relying on my wits alone to navigate these murky waters. The introductions continued for a while, until at last, all the invited guests had taken their seats. Then, without warning, the hall's lights dimmed. A soft hum rippled through the crowd as a single spotlight descended onto the auction floor. At its center stood a lithe, voluptuous figure, poised and radiant under the golden light. An elven auctioneer? Alex blinked, mildly surprised. But the realization came swiftly. While he'd long since grown desensitized to beauty, given how many world-class beauties he'd met since arriving in this world, present company included, the same couldn't be said for most of the men in attendance. And considering that the majority of those with control over the purses were men, it was a clever psychological choice. The sight of such a breathtaking auctioneer would ensure few wished to appear stingy or inadequate in her presence. Alex's musings were cut short by a light tap from Zora. He turned his focus back to the stage just as the auctioneer began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, the elven woman's lips curved into a teasing smile as she let anticipation hang in the air. Welcome to the inaugural Gold Festival Grand Auction. Welcome to the inaugural Gold Festival Grand Auction, the elven auctioneer declared brightly. Unfortunately, the crowd's response was far less enthusiastic than her tone. Being the company's first ever auction, no one knew what to expect. The Golden Palace had become a household name for only about a year, but its fame rested almost entirely on a single product, the Rune phones. Although the company had recently begun expanding into other sectors, most of its dealings had been with domain lords rather than the general nobility or merchants. As a result, many of those attending tonight's event weren't truly interested in the early items. They were simply here to go through the motions, waiting for the penultimate item, or more likely, the grand finale. The auctioneer knew this all too well, so she didn't appear the least bit bothered by the crowd's subdued mood. Her smile remained perfectly professional as she continued. For this grand auction, we have carefully curated a list of 10 items which we believe will be worth your time. As announced beforehand, all bids will be made in units of high-grade mana stones, with minimum increments of 10 stones per raise. A faint murmur rippled through the audience. Zora turned toward Alex, curiosity glinting in her eyes. The entire auction was organized and planned by him, Alex said with a small shrug. I didn't have a hand in any of this. Zora nodded in understanding, though Eleanor's brow furrowed in mild confusion, but she said nothing. Alex noticed her expression but decided not to expatiate on the matter either, at least not here. His eyes drifted toward the VIP boxes before returning to the auctioneer below. A single high-grade mana stone contained roughly the same energy as 10,000 low-grade ones, but at a far higher purity. Considering that a low-grade stone sold for about 50 gold coins, a single high-grade stone would, at the very least, be valued at 500,000 gold. Of course, reality was rarely that simple. In practice, prices often climbed closer to 750,000. High-grade stones weren't just purer, they were scarce, difficult to extract, and even harder to acquire since those who possessed them almost never traded them away. These combined factors, and countless others, drove their market value well beyond any theoretical conversion ratio. Alex smiled faintly. He found Pinchcoin's decision to restrict all bidding to high-grade mana stones downright ingenious. Using gold, or even low-grade stones, in an event attended by people of such caliber would have only cheapened the experience in their eyes. After all, for most of them, gold was little more than glittering sand. Their net worths reached into the billions. People tended to measure value by rarity. The harder something was to acquire, the more precious it became. By enforcing high-grade mana stones as the only valid currency, the organizers had instantly added a layer of exclusivity and difficulty, even for these elites. As wealthy and influential as they were, there existed only so many high-grade stones in circulation. Unlike gold, which could be minted or mined in abundance, each high-grade stone spent was one less in existence, and replacing it was never easy. Even the wealthiest of factions watched their high-grade expenditures with care. Subconsciously, that caution now translated into how they perceived the auction's worth. Any item that demands payment in high-grade mana stones, HGs, must be no ordinary item. It was a simple psychological trick, something even a child could recognize, yet still so effective that these titans of the continent couldn't help but fall for it. The shift in atmosphere didn't escape the auctioneer's notice. She sensed the subtle spark of curiosity in the air and decided to strike while the iron was hot. "Ladies and gentlemen," she began, her voice ringing clearly through the hall. "Our first auction item of the evening." She gestured gracefully behind her. A gentle hum filled the stage as a pedestal rose from the floor, surrounded by shimmering light. Upon it sat a glass display case. Within, a single old book. At first glance, it seemed ordinary. Yet those attuned to mana, especially individuals like Alex with ocular abilities like spirit sights that allowed him to perceive the flow of energy, immediately recognized that this was no mundane tome. The book practically pulsed with restrained power. The auctioneer didn't keep the audience waiting long. Bound in now extinct white worm skin, inscribed with runes and writings of old, recovered from an ancient ruin within an exposed void subspace, at the cost of the lifeblood of 2 legends. Esteemed guests, I present to you the Arcanum Codex of the Class 7, Epic-ranked mage, Lysara Marith, also known as. She paused with a knowing smile. The Archmage of Grey Star. What? As expected, the hall erupted into chaos. Gasps, murmurs, and incredulous exclamations filled the air. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect to witness a genuine, seemingly complete relic of a hegemon-level being. And not just any hegemon. This was the Archmage of Grey Star, one of humanity's most renowned cultivation ancestors. For a brief moment, doubt and skepticism flickered through the crowd. Was this truly what it seemed? The auctioneer didn't bother explaining with words. Instead, she chose to show them. With deliberate calm, she opened the display case and gently tapped the book's cover. Boom! A wave of archaic power burst forth, shaking the hall to its core. The audience felt as though they had been thrust backward through time, witnessing an ancient era long since lost. They could almost feel the emotions of the one who had written within the tome. But contrary to what one might expect from an epic-ranked archmage, the aura they felt was not one of pride or invincible will. It was bleak, hollow, filled with an unmistakable undercurrent of fear. Then, sigh. The echo of a weary exhale drifted through the air, as if the long-dead archmage had noticed their prying gazes across the river of time. With a flick of unseen power from them, the scene shattered. The audience snapped back to the present. A luminous emblem formed above the book, a gray sun, yellow star. The Archmage of Grey Star's personal sigil. Before anyone could examine it further, the symbol was drawn back into the tome. The elven auctioneer calmly closed the display case once more. After extensive verification, she announced smoothly, "Our appraisers have confirmed that this book is indeed the genuine work of the Archmage of Grey Star. However, be warned, it is written in a complex cipher that has yet to be deciphered." Her words were meant as courtesy. Unfortunately, not everyone appreciated that. "Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Start the auction already," someone shouted impatiently. Before she could respond, another voice rang out. "Exactly. Enough with the chatter. Just start the auction already." "Yes. You know what? Take this, 50 HGs. "What 50 HGs? Do you have no shame?" 75 HGs. "Just 75? And you dare speak?" "I bid 125 HGs. Alex blinked, momentarily stunned as bids began flying across the hall like arrows. The auctioneer hadn't even announced a starting price, yet the numbers were already spiraling upward in a rare display of the buyer trying to force the seller to take their money. He knew that the offers had long surpassed the estimated value of the book, especially considering no one had yet deciphered its contents. Forget the grandiose name given to the book. It might actually be a simple diary without any magical knowledge for all they knew. And that's if anyone is even able to decipher it. 190 HGs. A calm, composed voice echoed from one of the VIP boxes. The lictors have made their move, Eleanor murmured. Yeah, I suspect the Mage Association will follow soon, Zora responded. 220 HGs. And right on cue, the representative of the Mage Association raised the stakes. 230 HGs. Came another call, this time from the Ilarian Empire's VIP box. Hey, what do you think you're doing? That codex belongs to the human race, the Lictor family's representative barked. Save your speeches, the Mage Association's representative sneered. If you want it, fight with your purse, not your mouth. 250. The Ilarian representative, a wizened elf of the Elder Council, didn't even bother acknowledging the outburst from the human noble. To him, the man was little more than a noisy child. The Lictor delegate opened his mouth to bid again, but the Mockholt family's representative leaned over and whispered something. The man froze, then grumbled and sat back down. Finally, the auction hall fell silent as all eyes turned back to the stage. The current bid is 250 HGs. Any more bids? The elven auctioneer paused dramatically, her voice carrying through the expectant hall. Going once, going twice. Bang. Sold, to the gentleman in box M5. Applause rippled through the crowd. Alex couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. The appraisers had valued the Arcanum Codex at roughly 100 HGs, around 50 million gold. But due to factional rivalry, the final price ballooned to 250 HGs, equivalent to greater than 125 million gold. A staggering 150% increase over the appraisal value. Alex's grin widened. The mercenary corps that had discovered the relic were in urgent need of money, so despite the appraiser's warnings, they decided to take payment up front, giving them only the appraised value of 100 HGs. That meant every coin, or rather high-grade mana stone of the surplus, was pure profit for the auction house. 75 million gold gained from a single item. And this was merely the lowest valued one on tonight's list. The elven auctioneer smiled faintly and gestured for the next item to be displayed. The night had only just begun. Introducing the second item for today's auction. The elven auctioneer gestured gracefully, and once more, a pedestal rose from the platform below. The crowd looked on expectantly. The opening auction item had caused them to throw away their underestimation of today's auction. And the item did not disappoint. Suspended within another glass display case, floated a metallic cube roughly the size of a football. A.N. Real football, not American rugby. The portable grand-scale defensive array formation. Bulwark 9, she declared with a flourish. Murmurs rippled through the hall. Bulwark 9 is a portable grand defensive array capable of being moved and deployed at any location with an hour of preparation, she continued. Developed by Grandmaster Dareth Lonviel of the Aegis Bastion Company and his disciples, this formation represents the pinnacle of portable grand defense arrays. It is designed to shield fortresses, academies, and even entire estates. This single portable array can endure sustained bombardment from Class 5 siege artifacts and high-tier mana weaponry. While not officially of legendary grade, its resilience approaches that threshold, and I hardly need to explain how unprecedented that is for a portable formation core. This, honored guests, is the finest creation of Grandmaster Dareth, the Barrier Master himself. The crowd stirred. We will begin the bidding at 500 HGs. Even by the standards of the powerful elites gathered here, 500 high-grade mana stones, around 250 million gold coins, for a sub-legendary array formation was a staggering sum. For a standard Tier 4 grand array, that price would have been ludicrous. But this wasn't a standard array. Portable formation cores were the closely guarded domain of Tier 4 array masters and above. The principle behind them was deceptively simple, yet impossibly intricate. Compressing a large-scale array into a small, portable core that could be redeployed anywhere. Once inserted into its intended location, the array would unfurl, expanding into its full defensive formation. And with a single mental command, it could compress back into the core, ready to be transported again. For organizations with multiple holdings and little funding for defensive arrays, these portable formation cores were priceless. Instead of fortifying every site individually, a single bulwark core could be moved wherever it was needed most. They were also invaluable in interplanar conquests, offering ready battlefield fortifications in hostile planes. However, despite these overwhelming advantages, portable formations had their drawbacks. As should be expected, producing a portable formation core was exponentially more expensive than crafting a normal one. It devoured resources, rare materials, and even specialized components found only in certain planes. Deploying and retracting such formations wasn't instantaneous either. Depending on the quality and complexity of the array, it could take anywhere from an hour to a full week to complete a full deployment or packing cycle. And like any sophisticated machine, every use wore down its core. Over time, the process slowed, the runic circuits would degrade, and eventually, the core would fail altogether. Worse still, once a formation core began to deteriorate or suffered any damage, it couldn't be repaired. Its structure was simply too delicate and intricate. Even so, its strategic value was undeniable, especially when crafted by one of the most respected defensive array specialists alive, Grandmaster Dareth Lonviel, the Barrier Master himself. As proof of his mastery, Bulwark 9 wasn't just any portable array core. It was unbelievably a portable grand array core, something few in history had ever achieved. Portable arrays were already infamous for their complexity and cost. But a grand array version? Only a Grandmaster of Dareth's caliber and obsession would even dream of creating one. In truth, 500 high-grade mana stones was a bargain, and the audience knew it. 500? I bid 750, called a voice from the Merchant Union's VIP box. 750? You call that a bid? Let me play along. 850, boomed another voice from the Dwarven Ironhammer Empire's private box. You old goat. Since when were you authorized to represent your group? That bid doesn't count. The Merchant Union representative snapped, visibly irritated. Cough. Apologies, High Comptroller. Another voice replied smoothly from the Ironhammer box. The Smithmaster is merely excited to see his old friend's craftsmanship. Please, allow this junior to confirm the bid on his behalf. 850 HGs. The hall went silent. A High Comptroller of the Arun Continent Merchant Union and a Smithmaster of the Ironhammer Empire, both titans in their respective fields. One controlled trade across an entire region of the continent. The other oversaw the production of high-tier artifacts from one of the Empire's royal forges. Neither was someone the others wished to offend. And so, the room collectively held its tongue. You old bastard, you don't even need this. You could forge one yourself if you wanted. 870, the High Comptroller snapped. Now, old goat. Don't throw out your back, trying to compete. We all know you're too poor to bid properly. Let me show you how it's done, came the Smithmaster's booming reply. Let him have it. 900, the Ironhammer representative said dryly. 900? What nonsense. 929, the Smithmaster barked again. Yes, my mistake. 929, the representative corrected quickly, sounding both weary and resigned. The audience couldn't help pitying the poor dwarf stuck answering to such a troublesome old man. Dwarf. Poor? Me? Now you've done it. You wrinkled lump of iron. 1,000 HGs, the High Comptroller bellowed. Oh, that's more like it. Now you're bidding like a real merchant. The Smithmaster laughed heartily. Since you've finally offered a proper price for a masterpiece like this, I'll let you have it. Just make sure it's used properly. If I find out you're hanging it on your wall as decoration, expect a visit from my hammer. For a heartbeat, the Smithmaster's legendary aura surged, pressing against everyone in the hall. Who are you threatening? Come along with your hammer. The Comptroller snorted. What better way to test a barrier's strength than with a Smithmaster's own hammer? Faces across the audience twitched. One would think these two were mortal enemies, but in truth, they were known to be very close friends. With a friend like that, who needs an enemy? Alex mused, a meme from his previous life flashing through his mind. I apologize for the disturbance, the Iron Hammer representative said, opening the privacy tent to bow slightly from the VIP box. No one was offended. Given their standing, even if those two elders started a striptease on stage, nobody would dare complain. After all, power was might. Bulwark 9, sold for 1,000 high-grade mana stones, the auctioneer finally declared. She didn't even bother calling for more bids. She knew she wouldn't get any. Another sale, another massive profit. Appraised at 750 HGs for a good auction price. The Merchant Union's high comptroller's eye was as scarily sharp. The price had still soared past that mark, all thanks to the Smithmaster's provocation. A grin spread across Alex's face. The auction was only 2 items in, and already, the profits were flowing like tidal rainfall. The next item for auction is... The auctioneer announced as the lights shifted once more. The auction was going far better than Alex, Haggleworth, or anyone from the Golden Palace had predicted. Everything flowed so smoothly, and more importantly, profitably, that by the time the 6th item out of the 10 was sold, the palace's net earnings had already reached around 5,000 high-grade mana stones, with about 2,000 HGs of that, an astounding 1 billion gold coins, being pure profit. They were already close to reaching the massive fund target needed to ensure the palace's continent-wide expansion project, plus Alex's personal academy project. And these first 6 items were supposed to be the lesser ones. The ones the palace appraisers had placed in the lower lots precisely because they had little confidence in their relative value. Alex could hardly sit still as the auction progressed, his restlessness drawing puzzled glances from Eleanor. She couldn't quite understand why he was so visibly pleased. At first, she assumed it was excitement from attending his first grand auction, or perhaps the thrill of seeing such vast sums exchanged before his eyes. But as the minutes ticked by, she wasn't so sure anymore. Alex was usually far too composed to lose his calm over something that didn't personally affect him. It gnawed at her to ask what was going on, but she held herself back. This wasn't the place for questions, not when they were surrounded by powerful figures whose perception could likely pierce even the strongest of concealment arrays. It was foolish to believe that people like the Dwarven Smithmaster, a Grandmaster Forgesmith, Runesmith, and certified legend, or the High Comptroller, a wealthy legend with access to rare and exotic goods, couldn't bypass the Golden Palace's protective formation if they truly wished. Best to assume they could. Meanwhile, the audience below mirrored Alex's excitement, though for entirely different reasons. At the start, many had come expecting little from the auction. Yet as the event unfolded, they found themselves grateful to have attended. Even if most of them wouldn't be leaving with a single item, simply being present among the continent's most illustrious elites was bragging rights enough to last years. Now, every eye gleamed with anticipation as they waited for the crowning jewels of the auction, the items that had been deliberately set aside by the Golden Palace for this very moment. The elven auctioneer, now known for her graceful and dramatic gestures, lifted her hand to signal the presentation of the next lot. Unlike the previous items, which were raised by slim pedestals, this time a wide circular platform, of about 3-meter radius, opened in the center of the grand stage. A low hum echoed through the hall as the heavy pedestal began to rise, signaling that whatever was coming next was far larger than anything seen before. The next item, the elven auctioneer announced, her melodic voice carrying clearly through the amphitheater, was personally delivered to the Golden Palace Master by the Tower Master of Dragonhold Enclave himself. Not quite, Alex thought with a quiet smirk. I asked Master for permission, and he granted me access to raid his personal vault. Of course, the auctioneer's phrasing made for a far more dramatic story. The crowd instantly perked up. Dozens of eyes locked onto the opening in the stage, watching eagerly to see what would emerge. The 5 seconds it took for the platform to rise felt like days. Then, gasps echoed throughout the auction hall. The item came into view, and those who recognized it immediately forgot to breathe. Even the dignitaries seated in the VIP balcony stiffened in surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, the elven auctioneer declared, her voice resonating with deliberate grandeur. I present to you our 7th lot, the refined spine of an elder dragon. What? The Dragon Slayer actually killed an elder dragon? When did this happen? Someone from the lower seats exclaimed, voicing the shock that rippled through the audience. The chatter exploded like wildfire. However, those in the upper floors, the ones who truly understood what that name meant, had different thoughts. The spine looks freshly preserved. That means the elder dragon was killed recently, one whispered in disbelief. Did the dragon slayer kill another one? How did we not hear of it? Unlike the masses below, the nobles and experts above knew that the dragon slain by Merlin Pendragon, that earned him fame as the dragon slayer, had not been any ordinary dragon, but an elder dragon, one of the apex predators of their realm. And this one was fresh, which could only mean he'd slain another. A wave of suppressed awe and unease swept through the upper floors as figures like the Smithmaster and the High Comptroller activated their appraisal arts. Streams of mana flashing subtly in the air. The results made even them pale. What? Merlin, are you out of your mind? You're selling the spine of an epic dragon? The Smithmaster's booming voice rang across the hall, laced with disbelief and fury. Faces turned grim. The various VIP representatives exchanged frowns and uneasy glances. No sane person would sell an epic rank material. Not for gold, not for mana stones, never without a deeper reason. There had to be a message behind this. In the privacy of his box, Alex's lips curved into a sly, knowing smile. He could feel the discomfort spreading among the powerful. Exactly as planned. They must be tearing their hair out trying to interpret Master's intentions, Alex mused. And the conclusion they'll reach is that this is a message. Master's silent acknowledgement of the Golden Palace's rise. A flicker of satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. With this, many doors once closed by prestige and old influence will finally open. The palace will be treated not as an upstart, but as an institution worthy of respect. After all, this shows Master isn't just an archmage. He's an archmage capable of slaying other epics on his own, and has experience doing so. Zora's calm voice echoed in his mind. You're scheming again. Be careful. Don't worry. Alex replied with an easy smile. I got permission for this much. Then his expression turned wry. Just this much. Zora chuckled softly and nodded in understanding. The elven auctioneer smiled wryly, her tone playful yet composed. With the Smithmaster's appraisal, I believe I don't need to say anything else. The bidding will begin at a starting price of 1 high-grade mana stone. A beat of stunned silence. Huh. The crowd froze, wide-eyed. Then, what nonsense. 1,200 HGs. The High Comptroller's sharp voice cut through the hall, instantly crushing any hopes the lower-tier bidders might have had. The sheer weight of his offer, and the power behind it, warned everyone else to stay in their lane. Even if they had the stones to spare, his momentum said it all. This wasn't a fight the rabble should enter. 1,350. The Iron Hammer Empire's representative followed immediately. 1,400. The aged elven delegate from the Illyrian Empire raised the stakes. 1,600. The Varelian Empire's representative, silent until now, made his first move, firm and commanding. 1,620. The Craftsman Association's delegate chimed in. 1,650. Sit down. This is no place for you to meddle. The Mage Association's representative replied coldly. 1,695. Came a calm voice from the Near March Confederacy's box. 1,700. An Amazonian matriarch from the Eternal Valkyrie Empire added, her tone both graceful and deadly. The atmosphere grew electric. One after another, the continent's ruling powers entered the fray. The bids surged higher. Until, finally, the fever started to slow. 1,723. 1,724. 1,725. 1,727. The flurry of massive jumps dwindled to hesitant increments. From tens of HGs per call, the pace dropped to single digits. Everyone wanted the dragon's spine. Or, at least, they didn't want anyone else to have it. But even among the great powers, the price was biting deep. And still, there were 3 more items yet to come. The tension held until one voice finally broke it. 1,790. The Varelian Empire's representative shattered the stalemate, leaping 50 HGs in one bold stroke. A collective murmur spread through the audience. The auctioneer's eyes gleamed. We have 1,790 HGs. Any higher bids? 1,790 going once. She paused, smiling faintly. This is a priceless relic, an item capable of opening the path to Class 7 or accelerating comprehension for anyone under Class 8. A treasure of this caliber is not easily found. The room fell silent. Several representatives hesitated, weighing the risk and reward. 1,800, gasps echoed. The bid came again from the same box, Varelian Empires. It wasn't just a bid. It was a declaration. This spine belongs to the Varelian Empire. The other factions exchanged grim looks, but eventually backed down. No one wanted to burn resources fighting an empire determined to claim it, especially with the grand finale still ahead. The auctioneer nodded in satisfaction. Going once, going twice. Sold. To the gentleman in box X6. The hammer fell. Once the sale was confirmed, the dragon spine slowly descended back below the stage. It would be carefully prepared for transportation to its new owner once the auction concluded. Surprisingly, the elven auctioneer didn't immediately move to the next item. Instead, she paused. It wasn't exhaustion. She was letting the audience catch their breath. That in itself was unusual. Riding the momentum could have easily boosted the bids for the next lot, which meant only one thing. Either she made a mistake, or the next item didn't need such tricks. The stage trembled faintly as the next pedestal began to rise. Even before the item was fully revealed, the auctioneer's clear, melodic voice rang across the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we make history. Her words silenced the room. Tonight marks the first time something of this magnitude has ever been presented at an open auction rather than acquired through private commission. She spread her hands gracefully toward the rising pedestal. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, for you are about to witness the first ever public auction of a pinnacle tier 5 magic armor. Like many new things, the era of interplanar travel and conquest didn't begin smoothly for the denizens of the Pangea realm, at least, not as seamless as it might appear now. The Pangeans faced countless challenges in the beginning, so much so that the dream of conquering and ruling multiple realms once seemed like a far-fetched fantasy. Yet, through relentless innovation and adaptation, Pangea eventually developed its own advantages, and in time, rose to become the powerhouse it is today. If one were to ask the great powerhouses of Pangea what made their realms stronger than the rest, one would receive many different answers. Advanced magical theory, superior craftsmanship and knowledge, unmatched strategy and warfare, highly trained troops, refined battle techniques, and above all, continuous, hard-earned combat experience. Each of these would be valid answers. However, if one were to pose the same question to the noble houses, the true vanguards of Pangea's dominance over other planes, their response would be singular and unanimous. Magic armor. Magic armors were more than mere constructs of war. They represented the culmination of nearly every Pangean advantage forged into one magnificent creation. They were the perfect fusion of superior craftsmanship and advanced magical theory, an embodiment of technology so refined that it allowed highly trained soldiers to channel their experience and discipline into devastating, coordinated warfare under a singular strategic will. A magic armor was more than a weapon. It was a symbol, a platform through which Pangeans exhibited every facet of their superiority over the denizens of lesser realms. To the noble armies, magic armors were their pride and their trump card. An elite-ranked warrior, mage, or warlock was just another piece on the board. But equipped with a magic armor, they became an indispensable warfighter capable of turning the tide of a battlefield on their own. Depending on its design and the philosophy behind it, a magic armor could drastically enhance a user's defense, strength, agility, energy manipulation, spell output, and more. Some designs distributed these benefits evenly, while others sacrificed balance to push a single parameter to its utmost extreme. As the highest expression of Pangea's art, science, and magical technology, the higher the tier of a magic armor, the rarer and more personalized it became. A Tier 4 magic armor, crafted for saints, was already an extraordinary rarity. Many would never even witness one in their lifetime, for its creation and upkeep consumed enough resources to bankrupt counts, earls, or even some poorer marquis. In truth, the resources required to build such armors were better spent elsewhere. Not only were the materials themselves prohibitively expensive, but more importantly, Saints hardly needed the kind of boost a magic armor provided, at least not at the cost it demanded. That wasn't to say magic armors were useless to Saints. Far from it. There had been recorded instances of Saints equipped with suitable Tier 4 magic armors resisting higher-ranked Saints, and even Legends, a feat that would otherwise be unthinkable under normal circumstances. But as for Tier 5 magic armors, that was an entirely different matter. Their costs were so astronomical that no magic armor company would ever produce one for open sale. At best, they might prepare a partially completed frame or core, an archetype built around a specific combat philosophy or enhancement parameter. In most cases, however, a Tier 5 magic armor was a bespoke creation, custom designed and crafted for a specific client, who would personally gather or commission the rare and often unfathomable materials required. And more often than not, these armors were bound to their intended wielder or legendary owner, making them unusable by anyone else. Ladies and gentlemen, the auctioneer's voice rang clear, cutting through the tension like a blade. Congratulations, for you are about to witness the first ever public auction of a pinnacle Tier 5 magic armor. The hall erupted. Gasps, shouts, a rush of mana perception surged through the audience like a storm. Every heart pounded with excitement. In an instant, the calm that had briefly settled over the grand hall was obliterated, replaced by a roar of awe and disbelief. No one, absolutely no one, had expected the Golden Palace to acquire a Tier 5 magic armor, much less to place one up for public bidding. This Tier 5 magic armor originates from the esteemed House of Iron, one of the continent's premier magic armor forges. The elven auctioneer continued, her tone rising with pride. It is a Tier 5, legendary-grade iteration of the bound variant from the House's Doom Armor series, designed by none other than Grandmaster Runic Bloodhammer, also known as the Force Architect. A ripple of excitement spread across the audience. As many of you know, she went on, the Force Architect is a renowned specialist, famed for his strength-based magic armor designs. This particular legendary variant, the Brawn Lord, takes his philosophy to its absolute extreme. She smiled knowingly before elaborating. To realize his vision of creating the ultimate construct, one that embodied the very essence of physical might, the Force Architect collaborated with Grandmaster Gilrad Gender, the Runeward, a genius runesmith, Grandmaster Irin Felmir, the philosopher, a famed alchemist, and a team of 7 other master craftsmen. She let the silence linger for a heartbeat. The result of their combined genius, she declared, is this Tier 5 magic armor, Brawn Lord. The audience leaned forward collectively, breath held in anticipation. Then, the auctioneer added a measured warning, her voice firm and clear. Please be advised, unlike most magic armors, the Brawn Lord does not enhance speed, agility, defense, energy manipulation, or any other parameter. Its design philosophy is simple. Her lips curled into a sharp smile. The Brawn Lord exists for one purpose: to elevate physical strength and force potentially beyond the limits of the legendary realm. Although the elven auctioneer issued her warning, it did little to dampen the mood. Excited murmurs rippled through the grand hall as the attendees leaned forward, discussing the lot item in hushed, fervent tones. The starting bid for this lot is 500 high-grade mana stones, the auctioneer announced, her voice ringing clear and confident. Let the auction begin. 600 HGs. 650. 725. Like water bursting through a shattered dam, bids came flooding in from every corner of the hall. The momentum was immediate and fierce. As expected, most of the bids came from the private boxes, those belonging to the continent-spanning powers. 1,000 HGs. The bid swiftly climbed, the value surging past 500 million gold coins. Yet the pace showed no sign of slowing. While lesser factions began to retreat, unwilling or unable to keep up, the 5 great empires remained steadfast. None among them were willing to yield. Other factions hesitated. After all, not every power possessed a legend capable of bringing out the full potential of a strength-exclusive magic armor like the Brawn Lord. But for the 5 empires, whose ranks boasted the highest number of legendary-class individuals, such concerns were non-existent. 1,200, 1,315, 1,529. 1,630. 1,728. The auction hall thundered with each rising bid. Pride flared like sparks between dry tinder. Soon enough, it became apparent that the battle was no longer about acquiring the magic armor, but more about denying it to the others. Tension thickened with each shout. The very air seemed to hum with aggression. 2,000 HGs. A collective gasp swept through the hall. The bid had just surpassed even the price of the refined Elder Dragon spine, a bona fide epic rank material. Ordinarily, Alex would have been ecstatic, but this time he wasn't smiling. He could feel it, the volatility building in the air. The tension had reached a knife's edge. One more provocation, and the representatives of the empires might well draw blades. If that happened, the best-case scenario would see the auction ruined. The worst? Bloodshed. And with that, the Golden Palace's reputation, and perhaps even its foundation, would collapse overnight. Fortunately, before the situation could spiral further, a calm but commanding voice rang out. I bid 2,500 high grades. The entire hall fell silent. Then, that same powerful voice continued, measured, authoritative, yet oddly polite. Would the other representatives kindly leave this item to me? I am in need of it. Though the words were phrased as a request, every person present, especially those in the private boxes, understood the truth. This was no plea. It was a lifeline, a graceful way for the empires to back down without losing face. The legend of dominating force. If you are speaking out, then the Illyrian Empire shall take a step back. The wizened elder from the Illyrian Empire was the first to seize the opportunity and bow out gracefully. You have my gratitude, Elder Melius, the owner of that commanding voice replied. All might. How rare for you to make a move for something. The Amazonian matriarch representing the eternal Valkyrie Empire chuckled, folding her arms as she leaned back in her chair. Since you ask, Evil also stepped down. However, her sharp smile gleamed beneath the light. I expect you to accept my duel. I wish to see which armor is stronger, my Freya's wish or this Brawn Lord. Thank you, Lady Kael'Mirin. The voice, All Might, answered courteously. I would be more than happy to oblige, should I actually win the bid. The Varelian Empire will also step back, said the representative of the Imperial Son, his tone calm and composed. There is no need for humility, Your Excellency Achilles. Your bid is already beyond what the Confederacy can offer. We too will withdraw, announced the Confederate councilman with a resigned smile. Now, only the representative of the Iron Hammer Empire remained. The dwarf lingered, eyes filled with reluctant desire as he gazed upon the armor. He walked the path of strength himself. That armor would be a priceless asset once he crossed the threshold to legendhood. What are you waiting for? The Smithmaster smacked the dwarf's shoulder with a heavy palm. Let the Banner Lord have the armor. Between his immediate use for it and your future potential, which do you think matters more? Besides, do you really think you find in our forge something comparable or better when you advance? That's true. The dwarf's eyes brightened as clarity returned. The Iron Hammer Empire makes no further bids, he declared at once. All eyes turned toward the elven auctioneer. It was clear, no one else would challenge the final offer. The current bid stands at 2,500 high-grade mana stones for the Brawn Lord, she said solemnly. Since there are no further bids, the Brawn Lord is hereby sold to His Excellency, Achilles Maximilian, for 2,500 high grades. Bang! The auctioneer's gavel struck the podium, sealing the transaction and bringing this round of the auction to its dramatic close. Who was that? Alex asked quietly, glancing toward his fiancés. You don't know Achilles Maximilian? Eleanor blinked in disbelief. Should I? Alex asked, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Eleanor sighed. He's only one of the most talented individuals in the entire plane. The same age as Prince Caesar. One of the stars of Varelia, Lord Achilles Maximilian, the legend of dominating force, nicknamed All Might for his overwhelming physical might and force, is already a late-stage legend. A late-stage legend the same age as Prince Caesar, who is considered a genius across the empire for reaching sub-legend at his age. A flicker of awe crossed Alex's eyes. Is it because he focuses solely on improving his physical strength and force, and nothing else, that he managed to reach this stage so quickly? Alex couldn't help but wonder. He recalled a popular saying from one of his gym instructors back in his previous life. Apparently, it was quoted from some famous martial arts icon. Fear not the opponent who has performed 1,000 moves once, but the one who has performed a single move 1,000 times. This all might seem like a living example of the success that came from extreme, focused specialization, a stark contrast to Alex's own all-over-the-place approach. His only saving grace was the Rune-Tech platform that tied everything together. By improving his platform as a whole, every little ad hoc skill he picked up naturally improved alongside it. But then, an issue came to mind. I doubt it's just because he's a late-stage legend at his age that he's this respected by all 5 empires. Sure, a future epic deserves recognition, but not like this from the representatives of the empires. After all, the empires should each have more than one Class 7 in retainer. You're right, Eleanor said, nodding. His Excellency Achilles Maximilian isn't just a genius. He has a powerful background as well. First, he's a member of the Maximilian royal family, which is one of the council members of the Near March Confederacy. But more importantly, he's a banner lord of the Order of Valor. If not for that, he would have been the crown prince of the Maximilian Kingdom and a future Confederate council member. His identity as crown prince allows him to speak to the 5 empires. But his identity as a banner lord ensures they actually listen. While that's true, it's not the only reason they agreed so readily, Zora interjected. The representatives themselves didn't want things to escalate, but none of them could be the first to suggest standing down. National pride or personal ego? Alex asked. Either or both. It differs for each representative, Zora said with a light shrug. Whatever the case, the result was the same. All Might just had perfect timing. It gave everyone a convenient way out. I see. Alex nodded slowly. Also, you should know, the pleasant words they spoke to him were nothing more than thanks for giving them that opportunity. It's not like he had any real deterrent over them, Eleanor added. Zora and Alex both nodded in agreement. It was hard for Alex to imagine the 5 empires, behemoths that commanded hosts of legends, bowing to a single one. Even if he was a genius with epic potential, those empires already also had multiple true epics under their command. Oh yeah, by the way, what exactly is a bannerlord? Alex asked suddenly. Eleanor froze for a moment before remembering. Right? You didn't even know what the Order of Valor was before today. Of course you wouldn't know what a bannerlord is. Simply put, bannerlords are the Order of Valor's equivalent of lord marshals. They lead the Order's armies stationed at potential incursion fields, places where our realm can be invaded from outside. Alex scratched his chin, thoughtful. The Lord Marshal rank isn't something given out lightly here in Pangaea. It's somewhat similar to the Field Marshal rank in my previous life, usually granted during wartime to a single individual with full authority over an army. For an organization dedicated to defending the realm from external threats, it makes sense that they'd have more than one army. But if each army has its own Lord Marshal, how big is this organization? How is it structured? If they use that rank, does that mean each army operates independently, with its Lord Marshal having full authority over their assigned region? Before Alex realized it, questions were already firing off in rapid succession through his mind. Do you know how many armies and fronts the Order of Valor commands? He suddenly asked. I know of one, Princess Eleanor replied. The Realm of Anarchy. The Realm of Anarchy? I thought that was just a lawless land where people without a future on the mainland go, Alex said, surprised. No. The Realm of Anarchy is an artificial subspace created by several of the Order's powerhouses to trap an invading species from another realm. It's only a temporary measure, though. The species reproduces rapidly, and the Order's army stationed within the subspace is stretched thin trying to contain them. They use massive rewards, some rare, others secret, to lure all kinds of people into the subspace to hunt the hostile race before they corrode the barrier and breach into our world. It's not just the Realm of Anarchy. I know of at least 4 other subspace realms where the Order has dragged the battle to keep it from reaching our main plane, Zora added. And there's probably more. The 5 I know of are only the ones the Enclave contributes to, so I've heard about them from Father or the Grand Mages directly under his command. So the hostile incursion Pangaea has already happened or is happening. Alex was stunned. Of course, Eleanor replied. I don't know why you're unaware, But every noble house and major power is required to send troops or resources to the Order to help maintain the front lines in the subspaces, so the war doesn't spill into our world. I'm honestly surprised Earl Drake never told you, she added. You're his heir, and you'll have to serve in one of those realms as part of your noblesse oblige to the Empire before you can inherit his title or claim a higher nobility of your own. Well, technically, that only applies once he becomes a saint, Zora corrected. Until then, he can send a representative in his stead. That's probably why the Earl hasn't mentioned it. Alex is still just an intermediate, after all. That actually makes sense. Alex mused aloud. I have a feeling the upcoming interplanar travel might be Father's way of testing me. Is that so? Eleanor tilted her head, half amused, half uncertain. Anyway, Alex continued, from what you both said, there's another reason the empires would give All Might that level of respect. I'm guessing that since none of the empires want their citizens serving under those of another, they've agreed to let the Order of Valor control the subspaces entirely. That would explain why they have Lord Marshal equivalents manning the subspaces as their areas of responsibility. If I had to guess, part of a Bannerlord's duty would be to lead combined forces from all 5 empires. In that case, offending a Bannerlord, no matter how weak, is practically the same as jeopardizing your own countrymen stationed under that Bannerlord's command. Even if the Bannerlord doesn't directly retaliate, there are countless subtle ways to make life difficult for someone, especially when they're technically your subordinates. A person with the status of a Bannerlord wouldn't be that petty, right? I mean, taking out their issues with an empire on the innocent soldiers who came to help in your duty is a bit too much, isn't it? Eleanor asked, frowning slightly. I can tell you for a fact, Alex replied with a knowing smile, that anyone in a position of power is capable of pettiness. It just depends on how high their moral standards are, or how badly they were irked. Trust me, annoy even a supposed saint enough, and they'll respond with a touch of pettiness too. His smile faded. And one more thing, Eleanor, he said suddenly. What is it? She asked, puzzled. There's something wrong with what you just said. Her brows furrowed. What do you mean? It's not the Order of Valor's responsibility to protect our realm, Alex said firmly. It's our collective responsibility to protect our home. Just because the Order chose to stand at the vanguard doesn't mean the rest of us get to sit back and call it their duty. That kind of mindset, treating their selfless act as an obligation, is dangerous. His eyes hardened. If they fall because we decided it was their job, then we'll all pay the price for it. Eleanor's eyes widened. I didn't mean. I know you didn't, Alex interrupted gently, offering a reassuring smile. But a thought like that, shared by enough people, that's all it takes. Eleanor fell silent, while Alex turned his gaze back to the stage, lost in thought. So, Pangea is already dealing with hostile threats, huh, he mused. I wonder if this has anything to do with why I was brought here. His expression darkened slightly. You're not expecting me to become some kind of hero who saves the world, are you, heart_Pangea? I really hope not. Alex wasn't exactly thrilled at the idea of becoming a hero, especially not in a world like this. Those who rise up first as heroes are always the first to die, either by the hands of the enemies from the front or from the actions of those being protected from the back. Oh, fortunately, before his thoughts spiraled any deeper, a sudden commotion in the hall pulled him back to reality. To everyone's surprise, the elven auctioneer, who had handled the entire event so far, suddenly bowed and stepped back. It was a clear sign that she wouldn't be hosting the final 2 auction lots. Her replacement stepped forward, a smaller, sharp-eyed figure that immediately drew murmurs through the crowd. The palace head of the Golden Palace himself, Cromwell Haggleworth. Alex's eyes narrowed as the gnomish diplomat-turned-business executive took the stage. So, you decided to use that method after all, he thought. Haggleworth was dressed in a sharp merchant suit that perfectly complemented his gnomish frame, boosting his charisma. He stood before the massive audience, an assembly of the representatives of the continent's most powerful organizations, with calm, unshakable confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, his voice rich and composed. I hope our auction has met your expectations so far. It went without saying. The crowd's reaction, the gleam in their eyes, the quiet excitement in the air, told him all he needed to know. With a satisfied smile, he continued, My name is Cromwell Haggleworth, and I am the palace head of the Golden Palace. Before the final 2 lots are revealed, I wish to take a moment of your time to share a few words. Words that will help you understand why these 2 are our finale and what we truly aim to achieve with this auction. Therefore, I ask for your patience. Ordinarily, such a request might have earned murmurs of irritation from a restless crowd. But perhaps because of how perfectly the event had unfolded so far, or because of the powerful figures seated in the private boxes above, or simply because Haggleworth's voice carried the weight of sincerity, no one objected. The hall quieted. The audience listened. "The Golden Palace is a new company," Haggleworth said, his tone shifting into something humbler. "Barely a year old, we might as well be an infant among the continent's merchant giants. You wouldn't be wrong to say that our rapid rise was carried on the back of our flagship product, the Rune phone." A ripple of amusement and acknowledgement passed through the audience. Everyone knew it was true. The Rune phone was such a success that we received generous support from many of you here tonight, Haggleworth continued, bowing slightly. "For that, I extend my sincerest thanks." He straightened, his tone turning deliberate. "But over the past few months, we've worked hard to diversify, to show the world that we are more than just the Rune phone company. We are the Golden Palace. And make no mistake," he said with a knowing smile, "our palace isn't built from gold, nor do we trade only in wealth. To us, palace and gold are symbols. They represent the very core of our philosophy, our belief in mutual benefit, or, as we like to call it, the win-win policy." Inside one of the private boxes, Eleanor's eyes widened in sudden recognition. She turned sharply toward Alex. For a heartbeat, everything seemed to click into place in her mind. It took all her restraint not to speak aloud as she forced herself to look back toward the stage. Her reaction didn't go unnoticed by Alex and Zora. Their lips arced up in a very similar manner. Very perceptive. Good, Alex thought inwardly. Back on stage, Haggleworth's voice carried across the hall. More than this auction itself, this auction festival, at its core, was designed to show this core principle of ours to everyone here. In every deal we make, the Golden Palace strives to meet a win-win standard, a situation of mutual benefit where both we and our customers, or our partners, gain together. For this particular festival, our major partner is the Dragonhold Enclave. And from the preceding 5 days of the auction festival, you can see this principle reflected in the event itself. While many of you came here with the intent of attending a Golden Palace auction, what you found was a Golden Palace, Dragonhold Enclave Festival. The Golden Palace brought the people, and the Dragonhold Enclave provided the land. The result? Both organizations profited from the event without discrimination, a win-win on both sides. Haggleworth paused for a moment, letting his words sink in before continuing. "For you, our customers, we've gone the extra mile." He smiled. "We understand that many of you have traveled from various parts of the continent to answer our call. Because of that, we've taken it upon ourselves to make your experience as smooth and convenient as possible. To this end, we've invested a massive sum to establish an extensive logistical network capable of transporting any and all products you purchase during this auction festival, back to your homes or any destination of your choice, all at little to no cost. This, once again, demonstrates the essence of our core policy, knowing that the palace will handle the transport of your goods for free, or at a mere pittance. You, our valued customers, have opened your wallets even wider to purchase more goods from us and from our partner in this event, the Dragonhold Enclave. A perfect demonstration of our win-win philosophy for all sides involved. In addition to demonstrating our core mandate in action, we also wanted to show you something else, our commitment to you, our customers. Our promise to get you whatever you need, wherever you need it. We were subtle about it during the festival. Throughout the event, we showcased nearly every product the famed Dragonhold Enclave has to offer. We also signed numerous contract agreements with various clients to acquire different goods in varying quantities. And as we speak, deliveries of purchased products and contracted items have already begun, sent directly to the requested locations of our customers and partners. But we felt that wasn't enough. We decided to be more direct in showing this commitment to you, and thus, we have today's auction. By your own reactions and admissions, this auction has met your expectations and can be considered a success. But did you notice? Each item displayed here tonight was carefully curated, not only by effect, standard, and value, but also by geography. In the last 8 lots, we've brought you items from all across the continent, from the northwest, northeast, east, south, and central regions. We've even sourced treasures from the desolate, war-torn, iron-worn desert, the depths of the terrifying ocean, and a forbidden zone in the void of a subspace orbiting our plane. Each of these exemplifies how far we are willing and ready to go in order to provide you with the finest products and the best services available. To us at the Golden Palace, palace doesn't mean a mere castle. We've given you a city for an auction festival and a hall unlike any other to host this event. And gold doesn't mean coin, for in this auction, the true tender of value has been high-grade mana stones. To us, palace and gold represent a promise, a commitment to you, that there is always a place, a palace, where you can obtain whatever you need and value, your gold. Haggleworth's gaze swept across the crowd. Seeing their full attention fixed on him, he brought his speech to a close. This auction, for us, is more than just earning profit from curated items. It's about you, helping you understand who we are, our core mandate, and our unwavering commitment to our customers. He spread his arms slightly and smiled. We are the Golden Palace, the place where you find value and mutual benefit. Haggleworth bowed deeply. Clap, 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 clap. No one could tell who started it, but within moments, Haggleworth was bathed in a rising ovation, even from several of those seated in the private VIP boxes. Clap. The audience erupted into a rousing ovation for Haggleworth. Inside his private booth, Alex joined in the applause for the gnomish palace head. That worked out better than I expected, Alex thought, amused. We didn't even need to use the planted members of the crowd to get the reaction started. Nicely done, Haggleworth. Was this your idea? Zora suddenly asked, noticing his expression. Am I that predictable to her? Alex mused. I may have mentioned something similar to him, Alex replied with a faint shrug, but the speech itself was all Haggleworth. Eleanor, seated nearby, was now quite certain of her suspicions. It was a good idea and a good speech, she said, giving Alex a knowing smile. The young noble mage smiled back at her for a brief moment before turning his gaze to the stage once more. Indeed, Alex had been the one to present the showcase-style speech idea to Haggleworth. There had been one problem to solve when they were planning the auction. The penultimate and final lots were already reserved long before the event began. After all, the entire festival and auction had been orchestrated for the sake of selling those 2 items. They had no choice but to place them last. However, this arrangement came with a glaring issue. Because the preceding lots were all of greater apparent value, the final 2 items risked looking underwhelming by comparison if nothing was done. Alex and Haggleworth spent a great deal of time brainstorming solutions, weighing how the audience might react and how best to shift their attention. In the end, one of the methods they agreed on was a speech. A well-crafted statement that would redirect the audience's focus from the preceding high-value items and set the stage for the final lots, reframing them as something special in a different way. Alex recalled that many companies in his previous life had used a similar approach. Whenever a company anticipated poor reception for an upcoming product, or simply wanted to build stronger anticipation, the top executive would host a press conference or showcase, spending an hour or more talking about the product's strengths while tactfully downplaying its flaws. It was surprisingly effective. Even when everyone knew the product had issues, the enthusiasm, hype, and goodwill generated from the showcase often led to soaring sales regardless. It had been a common tactic among the tech companies of Alex's previous life. Alex had only mentioned the idea to Haggleworth in passing. He hadn't actually expected the Gnome CEO to make it work. After all, this wasn't his previous world, where speeches and media held sway over the masses. This was a realm where power was the true currency. And the Golden Palace didn't have that, at least not any obvious kind. Yet Haggleworth hadn't just made it work. He had excelled. Without even using the subtle manipulative tactics Alex had included as backup options, the gnome had completely won the crowd over. He'd done it so well, in fact, that Alex was convinced the palace could now sell dirt as gold, and the audience would still applaud and pay. And the best part? This wasn't limited to the auction hall. The event was being broadcast live across the entire entertainment city, meaning not only the guests present, but countless spectators throughout the city were now equally enthralled by Haggleworth's speech. It wouldn't be long before the content spread like wildfire. And by then, of course, Alex knew this was only the prelude. The real test of whether the idea was a success or a failure was about to begin. These thoughts flickered through his mind as he leaned back into his seat, just as Haggleworth stepped forward once more. "Thank you. Thank you," the gnome said warmly, taking a moment to acknowledge the audience's applause before waving for calm. It took a moment, but eventually, the thunderous ovation settled into a quiet hum of anticipation. "I know you're all wondering what the final 2 auction lots will be," Haggleworth began. "We've already offered rare resources, exceptional artifacts, and top-of-the-line equipment. You must be thinking, what could possibly top a relic from an ancient, unknown era, an epic-tier material, or a pinnacle-grade weapon of war and conquest?" He paused deliberately, a teasing glint flashing in his eyes. "The truth is, nothing." "Huh." The word rippled across the hall like a wave of confusion. Hundreds of heads tilted at once in collective confusion. Haggleworth only smiled faintly, unfazed by the puzzled stares. "Nothing we have can surpass those items," he continued calmly. "After all, they represent the pinnacle of what currently lies within our vaults. A Tier 5 masterpiece of craftsmanship and a genuine Tier 6 material. Both are rarities beyond measure. However, make no mistake, those items are not the most valuable things we possess." Haggleworth's smile deepened, his eyes gleaming with mischief. The audience collectively leaned forward, as though the gnome had just tugged on the strings of their curiosity. "Just as we've demonstrated our core mandate and our commitment to mutual benefit," he continued, "we also wish to show that we understand something fundamental. Value is relative. And here at the Golden Palace, we respect that." A murmur swept through the crowd. The final 2 auction lots are not the most powerful of the collection. In truth, they are the opposite. They are the weakest and most useless in battle. Yes, even more so than the relic of Archmage Lysara Marith. Several nobles exchanged baffled looks. A few chuckled under their breath. "But their value," Haggleworth said, letting the words roll like a secret shared, "lies in their uniqueness and utility. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me the honor of presenting to you the final 2 lots of tonight's auction." Behind him, the stage shifted with a deep mechanical hum. A pedestal slowly rose from the floor, bearing a crystalline cuboid roughly 2 meters tall, 1.5 meters long, and a meter thick. Its surface shimmered faintly under the light, but otherwise looked like nothing more than a slab of polished crystal. A puzzled silence filled the hall. "This 9th lot item," Haggleworth began, gesturing proudly to the crystal, "is a product very dear to our hearts. Like the Rune phone, it was conceived, designed, and crafted entirely in-house by the Golden Palace's runesmiths. Its first value lies in that alone, its exclusivity. This is a product you will not find anywhere else." He paused, scanning the hall. "I can see it in your eyes. You think it's just an ordinary crystal slab." His lips curled into a knowing smile. "But there's far more to it than meets the eye. The history of cultivation in our Pangean realm is long, rich, and illustrious. Yet throughout our history, there has been one unending tragedy, the loss of knowledge to time. The techniques of our predecessors have faded, buried under war, neglect, and the slow decay of transmission through the ages. Even now, in this modern era, where knowledge is stored in magical scrolls, papyrus, parchment, tomes, and grimoires, we've merely slowed that decay, not conquered it. Despite our progress, the truth remains. Time will always consume what is written." He turned slightly, his hand resting reverently on the crystalline construct behind him. "That," Haggleworth said, his voice rising with pride, "is where this product comes in." He smiled grandly and declared, "We call it the Arcane Library. In this Arcane Library, we have successfully developed a method of storing knowledge that can resist the passage of time for as long as its crystal matrix remains intact. For reference, the special formula used in creating this crystal makes it far more durable than a Pangmo's diamond. Even under the harshest natural conditions, each crystal can endure for millions of years, safeguarding the knowledge within for the same length of time. I believe I don't have to tell you how far more advanced that is compared to any of our current means. While it's not entirely impregnable to intentional destruction, it is still vastly more resistant than anything we've used before or have currently. Haggleworth paused briefly, allowing the murmurs in the hall to settle before continuing. But is this the only reason why you should opt for this? No, of course not. Another factor to consider is security. This product is designed with a runic security system, one that ensures the knowledge stored within cannot be accessed without the proper level of clearance or authority. With just this one of these, you can inject knowledge, then assign specific access permissions to different individuals based on the parameters of your choosing. There's no longer any need to spend copious amounts of resources constructing separate vaults for your most valuable archives. Everything, general or confidential, can now be stored within a single arcane library crystal and secured precisely as you wish. Only authorized individuals will be able to access the restricted sections. He drew the spotlight onto the crystal, letting its pale light shimmer across the hall. Another remarkable advantage of this device is simultaneous utility or concurrent access. Gone are the days when people had to wait endlessly to consult a record just because someone else is using it. With this device, multiple users can access the same information concurrently through the organization's designated portals, without interfering with one another. In fact, during our tests, we confirmed that a single device could be accessed from anywhere within the Varelian Empire. Given that the Empire possesses the largest landmass on the continent, this means you'll be able to access your data from any linked portal within an extremely generous range. He smiled faintly, his tone turning almost teasing. There are a few more advantages to the arcane library, but those will only be disclosed to the successful bidders after the auction. We at the Golden Palace firmly believe that this arcane library will soon replace every current method of storing, securing, and transmitting knowledge, both for our present generation and for countless others yet to come. Contrary to Alex and Haggleworth's expectations, the audience was actually thrilled by the appearance of the Rune servers, now officially branded as the Arcane Library. Both men had initially assumed the server wouldn't perform well on its own, which was the very reason this elaborate auction and accompanying festival had been organized in the first place. Yet from the look of things, the device might just have found its market. Several nobles and representatives were already raising their placards, eager to place early bids. Perhaps it isn't so much about the product itself, Alex mused, watching the crowd with mild surprise, but the brand we've unknowingly built. It's the same way many companies back on Earth could sell anything simply by stamping their logo on it. A testament to the trust we've managed to create. Haggleworth shared the same sentiment. However, as much as the gnome wanted to ride that wave of excitement and start the auction immediately, he restrained himself. The outcome they were seeing now was not luck. It was the product of meticulous planning by the Golden Palace. And as its head, he could not afford to deviate from that plan, no matter how tempting it was. He drew in a slow breath, pushed down the urge, and turned toward the stage. Then, with a dramatic wave of his hand, he signaled the attendants. To the audience's surprise, another pedestal rose smoothly from beneath the stage, its appearance accompanied by a faint golden hum. Many leaned forward, expecting the grand finale, the final auction item. But what appeared upon the pedestal instead was a simple crystal. A low murmur spread through the hall. The item was clearly just a projection crystal, a high-value magical device capable of displaying recorded images, a sort of enchanted video recorder, though extremely limited and painfully expensive. The 10th and final lot, Haggleworth announced, is a very special one. To my knowledge, this is the only device of its kind in existence. Rather than explain what it is, I think it's best that I simply show you. He turned back to the crowd, his voice echoing through the hall. As you all know, this is a projection crystal. Its capacity is limited. It can only replay a short collection of images captured within. But what you are about to witness is real, no matter how impossible it may seem. Without further ado, he approached the crystal and carefully placed a mid-grade mana stone beside it. A faint sigh rippled through the audience. Everyone knew how costly mid-grade stones were. Most would never waste such a resource on something so trivial as visual projection. Moments later, a soft hum filled the air. The mana stone flared, draining rapidly as a conical beam of light shot upward, expanding into a wide, translucent display visible to everyone in the hall. Within the projection, a blurry figure appeared, clad in the characteristic uniform of the Golden Palace. The image stabilized, revealing an individual standing before a large storage chest. The person in the projection knelt, opened the chest, and began taking out various items one after another. Within moments, it became obvious that this was no ordinary container. It was an interspatial storage chest. Even among spatial artifacts, it was top tier. Though it required 2 strong men to lift, its internal capacity could easily store enough items to fill a small room. The scene seemed straightforward, just someone unpacking objects from the artifact. The audience exchanged confused looks, wondering what Haggleworth was trying to show them. No one spoke, though. They waited, sensing that something remarkable was coming. And then, after completely packing out the items in the chest, from the pocket of their robe, the individual produced a small ring box. Inside, nestled against soft velvet, was a gemstone ring, simple, elegant, almost humble in design. The person slipped it onto their finger and turned it toward the items scattered around the floor, the same ones that had been taken out of the interspatial chest. A soft flash of light burst forth. Instantly, every single item vanished. A collective gasp rippled through the audience. For a split second, many thought the beam had destroyed everything in its path. But that illusion was quickly shattered when the individual pointed the ring toward another direction. And the missing items reappeared, one by one. The same objects. Nothing had been lost nor damaged. Then, with casual precision, the figure pointed the ring toward their own hand, and a metallic jar materialized within their grasp. The figure uncorked it, took a long drink, then crushed the jar like a soda can and tossed it upward. As the flattened jar spun mid-air, the figure struck a bizarrely theatrical pose. One hand extended dramatically, the ring gleaming under the projection's light. Another flash. The crushed jar vanished. A second later, it reappeared neatly in the figure's hand. Then, as if to punctuate the demonstration, the individual made the jar disappear once more, turned toward the invisible audience behind the crystal, and gave an elegant, almost mischievous bow. The image flickered and cut out. Silence fell across the entire auction hall. The hundreds of nobles, merchants, scholars, and craftsmen sat frozen in disbelief. Slowly, whispers began to spread. An interspatial storage ring. A real one? Impossible. The technology that's been sought for ages has been found. No, that can't be real. Yet before denial could fully take root, Haggleworth's calm, measured voice rolled across the hall, sealing their fate. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, smiling like a man unveiling history itself, "I present to you the first and only one of its kind. The coinage moonstone interspatial storage ring." The hall erupted. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the first and only one of its kind. The coinage moonstone interspatial storage ring." Haggleworth's words echoed through the hall, plunging it into stunned silence for a long, heavy moment. Then, what? It really is an interspatial ring. How was it made? What material was used? How big is its internal space? Questions exploded from all corners of the audience. "I'm sorry," Haggleworth replied, his voice firm yet polite. "In order to preserve the value of the item, I won't be answering any questions about its construction or internal workings. All I can tell you is that its internal space exceeds that of the interspatial storage chest you just saw in the projection." Murmurs swept through the crowd. For more information, Haggleworth continued, "You'll have to participate in the auction for the ring itself." "Then begin the auction already," someone shouted impatiently. Many others raised their placards, eager to bid, but Haggleworth calmly shook his head. "Please, be patient, ladies and gentlemen. I'll now reveal the auction method for the final 2 lot items." The audience quietened again, curiosity burning in their eyes. "First," Haggleworth declared, "the arcane library will be the final auctioned item for today's event. The auction for the coinage moonstone interspatial ring will take place tomorrow." "What? Tomorrow? Why?" Cries erupted across the floor. "This," Haggleworth explained evenly, "is to allow the guests who qualify to bid for the coinage moonstone sufficient time to prepare the required tinder, top-grade mana stones. A collective gasp swept the hall. What? Top-grade mana stones? Yes, Haggleworth confirmed with a nod. The craftsman who created the coinage moonstone has requested that only top-grade mana stones be accepted as payment. And before you ask, no information about the craftsman will be revealed unless to the guests who have earned the right to participate in tomorrow's auction. The hall fell silent again as countless minds raced with calculations and possibilities. Finally, someone called out, "How do we gain the right to participate in tomorrow's auction, Palace Head? Don't leave us guessing." Haggleworth smiled subtly and looked up toward the private boxes. "Thank you for asking, High Comptroller," he said, giving a polite bow. Straightening again, he announced, "The process to obtain an invitation to the Coinage Moonstone auction is simple." He gestured toward the rune server crystal slab, still on display. Simply win the bid for an arcane library crystal. Due to the complexity of its production process, which requires a team of grandmaster craftsmen working in perfect harmony, we have only been able to produce a total of 9 arcane library crystals. Therefore, there will be 9 invitations available for the Coinage Moonstone auction tomorrow. However, Haggleworth continued, after much deliberation within the palace, it has been decided that 5 of these will be presented to the 5 great empires: the Varelian Empire, the Ilarian Empire, the Ironhammer Empire, the Eternal Valkyrie Empire, and the Near March Confederacy. These 5 nations are the pillars of our current era's knowledge and civilization. As part of our efforts to preserve the light of this age for those yet to come, we believe it is only fitting to present these devices as tribute, ensuring that the wisdom safeguarded by these empires will endure for generations. A murmur rippled through the audience. Not everyone was pleased by the decision. For every arcane library crystal given away by the palace, their own chances of obtaining one, or even bidding for the Coinage Moonstone interspatial ring, diminished. Others, however, merely sighed. Whether the palace distributed them or not, the empires would inevitably claim their share. Competing against an empire in an auction? Impossible. In their eyes, the palace had simply hastened the inevitable, and in doing so, earned valuable goodwill from each empire. A very smart move indeed, thought the High Comptroller of the Merchant Union. He wasn't alone in that opinion. Many sharp minds among the attendees reached the same conclusion. "A very sensible company," remarked Elder Melias of the Ilarian Empire. "Normally, I dislike companies that curry favor with imperial power instead of earning it," said Lady Kaelwerin of the Eternal Valkyrie Empire from her private box. "But I'll make an exception this once." The other imperial representatives shared similar sentiments. "Now then," Haggleworth said, his tone shifting, "today's auction finale will conclude with the sale of the remaining 4 arcane library crystals. For this auction, we have not set a base price. On one hand, the arcane library is an incredibly expensive device to produce. On the other, it was designed for the betterment of civilization itself. So rather than assign a value ourselves, we leave it in your capable hands. With the proceeds from your generous bids today, we shall construct and make available more arcane library crystals for public sale. The fixed retail price will be set at a 30% increase over the highest bid received tonight. So, esteemed guests, we invite you to help us determine the true value of the arcane library, according to your discretion." Haha, what a sly gnome. The Merchant Union's High Comptroller laughed from his private box. "Let me guess," Zora said, shooting Alex a knowing look. "This wasn't your idea, was it?" "It really wasn't," Alex replied, feeling wronged. "It's definitely a sly move, though. Something a gnome would think up," Eleanor remarked. "If they'd simply asked the audience to set the price through auction, people might have colluded to drive it down. That would have forced the Golden Palace to sell the arcane library crystals cheaply and at a loss, since going back on their word would damage their reputation. But," she continued, "by tying the auction to the Coinage Moonstone event, they've made cooperation nearly impossible. Everyone wants to participate in that auction, and no one wants to risk being left out." Alex gave her an appreciative look, feeling somewhat vindicated by her reasoning. Then he added thoughtfully, "That said, there's still some risk involved. The owners of the remaining 4 crystals and the auction slots are pretty obvious. They'll end up with the factions in those private boxes. If they can reach an understanding, nothing stops them from controlling the price." "If that's the case," Eleanor asked, frowning slightly, Why is the Golden Palace still proceeding with this plan? How should I know? Alex shrugged. I'm not a palace staff member, nor am I a worm living in the palace head's stomach. Eleanor's brows furrowed, but Alex only smiled. All I can do, he said, his tone turning amused, is make a guess. Eleanor gave him a stare. She decided to play along. And what is this guess of yours? Alex's smile widened. What if, he said slowly, the palace doesn't care about the money at all? What if, like Haggleworth said, they simply want the crystals in the hands of the continental powers to secure our, or rather, their knowledge? Eleanor's gaze didn't leave Alex's face as she pondered his words. Then it clicked. The palace was ready to suffer a loss on the arcane library crystals, she said slowly, eyes narrowing in thought. So whatever scheme others might cook up against them doesn't matter. They only tied the crystals to the coinage moonstone to raise their perceived value. Her eyes brightened. It's like you said earlier, people value what they struggle to obtain. Having to pay any price, especially in high-grade mana stones, ensures that the eventual owners of the arcane library will take it seriously. What about the empires who were given the crystals for free? Zora asked. They'll take it even more seriously, Eleanor replied. If the arcane library is truly as Haggleworth described, the imperial clans will have no choice but to treat it with utmost importance. They wouldn't want to fall behind, or be at a disadvantage compared to the subordinate organizations beneath them. Her eyes flashed a glint. It would be seen as a disgrace to the empires themselves. Her gaze lingered on the unassuming gnome standing on stage before returning to Alex. It really is a sly game being played here, she said quietly. A dangerous one as well. Alex laughed. You're being too serious. It may look like the Golden Palace is scheming or manipulating the imperial clans, but that couldn't be further from the truth. A confident smile tugged at his lips. After all, is it still manipulation when you lay your cards on the table and the other party still chooses to play along? No, that's what I'd call knowing consent. He glanced at the two women beside him. All the Golden Palace did was make an offer too sweet, or too difficult, to refuse. No one's being forced to accept it. Everyone's jumping in willingly because the offer's too tempting. The palace can't be blamed for that. If anything, it's the others who should blame themselves for lacking the will to resist. Eleanor exchanged a look with Zora, who offered her a small, reassuring smile. After a moment, Eleanor sighed and leaned back into her chair. You're playing a dangerous game, Alex, she said softly. Like I said, I'm not. I know. She cut him off with a faint shrug. But I suppose it takes a bit of madness to carve out space in these stagnant waters. She turned to him again, a faint smile playing on her lips. Fine, I'll join you. Or rather, stay on your crazy ship. I guess you're right. Your offer is too sweet to turn down. Alex shook his head with a wry smile. Welcome aboard the ship then, partner, he said. Back on stage, the auction for the remaining 4 arcane library crystals, or rather, the Rune-Tech servers, had begun. As Alex had predicted, and secretly hoped, the eventual winners turned out to be the major continent-wide powers. The Merchant Union, the Order of Valor, the Mage Association, and finally, a coalition between the Alchemy, Forgesmith, and Runesmith associations. The latter coalition narrowly edged out a rival alliance of other similar groups led by the Craftsmanship Association. All 4 Rune-Tech servers, along with their accompanying invitation lots, sold for 2,100 HGs, 2,150 HGs, 2,300 HGs, and 2,500 HGs respectively, totaling 9,050 high-grade mana stones. This figure more than recouped the production cost of every Rune-Tech server that Alex and his team at the Dragonhold Enclave and Golden Palace had ever manufactured, of course, which far exceeded the mere 9 they'd placed on auction. With that, the stage for the next day's grand finale, the Coinage Moonstone auction, was set. However, the night was far from over. Just as the tension in the room began to ease, Haggleworth stepped forward again, his voice echoing across the now brightened hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't be in a rush to leave just yet, he announced, a knowing smile on his lips. That was merely the main auction. We still have a side auction lined up for you. The hall immediately buzzed with curiosity. There are many items we did not deem fit to include in today's 10-lot auction, Haggleworth continued. You will find them available for bidding in the side auction hall below. If you would kindly proceed to the lower floor, our attendants will guide you there. Each item will have its own bidding requirements displayed beside it. He gave one final bow. Once again, thank you for gracing the Golden Palace with your presence. May Providence be with you all. The spotlight dimmed over him, and the main hall lights gradually brightened once more. Palace staff had already filed in, politely guiding the guests toward the lower floor. Alex and his two companions blended into the dispersing crowd, following the flow down the grand staircase to the hall below. The very same floor Alex had noticed earlier, filled with rows of display cases containing all manner of curious items. Each display case had a magical board positioned in front of it, detailing the bidding instructions. Most followed the same system. Bidders would write down their offers directly on the enchanted board beneath the display case. Only one bid could exist on the board at any time. Any new entry had to be higher than the previous one, or the magic board wouldn't register it. The bidder whose offer remained unchallenged at the end of a set duration would win the item. Of course, a bidder could bypass the process entirely by paying the listed buyout price, instantly claiming the item for themselves. It was a simple, elegant system, easy for everyone present to understand. Interestingly, the items in the side auction were only slightly lower in quality than the 10 main lots sold earlier. Numbering in the hundreds, there was more than enough for nearly every faction present to leave with at least one prize. Especially now that the major organizations had withdrawn, intent on conserving their wealth, particularly their top-grade mana stones, in preparation for the secret auction of the coinage moonstone interspatial ring the following day. Alex, Zora, and Eleanor were about to take their leave when two unexpected figures appeared before them. Prince Caesar. Your Excellency, Achilles Maximilian, Alex greeted politely. To what do I owe this pleasure? Caesar gave a small chuckle, but it was Achilles who spoke first. Caesar here tells me you're an interesting friend of his. I decided to come and see for myself. His tone was friendly, almost casual, which caught Alex off guard. After all, Achilles Maximilian was no ordinary man. Alex was only an intermediate mage, while Achilles stood at the late-stage legend realm, a being whose strength, at least on paper, even surpassed that of Earl Drake himself. Alex glanced at Caesar, who gave him a reassuring nod. In that instant, he understood. He's giving me an opportunity. Come, Achilles said, gesturing toward the exit. Let's find a quiet place to chat. He turned briefly to the ladies. Apologies, ladies, but I'll need to borrow him for a bit. It's fine, Zora replied calmly, showing no hint of intimidation despite standing before a legend. We were heading back anyway. With a slight nod, she guided Eleanor away. The moment they were out of sight, Achilles smirked. You've got some luck with women, Silver Fawn. Alex froze. How did you? I told you, didn't I? Caesar interrupted with a mischievous grin. After meeting your father, I did a bit of checking in on you. I also learned about your other title, though I heard you don't like being called by it. I don't, Alex said flatly. Then Silver Fawn it is, Achilles said with a small, knowing smile. Alex nodded, carefully gauging the tone between the two. He made no effort to address Achilles as Your Excellency this time, remembering Caesar's earlier warning. They seem to be friends, he thought, and from how casually he's speaking to me, I'd better follow their lead. Caesar laughed. See? I told you he's an interesting one. Indeed, Achilles replied. Come along, before these people stare holes into us. With that, the trio exited the Golden Palace auction building together. Unbeknownst to them, a shadowed figure stood watching from the corner of the hall, eyes filled with venomous intent. Auric Wastelander. Alex accompanied Achilles Maximilian and Caesar Ledevicus to the legend's residence in the entertainment city. Surprisingly, someone of Achilles' status had chosen a quiet courtyard on the fringes of the upper district. It was barely within the demarcation of the upper zone and arguably closer to the lower sector. Yet, being on the city's outermost edge made it peaceful and secluded. I guess it's perfect for someone who doesn't like attention, Alex thought as he took in the serene surroundings. His mind unconsciously began profiling the man, Achilles Maximilian. The courtyard itself wasn't lavish, but it was spacious and well-kept. It had everything an individual, or a pair, would need to live comfortably. There was even a small sparring ring, clearly meant for training. That was when Alex realized, to his dismay, that he was being led straight towards it by the two powerhouses ahead of him. They wouldn't be, right? A premonition crept into his thoughts. Indeed, his suspicion proved correct. The two men were heading directly for the sparring ring. Alex tried to stay composed, casually walking toward the observer's bench by the edge of the ring. However, before he could sit down, Caesar stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Sparring is a good way to build friendship, don't you think? The prince said with a wide smile. I agree. But that only applies to warriors. It allows them to understand one another while exchanging pointers on their skills and techniques, Alex replied. It doesn't only work for warriors. Mages can learn through sparring as well, Archilus added. Caesar chuckled, a low, ominous laugh that sent a chill down Alex's spine. Which is why, swoosh. Before Alex could react, he found himself standing inside the sparring area. You'll be sparring with me. That way, I'll get to see what kind of person you really are, Caesar said, grinning. You don't have to go that far. Trust me, you can learn everything about me by simply talking to me, Alex quickly argued. No, Archilus interjected calmly. Learning to conceal one's true intentions through words is common among nobles and royals. This is the best way to gauge your nature. There you have it, Caesar said with a shrug. Surely you're not expecting me to fight a peak saint. No, a sub-legendary, are you? Alex asked, nearly exasperated. Don't worry, Caesar replied, smiling faintly. I'll suppress my energy to the intermediate rank. Bullshit. Do you take me for a child? You're a warrior who's tempered his body to sub-legendary. Do you think shackling your internal energy to the intermediate rank will make any difference? Alex retorted sharply. Archilus looked at Alex's strangely. Don't worry. You're a mage from the Dragonhold Enclave. I'm sure you'll be fine, Caesar replied nonchalantly. His grin widened. Here I come. Bang. Before Alex could respond, Caesar shot forward like a cannonball and threw a straight punch. Abyssal Conqueror's step. First step, go step. Alex instinctively used his family's footwork technique, flickering to the side in a blur. The evasive movement created a perfect counter window. Magic bolt. He immediately fired his fastest spell. Bang. Alex didn't expect it to hurt Caesar, it was meant to buy time. When the dust cleared, Caesar was already charging through it, eyes glinting. As the distance closed to a few feet, Alex opened his left palm and cast another quick spell. Magic ball. Boom. The explosion created a larger smoke cloud, obscuring Caesar's sight. Third step, Wraith's Crossing. The moment the blast went off, Alex vanished into a streak of darkness, reappearing several meters away. Now that he had some breathing room, he extended both palms. Two glowing circles appeared simultaneously. Fire Lance. The twin lances of blazing flame, boosted to grade 3 by his elemental affinity talent, shot straight towards Caesar's face and chest. His precision was merciless. Caesar had only just planted his leverage foot when the spell came upon him. He had little choice for where he could move in this moment. In that instant, a normal opponent would only be able to evade one of the two strikes. But Caesar smiled. Instead of retreating, he channeled a thread of suppressed internal energy into his planted foot and launched himself forward in a low, spinning roll. In a move that defied logic, he slipped between the twin lances, barely, then planted his hand against the ground and used it as leverage to regain footing to propel himself forward again in one smooth movement. The distance would close in a mere instant. Alex wasn't surprised. I would have been disappointed if you didn't, he thought calmly. Just as Caesar regained his footing and lunged again, Alex's next spell was already complete. Shadow Chain. Chains of dark mana burst from the ground, snaking upward to seize Caesar in the brief instant of vulnerability before he could charge. Third step, Wraith's Crossing. Alex vanished again, reappearing several meters away. Without hesitation, he raised a palm and fired another spell. Lightning Bolt. A crack of thunder split the air as the bolt descended, striking toward the trapped Caesar. Checkmate, Alex thought. But just before impact, something strange happened. Caesar's figure shimmered. His body seemed to wobble. What the? The next instant, the bound Caesar dissolved into nothingness. The lightning bolt smashed into empty ground, while another Caesar appeared mere inches from Alex, his fist already swinging. No choice. Alex instantly realized he couldn't cast a defensive spell in time. Instead, he clenched his fist and met Caesar's strike head-on. Both Archilus and Caesar had the same thought at that moment. A mage meeting a warrior's punch with his bare hand? Is he insane? Caesar hastily pulled back some of his power to avoid injuring him. Bang! Their fists collided with a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. What? To the astonishment of both royals, Caesar was the one forced to step back. Dragon Commute. Burst. Thanks to Caesar pulling his punch, Alex's strike, enhanced by the Dragon Commute technique, overpowered him, forcing him to retreat a step. Alex didn't waste the opening. Still no time for spell casting, he decided, and lunged forward. He struck again, this time with an open palm aimed at Caesar's exposed torso. Dragon Commute. Ripple. The blow landed square on Caesar's chest, driving him backward several paces. Alex pressed on, mana surging through his limbs like roaring currents. Dragon Commute. Flurry. His body blurred as he unleashed a storm of punches, a seamless 10-hit combo, each strike following the last in perfect rhythm. It was a display of pure, fluid violence that would have made any master martial artist shed tears of admiration. The barrage ended with a brutal uppercut that lifted Caesar slightly and sent him staggering back. This time, Alex didn't chase. Instead, he raised his hand, mana already flaring. Fireball. Boom. The explosion rocked the sparring ring. Caesar was blasted backward, tumbling across the ground, but he rolled smoothly with the motion and landed on his feet, dust swirling around him. Alex took the moment to steady his breathing. His chest rose and fell as the smoke and dust began to clear. When his vision steadied, he saw Prince Caesar standing there, completely unharmed, with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Then Caesar smiled, that easygoing grin fading into a more serious expression. Alex didn't know what he was planning, but his instincts screamed danger. He immediately shifted into a defensive stance. Okay, that's enough. Archilla's calm voice cut through the tension, startling both of them. Huh? Already? We've only exchanged one round, Caesar protested. That round was enough. If you were a normal intermediate rank warrior, you'd have died at least 3 times already, Archillas pointed out. Huh? I was never that weak when I was an intermediate rank, Caesar frowned. I said a normal intermediate rank, Archillas countered. Do you really think you were ever normal at any rank? Oh, that's true, Caesar admitted with a nod and a casual shrug. Besides, even you would have been injured by now if you were truly at that level, Archillas added. Yeah, I was about to use Sun Body, Caesar confessed without shame. Archillas shot him a sharp look. Exactly why I stopped the fight. He then turned his gaze back to Alex. Good job. The reputation of the Dragonhold Enclave holds true. You Enclave mages really can stand toe-to-toe with warriors. Though, I suspect, even among Enclave mages, you're a special case. I wouldn't say that. Alex relaxed his stance and shook his head. The prince was holding back against me. If he fought seriously, even at the same rank, I wouldn't have lasted long. Caesar feigned a shiver. Don't do that, kid. Modesty doesn't suit you. I'm not being modest. That's just how I see it. Alex replied sincerely. Archillas chuckled. You've got sharp instincts. This guy here, he said, gesturing at Caesar, has more than a few trump cards that make him a pain to fight. Caesar only shrugged in agreement. Archillas turned back to Alex, smiling faintly. But I'm guessing I could say the same about you. Everyone has their trump cards, no? Alex replied with a shrug. So, did I pass whatever test you two had in mind? With flying colors, Archillas said firmly. Then maybe you can tell me what this was all about? Alex asked, brow raised. Archillas held his gaze for a long moment, his expression turning solemn. Alex Fury, he said at last, voice steady. Would you like to join the Order of Valor? Alex Fury, will you like to join the Order of Valor? Of all the possibilities Alex had deduced for why the 2 royals summoned him here, this was one of them he had thought of. Even so, Archillas's sudden offer caught him slightly off guard. He had dismissed this scenario because it made little sense that someone would personally invite an intermediate rank professional to a realm or subspace where even legends were known to fall. Surprise aside, Alex immediately knew what his answer would be. I'm sorry, he said calmly, but I cannot accept your invitation. Archillas blinked in surprise. I think you misunderstand, the man said after a moment. I'm not asking you to fight for the Order immediately. The Order of Valor takes in young talents and nurtures them. Only after you've become a saint will you have any formal obligation to serve. Oh, I see. Alex nodded slowly, realizing his misunderstanding. But still, my answer remains the same. Archilus frowned. May I ask why? This is a great opportunity. I became a legend at my age because I took advantage of one like it. With your talent, I'm certain you could do the same. It was clear the man was genuinely confused as to why anyone would refuse such an offer. By Archilus's side, Caesar merely sighed and shook his head, not at Alex, but at Archilus. So he's the type who thinks his organization is heaven on earth? Alex thought with a mild realization. He recalled something someone had once said in his previous life during a similar exchange. Even heaven itself, there are those who turn away from it. What makes you think your group is greater than heaven, that others would never refuse it? The parent had said that to one of Alex's former company recruiters when they tried to sign the person's child before they'd even entered college. That remark had rippled through the company, shaking up the elitist mindset of many who believed everyone wanted to join them. Archilus's expression now carried that same disbelief Alex remembered from his past life coworkers. This is no doubt an extremely valuable opportunity, Alex said evenly. However, it doesn't align with what I want, or with my goals. You may think this is arrogant, but I firmly believe in my ability to reach legendary and beyond, eventually. But before that happens, there are things I must accomplish. While the order can help me gain power faster, it is, by nature, restrictive, and that restriction would stop me from achieving the things I truly need to achieve. Archilus narrowed his eyes slightly. So you're saying you don't want the power the order can provide, because of its restrictions? I'm saying the cost of that power outweighs its benefits. For me, Alex replied calmly. The way I see it, there are many other paths to power besides the one the order offers. Sure, they may take longer, but raw cultivation strength isn't my ultimate goal. There are other ways I can supplement my strength until I'm where I need to be. Then, can I ask what your goal is? Archilus asked after a pause. You cannot. Alex shook his head without hesitation. Archilus blinked again, caught off guard for the second time. Ha! Caesar suddenly burst into laughter. You need to see your face, he told Archilus between chuckles. Turning to Alex, he grinned. This guy was raised with a diamond spoon. He's not used to being turned down. And with all the years of training the order dumped on him, he's barely had time to experience life outside its walls. At this point, the number of people who can speak to him like you just did can be counted on one hand. Guess I was right about you. I'm not that special, Alex replied. I only speak to you both like this because you asked me to. If you hadn't, I wouldn't be any different from anyone else. Even then, Archilus said with a faint smile, not everyone has the guts to do so. He looked at Alex then, his gaze lingering, deep, heavy, and filled with unspoken emotion. It's lonely at the top, huh? Alex thought quietly as he met the man's eyes. Life is a balance of loss and gain, Alex said calmly. If you gain something, you'll have to lose something in return. That's just the price of power, of anything. That said, I don't think it's much of a cost. Even if you were weaker or held no title, there's no guarantee people would be honest with you. Most people put on a front. Only true friends can speak to you the way you're hoping for. And it seems to me you already have one of those. Archilus nodded slowly, his expression serious. I see. PFF. Caesar suddenly burst out laughing again. I never thought I'd see the day when the great legend of dominating force would not only get rejected by a kid who just came of age, but also be lectured by him, and then accept the lecture. What does age matter? Archilus replied calmly. He makes a valid point, doesn't he? You're not wrong, Caesar admitted with a smirk. Then, turning back to Alex, he asked suddenly, are you really sure you just came of age? Did you maybe receive memories from a past life, or something? Or are you an old man who took over a kid's body through some nefarious ritual? Alex's heart skipped a beat at the beginning of that question, but by the end, he had already calmed down. Instead of responding to Caesar, he turned toward Archilus and asked, is he always like this? Sprouting nonsense? Archilus asked jokingly. To their surprise, Alex nodded without hesitation. Both royals blinked at him, stunned. Then Archilus broke into laughter. Haha, essentially yes. People don't realize it, but the Caesar they call the feet of the imperial son is just a facade he puts up. Hey, I take offense to that. Caesar protested immediately. Alex looked between the two of them, a small smile tugging at his lips. I doubt either of them is pretending for the public, he thought. It's more like they show the side that fits the moment. serious and composed in public, but when it's just the two of them, well, boys will be boys. The smile on his face deepened as he decided. Titles and station aside, they're good friends to have. I shouldn't lose this opportunity. I really appreciate your offer to join the Order of Valor, Alex said, his tone respectful yet firm. But I have personal goals that won't allow me to join. This isn't just about the Order. I don't intend to join any organization at all. I can't allow myself to be bound, directly or indirectly, by the rules or norms of any group. For what I need to achieve, I require complete autonomy. I must remain a free noble. He paused briefly, then added, that said, for whatever it's worth, among all organizations I know, the one I resonate with the most is the Order of Valor. That's what makes this decision difficult. It's not that I don't respect the Order. In fact, I deeply admire its chosen mandate. It's just unfortunate that I'm not as selfless as you or your fellow members. I cannot abandon my family or my goals, and for that reason, I cannot renounce my nobility to become one of you. He said solemnly, what I can promise is this. When I am strong enough, I will lead my forces into one of the battlefield's subspaces and fight the alien hordes threatening our world. Whether we like it or not, defending Pangaea, our home, is a collective responsibility, and I fully intend to do my part. Well said. Caesar smiled and patted Alex's shoulder. Indeed, you don't have to join the Order to defend our realm. The Order exists as a linchpin, a guiding light, to unite individual efforts. Not everyone needs to join it. With the Order leading the charge, the rest of us can pursue our own paths while still contributing to the same cause. That's the best and most realistic way to face this. Fine. Archilus exhaled and nodded reluctantly. Alex couldn't help but feel as though he'd stepped into an ongoing debate between the two. Did I just get used as a tiebreaker? He wondered dryly. The three of them left the sparring ring and headed into the house. The interior bore a minimalist, military aesthetic, even more austere than Alex's own tastes. He glanced around, curious. Was this Archilus's personal choice? Or did the house come this way? He recalled that Haggleworth had employed several interior designers, which made the Spartan design even stranger, unless Archilus had deliberately chosen it. That thought added another quiet note to Alex's growing mental profile of the man. Caesar moved around the house like he owned it. He went straight to Archilus's wine cabinet, pulled out a bottle of high-quality wine, and poured himself a cup, without even asking the host. Archilus didn't say a word. Whether he was used to it or simply chose to condone it, Alex couldn't tell. I don't drink, Alex said suddenly. Huh? You've come of age, haven't you? Caesar froze mid-pour. I have, Alex nodded. But my body treats alcohol as a toxin. It breaks it down before it even reaches my stomach. I wouldn't mind if that was all, but the process itself isn't exactly pleasant. So, I just avoid alcohol entirely. Caesar palmed his face with a groan. Right, I forgot. You've got an active light-fire hybrid bloodline. That explains it. He gave Alex a pitying look. It's actually Etherkindle's doing, but there's no need to correct him, Alex thought, suppressing a chuckle. And it looks like my suspicion was right. The Imperial clan already knows I have a solar bloodline. Are they watching to see what happens between Eleanor and me? Is that why they haven't made any moves yet, even after Father met her father openly? What do you drink then? Archilus asked, pulling Alex out of his thoughts. Anything non-alcoholic. Fruit meat is fine, but I prefer milk with honey, Alex said with a shrug. I've got milk, but no honey. Some spices, though. You could add those, Archilus offered. If there's one thing I can't stand about this guy, Caesar cut in, it's that he doesn't have sweeteners, even honey. Every time I come over, I have to bring my own bag of sugar. It's tragic, really. He poured himself and Archilus each a glass of wine. At least his wine collection makes up for it. Oh, I see. Alex nodded with a faint smile. Just the milk is fine. He knew people sometimes spiced their milk with nutmeg, cardamom, or cinnamon, but it wasn't something he did nor was eager to try right now. Thankfully, he wasn't so much of a sweet tooth that plain milk bothered him. Once their drinks were settled, the trio sat down together. The conversation flowed easily. Well, mostly Caesar bringing up random topics while Alex and Archilus responded. For a brief moment, Alex felt strangely out of place. If he didn't know who these two men truly were, royalty and powerful professionals, he could have sworn he was back on Earth, chatting casually with friends after work. It was so normal and mundane. A simple conversation between men, unburdened by status or politics. Something he hadn't expected when he first accepted their invitation. Then Caesar, already a little tipsy, leaned forward with a mischievous grin. By the way, Alex, how did you manage to snag both the Ice Queen of the Dragonhold Enclave and the Flower of the Empire? And from what I've heard, they actually get along. Yes, Archilus added with a raised brow. How did you manage to capture two royal hearts without sparking a scandal? I don't know. It was just luck, I guess. Things pretty much worked themselves out. I only had to show up to pick them up, Alex said with a shrug. He gave them a rough overview. Nothing too detailed, just enough for them to understand the gist of his point. You lucky. The two royals exchanged glances, a flicker of jealousy in their eyes. I'm surprised you still regard Zora as a royal, Alex commented with a light chuckle. Why wouldn't I? She's the last remaining heiress of the Frost family, isn't she? Achilles asked, looking slightly puzzled. He assumed that since the Frosts were the ceremonial heads of the Confederacy, the council would be glad to be rid of them. Caesar explained with a grin. Oh, I see. Then you're mistaken, Achilles said, shaking his head. The Frosts were the ones essentially holding the Confederacy together, mediating conflicts and keeping the kingdoms from tearing each other apart. With them gone, disputes have only grown worse. The council members would welcome Lady Zora back in an instant if she chose to reclaim her mantle. The Confederacy is weaker now without the Frosts to anchor it. So other empires stand to gain more from the Frost's downfall than the Confederacy itself. Alex mused silently. All right, stop. Let's not drag politics into this. We were talking about romance. Caesar interjected suddenly, leaning forward with a grin. Our big hunk here needs your help, Alex. There's this lady he's got his eyes on, but he's too scared he'll scare her off. How about you give him some advice? Hey, don't make it sound like I'm the only single one here. Last I checked, you don't have anyone either, Achilles shot back. At least I've had several relationships before. You, on the other hand, are still hung up on the same woman for years, and you haven't even made a move, Caesar retorted. Both men glared at each other in mock offense for a few seconds before sighing and downing their drinks in perfect synchrony, slamming their cups onto the table. Don't tell me these two are drunk already, are they? Alex thought, a faint twitch pulling at his brow. He smoothly sidestepped the brewing argument by pouring them more drinks and steering the topic elsewhere. It didn't take long to confirm his suspicion. They were drunk. The wine they'd been drinking wasn't ordinary. Even a faint whiff of it was enough to trigger an aggressive response from Ether Kindle before the vapor itself began to intoxicate him. Apparently, it was a rare and expensive vintage potent enough to affect even legends. Alex eventually left his two new friends, arguably, to sleep off their drunkenness while he made his way back to his dorm at the Enclave. At the same time Alex was meeting with Caesar and Achilles, another trio was gathered back at the Golden Palace auction house. After watching Alex depart with the two royals, Alric Wastelander made his way through the first-floor auction hall, where he soon met two other scions of high nobility. The three dismissed their guards and aides before settling into a private box on the same floor to speak freely. The nobles accompanying Alric were Otto Reichert of the Reichert Duchy and Ermin Mockholt of the Mockholt Grand Duchy. While both Alric and Otto were firstborn heirs to their respective duchies, Ermin was only the fourth son of the Mockholt Patriarch. He didn't hold the same authority within his house as the other two, but being a direct descendant of a Grand Duchy made him equal in standing to both heirs. Hence, the two received him as an equal. Why have you called us here, Alric? Otto Reichert asked as soon as they sat down. I've called you here with a proposition, a way for all of us to deal with the Fury family, and in doing so, help each of our houses secure what they want from them, Alric said evenly. The Reicherts already have an agreement with the Matchholts not to interfere with House Fury, Otto replied sharply. He shot Alric a warning glare for daring to raise such a topic in front of a Mockholt. Alric, however, didn't flinch. Instead, his gaze shifted to Ermin Mockholt, who had yet to speak. Ermin sat with a relaxed posture, one arm draped casually over the back of his seat, fingers interlocked, expression unreadable as he regarded Alric across the table. Why should I help you deal with the Fury family? Ermin asked calmly. Have you forgotten there's a long-standing bond between our houses, one bound by marriage and blood? Alric's lips curved faintly. Funny you should mention that. As I recall, there's no direct connection between House Fury and House Mach-Holt. The Fury's link is to House Holt, and that tie is tenuous at best, currently. Whatever blood relation might have existed is gone with Kurt Fury's death, and that marriage bond is barely holding, now that Jocelyn Holt is conveniently missing. The Holts are long-standing vassals of my Mach-Holt Grand Duchy, Ermin replied, his tone even. They requested that we recognize their arrangement with the Furies, and we have done so. Meaning House Fury's bond with House Holt is, by extension, a bond with House Mach-Holt. He leaned back, offering nothing more, his calmness concealing whatever thoughts might have been turning behind his eyes. Alric held Ermin's gaze as he spoke coldly. Let's leave the rhetoric aside, Ermin. Anyone with eyes can see it. The Fury family, that Earl Drake Fury, is trying to sever ties with the Holts, and by extension, your House Mach-Holt. I know for a fact that your house tacitly allowed the Kellermans to attack Earl Drake Fury's lands. You probably expected the Kellermans to seize control, letting your house step in as a neutral mediator. A perfect excuse to deliver a warning to the Earl without lifting a blade yourselves. But since the Earl's army crushed the Kellermans with ease, your plan backfired. And knowing how vindictive Earl Drake Fury can be, it's only a matter of time before he retaliates against the Holts, or even your house, for turning a blind eye when his fief was invaded. After all, that alliance was the only reason he bent the knee to the Holts and, by extension, to your House Mach-Holt. Ermin's expression remained unreadable. And what exactly are you trying to say, Auric? I have a plan, Auric replied, his tone measured. A way to strike directly at Earl Drake Fury's heart. But I'll need your support to make it happen. Ermin didn't answer immediately. He simply stared back, his gaze steady. Then, a small, knowing smile tugged at his lips. Looks like Alex Fury winning Lady Zora's favor really got to you. Tell me, did you truly love her that much? Auric's face remained perfectly still. He neither denied nor confirmed it. But his silence was answer enough. Ermin shook his head slowly. No, this isn't about love. You don't love her. You wanted to use her. Was it to get close to Merlin Pendragon? Or to forge a bridge toward the near-March Confederacy? The Wastelander Duchy lay in the eastern reaches of the Varelian Empire, near the border shared with the Confederacy, just beyond the Dragon-Morn Highlands. The Highlands were believed to house the burial grounds of the Pangea Realm's dragon clan, one of the most sacred sites in existence. The dragons guarded it jealously, scrutinizing any who dared pass through. Because of that, the Varelian Empire had never been able to use the route during its expansionist era. The dragons didn't trust humans to merely pass through. They feared the Empire's greed went beyond just invading their human kin who lived beyond the range, in the near-March Confederacy. A marriage with Lady Zora Frost would have granted House Wastelander proximity to both the Dragon's Lair and the Nurchmarch Confederacy. They stand to gain immensely from it, Ermin analyzed silently. But this isn't just politics anymore. Auric's eyes hold no sorrow of love lost, only the disgust of his pride wounded. His hatred isn't born from affection, but from envy. The fact that a man of lesser standing, the son of an earl, barely of age, an intermediate rank at best, won what he could not. That's what burns him. Auric didn't respond. He simply stared at Ermin. The silence between them grew heavy, so thick it felt almost physical. The air in the private box turned stifling with palpable tension. For the third person present, Otto Reichert, it was deeply uncomfortable. Otto was careful when dealing with these two. Not because he feared them in a straightforward confrontation. He was confident he could take either of them in a fight. But because neither Auric nor Ermin were the type to fight directly. Auric, though a formidable combatant with strength at the veteran rank, preferred scheming to dueling. He was the kind of insidious man who never gambled unless the dice were loaded in his favor. If Auric is gearing up for a fight, Otto thought, it means he's already set enough traps to cripple his opponent before the first strike. Ermin Mach-Holt, by contrast, wasn't known for martial or magical prowess. But he was a Mach-Holt, which meant manipulation, scheming, and politics was as normal to him as breathing. Even among the Match-Holts, Ermin's one of the worst snakes, Otto analyzed. He can slither into any favorable position, talk his way out of any corner with his slippery tongue, and drive his fangs hard into your back when you least expect it. Though the three were technically equals, Otto knew better than to let his guard down. The Reicherts were renowned for their martial lineage. In courtly terms, that was a polite way of saying they were a house of muscleheads, fighters, not plotters. Of course, for a duke family, they knew their own fair share of planning, righteous or evil. However, compared to the Wastelanders, and especially the Matchholts, they were not worth mentioning. Even saying they were babies compared to teenagers in the Wastelanders and an adult in the Matchholts was an insult to a baby. So Otto kept his mouth shut. Getting caught in the crossfire between these two was a fool's game. Ermin's last words clearly hit a nerve. Rage simmered in Auric's eyes, and though he kept his expression neutral, his aura flickered dangerously. Unbeknownst to the other two, Auric was fighting a powerful, nefarious urge to kill Ermin right where he sat. He wasn't just staring the man down. He was restraining himself. Calm down. Not yet, Auric told himself coldly. We still need this horse son. But once he's outlived his usefulness, humph. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong, Ermin, Auric finally said, voice calm but dripping with venom. Then don't speak to me like some fool you can prod and manipulate into being your pawn. Ermin shot back, unflinching and unapologetic. For a moment, Auric's eyelids lowered. He exhaled slowly, then opened his eyes again, serene, composed, unreadable. But Ermin noticed. Not gone, he thought. Buried. Whatever he's planning, it's important to him. Enough to swallow his pride, for now. Let's not waste time beating around the bush. Yes, I need your help. But it's not as though I, or rather, House Wastelander, will be the only ones to benefit. Auric's tone was sharp, his gaze unwavering. You Matchholts want to control members of the Fury family for their fighting prowess, which you covet so dearly. Especially if you can merge their Führer bloodline into your own, he continued. Without waiting for Ermin's reply, Auric turned to Otto. And you, Otto, your Reicherts want the northwestern lands from the Kellerman fief, the former Schomer fief now under Earl Drake's control, along with the rest of the Dankrot region. Though the Reichert domain held the status of a duchy, its lands were poor in agriculture. It relied heavily on food imports from other regions of the empire and even beyond. What it lacked in crops, however, it made up for in natural resources, rich veins of minerals and ores that fueled its prosperity. But the Reicherts knew all too well that such wealth was finite. The mines would one day run dry, and when that day came, it would be difficult to sustain the duchy. To safeguard their future, they sought stable access to fertile lands, particularly those of the Schomers and Kellermans, neighboring territories that weren't directly protected by any higher noble house. Even with their controlled plains, there was no such thing as too much food. As for myself and House Wastelander, Auric said, glancing between Otto and Ermin, all we want is Earl Drake Fury and his heir, Alex Fury. He leaned back slightly, voice lowering. However, we can forget about all of that if Alex Fury succeeds in marrying both Zora and Imperial Princess Eleanor. That would tie the Fury line to not just the Imperial clan, but also to the Near March Confederacy. I don't believe I need to explain what benefits those two women bring to the Fury family, do I? Ermin's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. Lady Zora is from House Frost, the ceremonial head of the Near March Confederacy. Reports suggest the Confederate Council's opinion on her return is divided, but the general sentiment is favorable. House Frost has always been the binding force of the Confederacy. Judging from her management of the Dragonhold Enclave, she'll adapt well to the political games of the Council. Once that happens, she'll inevitably support her consort's family. By then, the Fury family will be beyond anyone's reach. As for Princess Eleanor, aside from her ties to the Ledevicus Imperial clan, she carries the Fey monarch bloodline. That alone gives her standing within the Illyrian Empire and among the elves. House Alander's stance on her remains unclear, but the prestige of her lineage is unquestionable. With only the iron-morn deserts separating them, a union between the Furies and a bloodline heir of the Illyrian Imperial House would be disastrous for our plans. Ermin's thoughts raced as he silently weighed the implications of Alex Fury's potential marriages. I don't know if it is Earl Drake Fury's doing or his son Alex's, but from the look of it one or both of them possess very high political acumen. They've probably noticed the maneuvers we've made around them. And knowing the vindictive nature of the Führer bloodline, Ermin's eyes hardened. Indeed, We cannot continue to overlook and underestimate them, he concluded. Alric's gaze flickered as he spotted a subtle and favorable change in Ermin's expression. Good. He's taken the bait. Now let that paranoia guide you. Soon you'll be drafting my plan for me, he thought, a sinister smile hidden behind his calm. Alric drove the final nail into the coffin. If you help us take down Earl Drake Fury and his son, the rest of House Fury will be vulnerable to you both. Otto, the situation will give the Reicherts the opening to move your proxy forces in and seize the lands. Otto nodded. And you? Ermin, I don't need to tell you what you stand to gain, right? Alric added. Ermin also inclined his head. One likely scenario was clear. The Matchholts would bide their time, while the Reicherts pushed the Furies to the brink. When the Fury family was on their last legs, the Matchholts would step in as mediators. Using the pretext of offering protection and a fresh start, they could persuade the surviving Furies to leave their lands the Reicherts would then occupy. It was a tactic older than most in the room. Divide, exhaust, and then reap the spoils. Grand duchies and duchies had kept their power for centuries by quietly snuffing out ambition before it blossomed. Margrave was the ceiling entrenched powers allowed ambitious houses to reach. Anyone who tried for hire often found several duchies and grand duchies united in opposition. They were planning to do exactly that to House Fury. Otto was tempted already. He knew he was being used, but he also understood the offer's practicality and its appeal. It was too convenient, too timely, and too lucrative to refuse. What do you need? Ermin asked at last. Surely you're not asking us to send our powerhouses to ambush Earl Drake Fury, are you? No. Alric shook his head. I'll handle Earl Drake Fury and his son myself. What I need from you two is your family's expertise. Provide me that, and there'll be no trace linking this to either of your houses, while you both enjoy the rewards of an eliminated Mad Earl and his heir. Speak clearly. What do you want? Ermin asked directly. Alric smiled, that characteristic sunny grin that hid something vile beneath. With polished charm masking his insidious intent, he laid out his plan. A few minutes later, the three men departed, each heading their own way. Ermin Mockholt returned with his family's delegation to their luxurious suite in the most opulent hotel of the entertainment city. Behind closed doors, he met with the Mockholt house's official representative to the auction, the delegation leader, and relayed his conversation with Otto Reichert and Alric Wastelander in full detail. What do you think? The representative asked. I believe the Mad Earl truly intends to break free from our influence, Ermin said. Alric's plan provides a perfect opportunity to put the leash back around the Furies' necks. Whether he succeeds or fails doesn't matter. As long as the plan sets things in motion, it'll open a path for us to reassert control, this time through more direct means than the subtle approach we used before. He proceeded to outline his planned strategy in detail. The representative fell silent for a long moment before finally responding. Do as you wish. It's time you start managing some matters for the family yourself. I'll send a message to the Patriarch to have some resources allocated for your use. Don't waste them. Yes, I won't disappoint, Ermin said with a bow. You'd better not. You know how the house rewards incompetence, the older man replied dryly. A chill ran through Ermin's spine. I will not fail, he vowed firmly. Good. Leave me now. Ermin turned and left, his face set with cold determination. The old representative watched the young man's back disappear beyond the door. The young bull doesn't fear the lion, he muttered, shaking his head. Youth these days, they think that because they come from powerful houses, the lower nobility are weak, that they can bring down any family with a little strength and arrogance. He sighed faintly. Still, it's a good lesson. Whether they fail or succeed makes no difference to the house. That's what truly matters. With that, his thoughts drifted away from Ermin's ambitions to something far weightier, the upcoming negotiations with the Lichter Grand Duchy. Alex returned to his quarters at the Enclave, completely unaware of the tangled web of schemes already closing in around him and his father. He had expected to find both his fiancées there, but only Eleanor was present. She stood quietly at the window, her expression distant, lost in thought. She didn't even notice him enter. She had already removed her jacket, and the curve of her figure was accentuated in a way that tested his self-control. For a fleeting moment, he was tempted to walk up behind her and wrap his arms around her waist, but he forced the impulse down. Control yourself, Alex. We're almost at the goalpost. Don't lose focus now. He slipped off his own suit jacket and hung it neatly on the coat hook by the door, then rolled up his sleeves. What's got you thinking so deeply? He asked, his tone light, as he walked over and sank into the sofa with an easy, casual air. He sprawled across the seat, tugging his tie loose with one hand while resting the other along the backrest. Where's Zora? He asked, glancing around. She went back to the Tower Master's office. Eleanor replied, finally turning toward him. Something came up that she had to deal with. Something came up? Huh? Alex smirked inwardly. How was your meeting with His Excellency Archilus and His Highness Caesar? Eleanor asked, moving to sit beside him. Good, I think, Alex replied. She frowned. What do you mean, you think? It was either good or bad. Which is it? Well, he said with a faint grin. Archilus invited me to join the Order of Valor, and I turned him down. Then we ended up drinking and bantering for the rest of the time. He shrugged. So, I'm not entirely sure whether that counts as good or bad. Eleanor blinked. You turned down a legend to his face? Of course, Alex said with a chuckle. What's he going to do? Force me to join the Order of Valor? That laugh sent a faint chill through Eleanor. She could almost imagine what would have happened if Archilus had tried to force him. Like father, like son. Unpredictable, both of them, she thought. Well, all things considered, Alex said suddenly, smiling like a mischievous cat. Since I managed to get his phone ID as well, I'd say it turned out pretty well. Eleanor rolled her eyes. It's my fault for worrying about you. Alex threw his head back and laughed heartily. Thanks, Alex said suddenly. Eleanor blinked. For what? For putting in a good word with Prince Caesar, he replied, glancing at her with a knowing look. I'm sure he only came to see me because you mentioned something about me. I didn't do anything special, she said, shaking her head lightly. Prince Caesar was already interested in you before I did anything. She shifted slightly on the sofa and explained, I had to inform the Imperial Chamberlain of rights about our arrangement. If I didn't, the Imperial clan wouldn't have allowed our relationship to be recognized. Because of that, Prince Caesar found out about us. He helped smooth things over with the Chamberlain and the clan. In return, he asked me to tell him more about you and to arrange a meeting. Alex raised an eyebrow. And what did you tell him? That you're too honest for your own good, annoyingly straightforward, and only mature when the situation demands it, she said with a small smile. Really? That's the impression you wanted to leave him with? Yes, Eleanor said matter-of-factly, because that's almost exactly the kind of person he is. I figured he'd find you interesting because of it. Seems I was right. I see, Alex murmured, leaning back as understanding dawned on him. That explains a lot. He turned to her again. So, what were you thinking about so deeply earlier? I doubt you were that concerned about my little chat with the princess. Eleanor didn't answer immediately. Alex studied her for a moment, watching the subtle tension in her shoulders, the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Judging by your expression, you're curious about something, but hesitant to ask, he said with a soft smile. That usually means whatever you want to know is outside the bounds of our current agreement, isn't it? Eleanor's glare snapped to him. I really hate when you do that, she said flatly. Do what? He asked innocently. Read me like a book. I apologize, he offered uncertainly, though his tone carried more amusement than remorse. In my defense, you make it very easy. It's actually harder not to notice than to notice. Her glare deepened, but Alex's grin only widened. So, I take it I'm right, he said. Eleanor hesitated, then nodded. I'm curious about your connection to the Golden Palace. Alex's playful expression vanished instantly. His entire bearing shifted, calm amusement replaced by cold, commanding authority. Are you sure you want to know? He asked quietly. Yes. Eleanor nodded without hesitation. The air changed. Regality, dominion, dominance, subjugation, limitless. One by one, the concepts bound to Alex's Velcro-Sulmer true name surged outward, pressing against Eleanor like an invisible storm. In her eyes, the mischievous young man before her was gone. What stood in his place was an indomitable, absolute ruler. Her Fey monarch bloodline also carried ruler traits, and it instinctively tried to resist. Unfortunately for her, Alex wasn't relying solely on his fused bloodline. He was invoking his true name. That was a power Eleanor, who had yet to awaken hers, simply could not withstand. Are you sure you want to know? Alex's voice deepened, echoing with command. Once you do, there's no turning back. This ship will become a pirate ship you can never disembark. So, I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure? His words didn't just resound in her ears, they thundered in her mind. Yes, she was intimidated, terrified even. But Alex had forgotten one crucial thing. The power of a true name also revealed one's nature. Because her Fey monarch bloodline shared similarities with his, and because it was known for its peerless sensory abilities, Eleanor could perceive more than just Alex's authority. She could feel his essence bleeding through the veil of his conceptual pressure. That was the true terror of the Fey monarch bloodline. So while Alex's display certainly frightened her, he had also, unknowingly, exposed a hidden part of himself. Grand Mage Tamon Lancaster's words echoed in her mind. He will either be the most dangerous person you'll ever meet, or the safest. And in that instant, she understood. I'm sure, Eleanor said softly. To Alex's surprise, she was smiling, brightly and fearlessly. The pressure from his true name, once suffocating, seemed to dissolve around her. What had been intimidation moments ago now felt almost warm. Very well. Alex nodded, withdrawing his true name's power. I suppose I'll tell you then. That's it. Eleanor blinked. You're not going to ask me to prove it? I already did. How? I was expecting a soul contract, or maybe a magical oath, she said, frowning in confusion. That's wow. Alex looked at her, dumbfounded. At most, I might have asked for a kiss to seal the deal, but you really aim high. Hey, you're the one who made it sound like some grand, life-altering secret. Of course I'd think of something dramatic. Ugh. Eleanor groaned in frustration, glaring at his teasing grin. She wanted to punch him. All right. Keep glaring at me like that, and I might just decide not to tell you anything. Alex chuckled. Let's see. The relationship between the Golden Palace and myself is... Wait. Eleanor interrupted. That's it. That's all it takes for you to tell me? Aren't you even worried I might betray you? Woman, do you want me to tell you or not? Alex thought, exasperated. Then, do you plan on betraying me? Alex asked. No, of course not. Eleanor replied instantly. Then there you have it. But still. But nothing. Alex cut her off. I told you before, I don't use people I don't trust, and I always trust the people I use. If you ever do end up betraying me, then I'll only have myself to blame for not seeing through your facade. But until that happens, I trust you. That's all the reason I need to tell you what you want to know. This is what our relationship is based on, isn't it? Trust. Yes, Eleanor said quietly. So, can I continue now? Yes. Finally, Alex exhaled in relief. He couldn't believe it had taken this much effort just to tell someone his own secret. A small chuckle escaped his lips at the absurdity of it all. As you've probably already guessed, he said, I'm the palace master, or rather, the majority owner, of the Golden Palace. Eleanor nodded. That much she had suspected. But that's not all, Alex continued. The palace's major products, the rune phone, the arcane library, and even the coinage moonstone interspatial ring, were all created by me. What? Eleanor gasped. She could accept the first two, but the interspatial ring? That was something else entirely. Countless top-tier craftsmen had spent decades attempting to create a storage artifact of that size and stability, yet all had failed. The most advanced storage device in all of Pangaea was the interspatial storage chest, the one showcased during the auction demonstration. The coinage moonstone ring had shattered that standard completely. To think that the one who had broken Pangaea's greatest crafting bottleneck was a young man who hadn't even reached elite rank. Eleanor was speechless. Alex chuckled at her expression. Do you remember the name of my unique class? He suddenly asked. Yes, of course. Rune Mast. Eleanor froze mid-word, her eyes widening. Oh, exactly. Alex smiled. It's called Rune Master, not because of some inflated ego, but because my class literally requires me to master runes. Their meaning, their logic, and their function. It allows me to create anything I can imagine, as long as it follows rune logic. He leaned back slightly, his tone thoughtful. Runes are the code, the logic, the very backbone of every phenomenon in existence. Most people just don't realize it. My class allows me to extract those strings of code, rune logic, and repurpose them for my own use. For instance, he continued, I studied nature and deciphered the code, that governs the spatial phenomenon responsible for forming independent spaces. By repurposing that logic and combining it with a few key ingredients, I created the coinage moonstone interspatial ring. Eleanor could only stare in awe. She didn't fully understand the technicalities of what he was saying, but she grasped one thing clearly. Alex had learned to manipulate the building blocks of creation itself. In that case, Eleanor thought, wide-eyed, wouldn't it be possible for him to one day create a replica of this world, just by applying those same codes? Before she could dwell on that thought, Alex gave her yet another surprise. Actually, he said with a grin, the coinage moonstone isn't even the most important construct I've made by repurposing the spatial code. Let me show you something far more extraordinary. Alex's smirk deepened. He prompted Omnirune, and a spatial gate opened in the middle of the room. He rose from the sofa and extended a hand toward her. When Eleanor hesitantly reached for it, he gave her a slight tug, and the next instant, the world around her shifted. The moment her feet touched solid ground again, she realized they were no longer in the enclave. Welcome to my personal sanctuary subspace. Alex's voice echoed beside her as she took in the breathtaking sight before her eyes. A radiant bonsai tree stood proudly at the heart of the space, exuding an aura of tranquil majesty. Nearby, a golden cocoon pulsed with life, like a celestial egg waiting to hatch. Around these two wonders lay a carefully structured partitions, a work area beside the cocoon, a rest area near the bonsai's roots, and a storage zone vast enough to shame even the largest interspatial chests. Eleanor was speechless. The end goal she thought to be a distant possibility was already a reality before her eyes. And Alex still wasn't done. Although it's quite small now, he said, his tone casual, it's continuously expanding as it absorbs energy. Once I find a higher-grade energy source, I might be able to fuel its transformation completely. Who knows? It might just grow into a fully independent world of its own someday. He laughed softly, but those words sent an involuntary shiver down Eleanor's spine. You can create an independent world? She whispered. No. Alex shook his head. Not with my own power. I doubt anyone can. What I did was trick the world into doing it for me. He folded his arms, his tone thoughtful but measured. I simply strung together the right pattern of rune logic, an instruction that directed the natural order to create this space on my behalf. It's far beyond the power of any single being, myself included. Eleanor nodded slowly, still processing what she was hearing. Alex wasn't sure if she truly understood or if her mind had simply gone blank. Maybe that was too big a reveal all at once, he wondered. With the others, I usually broke it down over time, gave them room to digest. He sighed inwardly. Oh well, might as well finish it while we're here. A moment later, they were back in the living room. Eleanor sat once more, looking both dazed and fascinated. Alex continued calmly. Aside from creating independent spaces, I can also modify spell and array formations to perform far beyond their usual limits. As a rune master, I can restructure the spell logic itself, adjusting its formation to behave in ways that are atypical. To prove his point, Alex clearly chanted a magic ball spell. Under his control, the spell formation appeared visibly over his palm, and from it, a glowing sphere of mana materialized. Then, under Eleanor's stunned gaze, the rune formation began to shift, and the mana sphere followed. The simple magic ball transformed into a bolt, then a spear, a star, a cube. Each shift smooth, elegant, and deliberate. Eleanor could only stare wordlessly as Alex casually demonstrated absolute command over spell logic itself. With a lazy flick of his wrist, the spell dispersed into harmless motes of light. Is that enough? Alex asked, his tone teasing. Or should I continue? There's more. Eleanor blurted, wide-eyed. Alex smirked. Do you know why magic armors are so powerful? He asked suddenly. It's because they serve as platforms that grant portability to runes. The real secret behind Pangea's success isn't the armor system itself, it's the runes they bear. He leaned forward slightly, eyes glinting. In that case, what if we remove the need for the armor entirely and inscribe the runes directly onto the body itself? It's impossible, runes can't. Eleanor froze mid-response, her mind catching up. Don't tell me. Alex chuckled and lifted his vest and shirt just enough to reveal the rune tattoo etched along his left side. This, he said, tapping the luminous lines, is the evergreen rune tattoo. It's based on a mana gathering formation. Thanks to it, my mana recovery rate is far higher than normal. He lowered his shirt and smiled faintly. This, he said, is a rune master. The person you just made a deal with me. Eleanor stared at him, her pulse racing. A strange feeling welled within her chest. One that felt like fear at first, but wasn't. No, she realized. It's not fear. It's... Her eyes widened with sudden clarity. I need to go, she said abruptly, standing up. Afraid, are we? Alex asked with a half-smile. Eleanor froze mid-step. Then, in a move that caught Alex completely off guard, she turned back, strode up to him, grabbed his collar, and kissed him. For a heartbeat, Alex didn't process what was happening. Then his instincts took over. Her kiss was clumsy yet searching, filled with unspoken emotion. And Alex, ever the opportunist, was more than happy to respond in kind. He wrapped his arms around her and deepened the kiss, his hands wandering of their own accord. It lasted several heated moments before Eleanor suddenly pulled back, her face flushed and breath uneven. I'm not afraid of you, she said, her voice trembling slightly. But I can't stay here right now. Then she turned and ran out. Alex sat back on the sofa, eyes still fixed on the door she'd just left through. A moment later, he tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling, and burst out laughing. So that's how you lean, huh? He chuckled to himself, recalling the fire in her eyes and the softness of her lips. In this little game of hearts, it seemed he'd just drawn a royal flush. Sapiosexuality. The next day, the long-awaited auction for the coinage moonstone interspatial ring was finally happening. While the rest of the grand auction attendees remained captivated by the hundreds, if not thousands, of listings, spending absurd amounts of gold coins and mana stones to claim them, the 9 winners of the Rune server auction were quietly making their way to the secret location where the coinage moonstone event would take place. Interestingly, despite all the cloak-and-dagger secrecy the Golden Palace had wrapped around it, the actual location turned out to be rather obvious. The main spire of the Dragonhold Enclave. The event would take place right at the feet of the legendary, epic Dragonslayer, Merlin Pendragon himself. The guests were led into the main tower through a discreet side entrance, one kept well away from curious eyes. Most of the attendees had likely used this passage before on earlier visits to the Enclave, and so they moved with easy familiarity. Not that the palace, or even the Enclave, would ever dare to inconvenience people of their caliber anyway. Each auction party was permitted only 2 members. Ideally, the palace had expected each delegation to consist of a representative and a guard. Surprisingly, however, none of the 9 parties brought guards. Instead, every delegation opted for a pair consisting of a representative and either a craftsman or a witness, often a younger member of their respective organization. It didn't take long for the palace staff to realize that this wasn't due to a strong of trust in the palace's security, but rather an abundance of confidence in the guests' own abilities. After all, the majority of these representatives, or their partners, were legends. In other words, this auction was so significant that it had drawn the attendance of at least 9 legendary figures. The palace staff allowed that realization to sink in before a wave of pride swelled in their chests. Barely a year since its founding, the Golden Palace was already standing on the stage of legends, hosting and negotiating with them. How could they not feel proud? The auction parties were finally ushered into a grand meeting chamber adjoining the Dragonslayer's throne room. As far as the Golden Palace was concerned, these were the highest echelons of power on the continent. They had already used enough auction parlor tricks to lure these people here. Pushing their luck any further risked defending them. Thus, they opted for a clean, businesslike setting. A single long meeting table occupied the center of the room. For representatives sat on each side, while the final delegate occupied the far end, directly opposite the organizer's seat. At first glance, it resembled less an auction and more a negotiation table, one meant to decide who the ring would ultimately go to. That was deliberate. Alex and Haggleworth hadn't expected this to devolve into a chaotic bidding war. The people involved were far too powerful, too dignified, for such theatrics. Haggleworth was already waiting when the guests entered, his face bright with a salesman's warmth. He greeted each arrival passionately, bowing his head just low enough to convey respect without appearing servile. As if by prior understanding, each representative took their seat without needing instruction. The empires sat on one side of the table, while the independent organizations occupied the other. As host nation, the Varelian Empire's representative took the seat directly opposite Haggleworth. There was no fuss, no drama, just a quiet gravity fitting for the caliber of people present. Their companions stood or sat directly behind them, as silent observers upholding their faction's dignity. When everyone was settled, Haggleworth finally took his seat at the head of the table. Just as the delegates were expecting the auction to begin, the chamber doors opened once more. A new presence entered, one that drew every gaze in the room. Zora Frostpendragon, the majordomo of the Dragonhold Enclave herself. In her hands rested an ornamental box, a masterwork of craftsmanship, its delicate carvings and crystalline inlays glinting under the chandeliers. Even the box alone, judging by its artistry, would easily fetch 100 high-grade mana stones. It was clear the Golden Palace was sparing no expense for what lay within. Ladies and gentlemen, Haggleworth began smoothly, his voice echoing through the hall. Thank you for gracing this palace. Enclave partnership with your esteemed presence. Without further ado, let us begin the event. He gestured toward Zora. Lady Zora here will be assisting me in verifying the authenticity of the auction item. I noticed that each delegation has brought its own craftsmanship expert. Excellent. I ask that you observe and verify the item's authenticity from your seats. However, to preserve the secrecy of its inner workings, only the winning party will be permitted to handle it directly. We understand, Palace Head. Let's proceed, said the Merchant Union High Comptroller, his tone calm but firm. Behind him, a bespectacled young woman adjusted her glasses, her sharp eyes never leaving the ornate box in Zora's hands. Enough talk. Let's see it already, grumbled the Smithmaster impatiently from behind the Iron Hammer representative. The other parties also showed support for the High Comptroller's sentiments in various ways. Zora smiled. She opened the ornamental box to reveal the coinage moonstone. The ring looked ordinary at first. However, further examination revealed its beauty, elegance, and most importantly, crafting technique. Fascinating. The crafter responsible for this wonder is not bridled by superficial appearances and cares more about the functionality of the product. However, even then, they cannot hide their sophistication and their love for their craft. And the technique, it is enigmatic, yet methodical. This isn't the work of a craftsman looking for glory. All they care about is their product. The Smithmaster suddenly said. Zora almost shuddered. The Smithmaster almost described Alex's nature just by looking at the ring in person. Fortunately, she had expected something like this, so she was prepared to hide any subconscious cues. Thanks to this, she managed to prevent herself from revealing anything telling. Then again, the coinage moonstone had drawn the delegates' total attention anyway. Can anyone tell the spatial material used? The Smithmaster directly asked the craftsman in the room. This would ordinarily be offensive, given the setting. However, everyone was familiar with the dwarf's nature. Plus, the clear craftsmanship passion in his eyes burnt so brightly it was difficult to be offended by the old dwarf. I do not know. The representative of the Alchemy Forgesmith Runesmith Association Alliance, a respected Grandmaster Forgesmith himself, likely only less competent than the Smithmaster in the repute, said. He added, even the forging technique for the ring's body itself is fascinating. To perfectly alloy adamantine, mithril, orichalcum, refined gold is no mean feat, but from the glow, not only did they achieve this, the craftsmen did so only after refining each of them to their peak purity. This should have increased their characteristic effects and made the alloying even more difficult, but not only did they succeed, they did so perfectly. No doubt, this is the work of a peer, or someone better. He surmised. To Zora and Haggleworth's surprise, the other craftsmen in the room, the Smithmaster included, nodded. Who is the craftsman behind this wonder? Surely, they are not an individual without repute. Elder Melias of the Illyrian Empire, seeing the craftsman's reactions, probed. Well, that's the thing. Haggleworth smiled wryly. I can't say for sure what the craftsman's identity is. Haggleworth looked at the delegates with sincere eyes and said, there is something I believe you all should know about the coinage moonstone, and its craftsman. The gnome paused, preparing himself to deliver a performance of a lifetime. I didn't find the craftsmen of the coinage moonstone. They found me, Haggleworth revealed. I can't tell you much about them, but they came to me as if out of a dream. They handed me the coinage moonstone and instructed me to sell it on their behalf. Someone you didn't know just handed you this and ordered you to sell it. And you actually did? Lady Kael'Weren of the Eternal Valkyrie Empire frowned. Because they were someone I couldn't refuse, Haggleworth admitted. Then, with a wry smile, he added, frankly, compared to everyone in this room, they terrify me more to offend. I don't believe they are even at the legendary rank. He quickly continued, still, fear wasn't the reason I accepted. It was because they made me an offer I couldn't refuse. If I sold the coinage moonstone successfully, they promised to bring me more products, rare items unseen anywhere in Pangaea. They were also very specific about one condition, Haggleworth said. The ring must be sold for top-grade mana stones only. They were adamant about this. That tells me they are in desperate need of such stones. He paused briefly, letting the statement hang in the air before adding, to the best of my knowledge, people at their level shouldn't need top-grade mana stones. That leads me to one conclusion. They're building something that requires them, the Smithmaster interrupted, eyes gleaming. As expected, Your Excellency understands. Haggleworth nodded respectfully, hiding the subtle flattery behind a solemn tone. I believe this individual is on the verge of creating something monumental, something that demands top-grade mana stones. As we all know, such stones aren't used for trivial matters. He interlocked and leaned forward. From what I've gathered, they're not part of any major organization, despite their perceived strength, which means they'll need more resources soon. And when that happens, they'll likely return to me with more rare artifacts. As a merchant, how could I refuse such an opportunity? Then why tell us all this? The near-march councilman asked, narrowing his eyes. It's obvious, the High Comptroller interjected, giving Haggleworth a knowing look. He's worried. Worried, repeated the representative of the Craftsman Alliance. The High Comptroller is right, Haggleworth confessed. I am worried. This person is unfathomable, and I can't read their true intentions. So, I organized this auction to attract people of your caliber here, not just to make a profit, but as insurance. You're quite bold, gnome. The High Comptroller laughed. The palace head here is using our own greed against us. He knows everyone in this room would be curious about the identity of this unknown craftsman and would send people to track him down. If the craftsman truly harbors malicious intent, then the organizations represented here will uncover it. If not, then the palace has nothing to fear from doing business with him. Either way, the palace continues to profit, no matter the outcome. This is the only way I found to survive, ladies and gentlemen, Haggleworth sighed. But if this craftsman is truly interested in resources, the representative of the Mage Association spoke up. Why come to you instead of approaching more established institutions? Haggleworth hesitated before responding. The craftsman is extremely cautious about concealing his identity, he said at last. They took every possible precaution to prevent being discovered. That's precisely why they came to me. I was trained to become a diplomat of the gnome race before I became the palace head of the Golden Palace. I'm sure everyone here understands what that means. The gnome race serves as the mediators of the interracial council, the High Comptroller interjected. To maintain neutrality, every gnome diplomat carries a mental ward embedded within their mind. If anyone attempts to extract information through psychic or mental means, the ward activates to block it. In the worst-case scenario, it kills the diplomat to protect the secret. So that means our mysterious craftsman knew this, and deliberately chose you. The comptroller added, turning to Haggleworth. Exactly, Haggleworth nodded. Ordinarily, if the organizations here were determined enough to uncover the truth about the craftsman, you'd definitely interrogate the intermediary. However, the ward in my mind makes that impossible. He turned toward the Mage Association's representative. Hence, why he chose me. Then his gaze swept across the room. I arranged for this auction to be a closed-door affair among the most powerful forces in our world. It's the only way to regain some measure of power for myself, a man caught between both sides. So, even though you can't help anyone find this mysterious craftsman, Lady Kael'Weren asked with a faint smile, you won't help hide him either, is that it? Yes, Haggleworth nodded. And since I've been forced into the role of an unwilling intermediary, I decided I might as well profit from the situation. That's a boldness and fighting spirit I didn't expect from a gnome, Lady Kael'Weren said, smiling in approval. However, she continued, her tone turning razor-sharp, if you intend to profit from Eve, then you'll have to offer me something more. How do I know what you've said is true? How can I be sure this isn't some elaborate scheme orchestrated by someone in this very room? Her gaze shifted toward the quietest person present, the representative of the Varelian Empire. The other imperial envoys turned thoughtful. Indeed, if there truly was some hidden conspiracy, the most likely culprit would be the Varelian Empire. After all, the Golden Palace was originally founded within the Empire's territory. If the Empire was secretly backing it, the palace's meteoric rise would suddenly make perfect sense. The Varelian representative returned their stares with calm defiance, his expression unreadable. Yet behind his eyes flickered the faintest trace of suspicion, not only at Lady Kael'Weren, but at all seated in the room. That subtle exchange didn't escape the notice of the seasoned powerhouses present. Did this craftsman give you a name? The Iron Hammer representative asked, cutting through the tense silence. Yes, he did. Hagelworth nodded. He called himself the Oni Head, Hattori Hanzo, but I strongly suspect it's an alias. Oni Head, Hattori Hanzo. The delegates silently repeated the name, committing it to memory. Then, as if recalling something, Hagelworth turned toward Zora. Ah, yes, Lady Zora, please show them the ring. I believe his craftsman's symbol is engraved upon it. Zora nodded and carefully retrieved the ring from its box, holding it up for everyone to see. Most of the delegates were formidable figures themselves. Even from their seats, they could clearly make out the delicate symbol etched along the inner rim of the ring. Some went a step further, extending their spiritual force to inspect it more closely. The moment their senses brushed the artifact, several of them flinched in shock. Providence, the craftsman in the room gasped, especially the smith master, who rose abruptly to his feet. How is this possible? How can someone use providence to craft? The smith master was beside himself. He was both shocked and livid. It should have been impossible to consciously manipulate providence, let alone use it to craft something. Yet here it was, an undeniable trace of deliberate usage of providence within the ring's construction. This wasn't accidental. The craftsman intentionally left a residual thread of providence behind, as if wanting it to be discovered. That was what truly stunned the smith master. It was a feat he himself could not accomplish, and it infuriated him just as much as it impressed him. Providence was something even those at the legend rank and beyond struggled to accumulate through years of deliberate action and fate's favor. To think that this mysterious craftsman had not only wielded it, but had spent it to forge not some world-breaking divine artifact, but merely an interspatial ring. This wastrel, many of the craftsmen thought. Wastrel, the smith-master bellowed aloud, unable to contain himself. Then, after a long breath, the old dwarf sighed heavily. Still, though it's wasteful, it's effective, he muttered. In this room, filled with the sharpest minds and greediest powers, this is the best way to make a statement. Indeed, anyone who can consciously use providence, never mind forge with it, is not someone to be underestimated, the smith-master declared solemnly. We could be looking at an epic craftsman, or someone even higher. The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately. The powerhouses present grew silent and grim. They all understood the implications without needing further explanation. Looks like we should worry less about who the craftsman is. The Varelian Empire's representative finally spoke, his voice steady but edged with weight, and more about the artifact he's brought before us. He leaned forward slightly. Palace head, enough with the chatter. Begin the auction. Hagelworth looked around the room. Every delegate wore the same expression, solemn anticipation mixed with hunger. All right then. The gnome took a deep breath and nodded. Let the auction begin. An hour later, Hagelworth and Zora quietly returned to the Tower Master's office, where Alex sat waiting. How did it go? Alex asked the moment they entered. Zora activated the isolation array, sealing the room from all forms of surveillance or eavesdropping. It went exactly as you predicted, Hagelworth said, lowering himself into a chair with a long exhale. The 9 parties reached a prior agreement before the auction even began. It's as you predicted, Hagelworth reported. The 9 parties reached a prior agreement before the auction. Alex sighed wryly. Of course they did. He didn't look particularly bothered by it. Instead, he leaned back and asked, "So then, who won the bid? And how much did they drop for the ring?" "The alliance between the Alchemy, Forgesmith, and Runesmith associations," Haggleworth said with a frown. "Just 50 top-grade mana stones. That's barely half our projected estimate." The gnome's disappointment was almost palpable. Alex's lips twitched. A single top-grade mana stone, a rarity in itself, was valued at around 50 million gold coins, even at its lowest market rate. 50 of them? That was easily 2.5 billion in value. Considering he'd only spent about 50,000 gold coins worth of materials to craft the item, the sheer profit margin was absurd. For a brief moment, Alex lost his composure, his grin almost splitting his face before he managed to reel it in. He glanced at the sulking gnome and said with amusement, "Let's not get greedy, Haggleworth. Those estimates were made based on the absolute best-case scenario. Honestly, I'd have been content with just one top-grade mana stone. 50 is beyond generous. Besides," he smiled faintly, "we've earned far more than money today. We've gained reputation and a brand name. Those are worth far more than gold." "I understand, Mr. Chairman." Haggleworth nodded, the corners of his mouth twitching upward despite himself. "How would you like to make use of the mana stones?" "Give 10 to me," Alex said after a moment's thought. "Store the remaining 40. They'll help offset the operational costs of our core formations. With that, we'll save a small fortune on maintenance." "Understood," Haggleworth nodded approvingly. "That will also free up more capital that we would otherwise spend on mana stone purchases." He took out a small notebook from his inner jacket pocket and flipped through a few pages. "Also, Chairman, the projections and estimates for all our current projects are complete. Based on the total earnings from the auction festival, we now have enough funds to fully expand our logistic network across the entire continent, both the visible and the hidden sectors. We'll even have a substantial surplus left over." He paused, looking between Alex and Zora. "Might I suggest paying dividends to the shareholders?" "Chairman, your share alone would be enough to settle the debt you owe Earl Drake Fury." Alex turned his gaze to Zora. "Is the Enclave in need of additional funding?" "No," Zora replied with a composed shake of her head. "We've earned quite a bit ourselves during the festival. Considering Pinchcoin has already submitted a request to distribute bonuses, I'd say we're rather flush at the moment." "In that case," Alex said, turning back to Haggleworth, "reinvest everything into our expansion. I want our logistic and intel networks to grow as much as possible. We should be able to move anything, anywhere on the continent, and access any information from anywhere." "I'll see to it personally," Haggleworth said solemnly. Alex paused, deep in thought. "While you're at it," he said at last, "increase the allocation to the Academy. I envision it as the core of my power base, the critical manpower supply station to all my organizations, including the Palace. I want it to become the finest educational institution on the entire continent. So spare no expense." Haggleworth nodded solemnly. "On the matter of the Academy, Mr. Chairman, you still haven't finalized whether it should be open to the nobility," he reminded gently. Alex folded his arms, his right index finger rhythmically tapping his sleeve as he fell into contemplation. In terms of talent, the nobility offered an abundant pool. However, that came with its own set of risks. The entire purpose of the Academy was to produce loyal subordinates, individuals whose allegiance would never waver. Training the sons and daughters of noble houses would complicate that beyond measure. The risk was simply too high. He weighed the pros and cons several times over, but a clear answer eluded him. Finally, he decided on a compromise. "Recruitment should proceed as we initially discussed," Alex said at length. "Focus on commoners, especially orphans and children from the lowest levels of society. At most, we may consider the scions of wealthy families outside the nobility, and only if their talents are truly exceptional. Even with that limitation, I'm confident we'll have a large enough pool of candidates." He leaned forward slightly. "As for the nobility, should a rare talent appear, recruitment will require my personal approval. No exceptions. What if you're unavailable when such an opportunity arises? We would lose a potential powerhouse talent." Haggleworth asked carefully. "Then so be it," Alex replied firmly. "Let's not be greedy. I'm not chasing raw strength or brilliance in people. I'm seeking loyalty. Given time and resources, a loyal weakling can be made strong. But no matter how hard you try, A disloyal powerhouse's loyalty can never be guaranteed. If that's the case, I'd rather invest in those I can trust without question. He spoke with quiet conviction, the weight of his experience evident in every word. In truth, Alex already had multiple means to elevate the weak. Chief among them was his rune tattoo project. Once he returned to field experimentation, he was confident he'd make breakthroughs that could expand the enhancement potential of the tattoos even further. Seated opposite him, Haggleworth reflected on his chairman's philosophy. Within barely a year, Alex had turned the Golden Palace into a multi-billion gold enterprise, built entirely upon the foundation of loyalty and trust. The gnome was reminded why Alex valued loyalty above talent or strength. Then I take it the school will remain semi-secret, as planned. Haggleworth asked. Yes, Alex nodded. Let people know the school exists, especially for orphans and the underprivileged. But how far our training goes must remain hidden. Actually, he paused, thinking. It might be better to give it two faces, a public and a private one. Haggleworth tilted his head slightly. The public face will handle the ordinary students, Alex continued. Nothing too extravagant. Basic education, magic, crafts, and general development. The private face, however, will be for the true diamonds in the rough we discover among them. Those few will receive the Academy's full attention, and eventually, they'll form the core of my power base. Haggleworth thought about it for a moment before nodding. I believe we can merge both concepts, he suggested. If every student begins in the public face, we'll have time to evaluate their personalities, habits, and loyalties before transferring the exceptional ones to the private side. Alex smiled faintly. That's as good a system as any. I'll leave it to you. Just like the palace, I won't interfere much. I only expect results. Understood, Chairman. Haggleworth replied with a respectful nod. By the way, he added, you still haven't named the school. Since we'll have two faces, we'll need two names. Alex thought briefly, then said, let's name the public face Cradle. As for the private one, call it Echelon. Understood, Haggleworth said, committing it to memory. He rose from his seat, and Alex stood as well, extending a hand. Thank you for the hard work, Haggleworth. It's been my pleasure, Mr. Chairman. The gnome replied warmly as they shook hands. I've never enjoyed my work more than I have this past year. After Haggleworth departed, Alex turned to Zora, who had been quietly observing from her seat. He sat beside her and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Thanks for helping me out. I still don't get it, Zora said, her tone equal parts confusion and mild frustration. Why organize the auction that way if you already knew those people would collude? And aren't you worried your interspatial storage method will be cracked now that it's in the hands of the three major crafting associations? Alex smiled, his gaze turning distant and amused. Her concerns were reasonable. He and Haggleworth had wrestled with the same doubts before finalizing the plan. Let's just say, Alex said quietly, eyes narrowing in thought, it was necessary. Necessary? Zora asked. Alex nodded. He casually pulled her closer, slipping Zora's leg over his thigh so she sat snugly in his embrace. We needed to see how far we could go. I needed to know how proprietary and unique my RuneTech products really are. Speak clearly, Alex. Zora caught his wandering hand, which, as usual, couldn't stay honest. Security, Alex stated simply. Before I go all in, creating different RuneTech products for the palace and the subsidiaries will soon establish. Haggleworth suggested we test the product's security from different angles. The coinage moonstone just happened to be the perfect product for such testing, since every major organization has their eyes on it. Realization dawned on Zora. So that's why Haggleworth came up with that nonsensical story about a powerhouse who gave him the coinage moonstone, she said. Yes, Alex nodded. But before we get to that, did Haggleworth really say it was a powerhouse who gave him the coinage moonstone? He did, Zora nodded. Alex frowned. Can you remember his exact words? He asked. He said the person who gave him the coinage moonstone terrifies him more than the people in that room full of the continent's powerhouses. He also said this person wasn't at the legendary rank. Oh, so Haggleworth didn't lie? That's a relief. Alex exhaled. If he had, we would have had to pull the plug on the operation. At least one person in that room would have spotted the lie. What are you talking about? Isn't that exactly the same as saying the person who gave him the coinage moonstone, you, is stronger than the legends in the room? Isn't that a lie? Zora pressed. No, you've got it wrong, Zora. Alex smiled. He said I terrify him more than the people in the room. Now, while I can't say why he feels that way, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm stronger than they are. Likewise, saying the person who gave him the coinage moonstone isn't at the legendary rank isn't a lie either. It's actually the truth. After all, I really am just an intermediate rank. He chuckled softly. Without technically lying, Haggleworth worded his statement in a way that exploited your, and everyone else's, confirmation bias. The first statement anchors a subconscious link between fear and power. Then, when he adds the second statement, your mind naturally concludes that the person he's speaking about must be stronger than the legends present. Alex laughed quietly. He manipulated us? Zora stared, stunned. He did, Alex confirmed with a chuckle. Words can be a far more dangerous weapon than a sword. A sword needs power and technique to wield, but words? Anyone with skill can use them. A skilled orator, regardless of their power rank, can cause the death of a legend with nothing but words. Alex sighed softly. He remembered his previous life. Time and again throughout history, the most dangerous people were never those with the greatest martial strength. They were the orators, the politicians, diplomats, priests, and public figures, who, with mere words, changed the course of nations and history itself. If he had the time, Alex intended to master speechcraft as well. After all, it was difficult to lead people effectively if you weren't good with words. Unfortunately, as always, his time was limited. Then again, he mused, rather than learning from a book, it might be better to learn from experience, by actually speaking to and leading people. He shook the thought from his head and refocused on Zora. As for why Haggleworth did that, there are two reasons. First, we wanted to gauge the Empire's and the Continental Powers' reactions. How much effort and resources would they commit to tracking down this non-existent mysterious figure? Darkwater's Alpha is already setting up the necessary clues. From their response, we'll be able to predict how desperate these powers will be to uncover the creators of the different Rune-Tech products we'll release in the future. Second, Alex continued, was to create a false persona that shields me from the products. By planting the idea that the creator of the coinage moonstone is an above-legend powerhouse, no one would ever think to look my way. A mere intermediate rank. That's another layer of security. Once more groundbreaking Rune-Tech starts appearing, this alias will take the fame, or the blame, for it, leaving me free to go about my life undisturbed. Zora stared at him for a long moment before shaking her head. This isn't the first time he's done something crazy, and it certainly won't be the last. I really should stop being surprised. I get that you wanted to trick the Continental Powers, she said, but did you have to take the risk with their legends? Of course, Alex replied casually. It's quicker and more believable because we targeted their legends. Zora sighed. She understood that much herself. I know what you're worried about, but it was a calculated risk, Alex reassured her. Even if it somehow failed, the fallout would have been manageable. At worst, the Golden Palace would have taken a slight hit. But it's better to take that hit now, before we've invested everything into the palace, than later when it's fully matured. Their close posture helped ease her worries. His steady heartbeat against her ear gave her a comforting illusion that everything truly was under his control. Just to tease her, Alex's hands began to roam mischievously again. Zora pinched him sharply in response. Ah! Alex yelped dramatically, making Zora chuckle despite herself. She pulled him back in, and they returned to their comfortable cuddle, the earlier tension slowly fading into warmth. Besides that, Alex continued, there's something else I wanted to test, the security of my products. He shifted slightly, his fingers absently tracing patterns along Zora's arm. One of the biggest pillars of growth for the palace is its monopoly on the rune phone. Many people have realized this, and according to Darkwater's reports, they've been trying to crack its structure and reproduce it. While all these wannabe counterfeiters have failed so far, since we haven't seen a fake rune phone on the market, it still makes me wonder if my greater runes and RuneTech products are truly as uncrackable as I believe. I see, Zora murmured. So that's why you placed the coinage moonstone before the great powers. They have the best minds, resources, and tools available. If even they can't crack it, then no one else likely can. Exactly, Alex nodded approvingly. Most of the people trying to replicate my rune phones are small-time players in the grand scheme of things. The major powers haven't bothered, since they still see them as trinkets. Useful, but not worth the effort. The coinage moonstone, however, is different. The great powers have already sunk obscene amounts of gold and resources into developing a truly portable and spacious interspatial device. The coinage moonstone embodies their ideal of that artifact. I'm certain they'll pour everything they have into trying to unravel it. Alex paused briefly before shaking his head. No, it's not a question of if they will. They already have. The fact that the Empires and the Merchant Union allowed the Tri-Association Alliance to win the auction is proof enough. It means they've already begun pooling resources behind the scenes. He leaned back against the couch, eyes narrowing slightly as he explained. The Tri-Association Alliance is, at least on paper, a neutral organization made up of craftsmen from all 5 empires. In theory, that makes them the most qualified to uncover the coinage moonstone's secrets, as they can draw from the resources and manpower of every empire. For the empires, this arrangement ensures no single nation gains a monopoly over such a valuable technology. Zora nodded thoughtfully. As you said, if this alliance can't crack it, then no one likely will. Precisely. Alex's tone was calm, almost amused. Despite the logic of his words, his expression betrayed a different truth. Zora caught the faint, confident smile curving his lips, the look of a man who already knew the outcome. You seem very sure your work won't be unveiled, she observed. I'm not just confident, Alex replied, his voice steady and certain. I have no doubt.